Together, strong.
Boys, good morning.
Shit.
What the fuck, Ragnar?
Caravan UX
Yo,
is absolutely
Ragnar, thank you for the 15 months, brother. The big primer, the pink banana getting pinker. Yo, much love, dude. I appreciate you. Shanny Soup, a little jiggle, Dippin' Dots. Thank you guys for the follows to start of the stream. Good evening. How are we all, lads? Saint, coming with a hydrate as well. Much love. I choose coffee. Mr. Leon Hayes, the first in chat yet again. What's new? There are two certainties in life. A daily Dusty stream and Leon sniping first in chat. So, boys, it is what it is. Elliot, over on YouTube. Civ Clips, over on YouTube. How you guys doing today? Appreciate y'all coming through. Hope you're having beautiful days, everyone. Rakinos, what up, my goat? CDOS, buongiorno. Boys, have we heard the news? No, I don't mean I went outside and watered my grass today, even though I did. It's looking fucking beautiful. Thanks for asking, by the way. I originally was having a little bit of like an identity crisis. Not about me, but about the grass, because I was like, maybe I got like the wrong type of grass seed, because I wasn't vibing with how it was growing in. And then when I was watering it today, that shit was thick. Like the water was hitting it, and it was dead ass like pushing like an entire wave of the grass around. It was nice. It was nice. So I think we're in a good spot, boys. I will say, I think we're in a very, very, very good spot with the grass. I'm quite happy. We got some flowers coming in as well. It's a beautiful fucking time. I went outside. I got some sunlight. Now, you will notice I'm a little bit late today. Intrepid was a little bit late. Blame them, not me. They were supposed to have everything up at, you know, the normal time. My guess was that it was going to be like 2. Now, originally, the server downtime was going to be like until 3:30 p.m.-ish. And then they were like, yo, we need a little bit more time to take the servers down. 2:15 p.m. downtime hits. Beat me at like 1:30 checking the announcements. And I'm like, well, that puts me in a weird spot because it's like 3-hour downtime. So, Cordell and I made some Nashville hot chicken. And let me tell you, it was fucking good. It was real fucking good. It was real good. We did like a quick 1.5-hour brine in some buttermilk, kosher salt, hot sauce, pickle juice, the normal. Did a dry, wet, dry. Well, out of the wet and then dry, wet, dry. Fried that bitch up. Oh my fucking god. Dude, it was absolutely phenomenal. So, if you're wondering what I did with my last couple hours, is that a euphemism? Dude, if I had any space left in my belly to fuck after eating that chicken, it would have been a disappointment because that chicken was fucking delicious. Like, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was one of those where, like, afterwards you're just like, all right, I'm gonna just sit here for a second and process. Like, that shit came out good. That was some good-ass chicken. So, all of my new potential playtesters, everybody that may be coming through because of the word of the giveaway spreading. First things first, I am but a herald, spreading the word of our good lords Intrepid and what they're doing for accessibility to the playtesting environment. Now, keep in mind, they do not give shit away very frequently. They're not heavy in the side of like marketing this, marketing that. They just kind of vibe. So this kind of like surprised me in a very, 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 very good way when they did announce this. But if you guys haven't entered yet and you are looking to partake in phase 3 testing and beyond, make sure you guys do exclamation giveaway. That is going to get you this exact same link. I don't have like my own link or anything. This is the exact Intrepid giveaway. And they're happy to announce another opportunity for the community to gear up and gain access to Alpha 2 right before the launch of our next testing phase, Alpha 2 Phase 3, which starts on August 4th, 2025. So, you head over to the giveaway page to find the steps that you can participate in to enter and increase your chances of winning Alpha 2 access. Important dates, starting at 1 p.m. EST on the 14th. Participants will have until 8 p.m. EST, 5 p.m. PST, on the 24th to complete as many actions as possible and earn the possibility to gain Alpha 2 access. That will be the remainder. That is just a key. I think you're good to go. I think you're quite literally set up. So, winners will be selected randomly on July 2025. 2025. It's a lot of fucking 20s. Jesus Christ. July 25th, 2025. 100 lucky winners will be contacted via email, so make sure to keep an eye on your messages. Don't miss that. They'll also provide updates and reminders across the social media channels. So, make sure that you guys get in on this. At a certain point, if you haven't made your account yet, they will ask you if you want to use a referral link when making your account. !Ashes will get you the link, let them know where you're coming from, and help support the stream a little bit. So make sure you guys get involved with that, make your accounts, and get all set up. P3 still on track for August 4th? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In a large way, in my opinion. In a very large way. DOS, I give you permission to give out some stimmies to the people. We must enable the gambling today. I don't know what your schedule is looking like today, but I believe that DOS should be able to just poof points in for people. And maybe, if people are on their best behavior, DOS will be able to poof you in some points. But he lurks in the shadows. He's probably smoking cigs inside. Boys, you got to get the balances up. To all the new friends, I'll do a quick intro so you know where you are. You've probably been waiting for an Ashes stream all day. Probably not mine, but probably just waiting for something to pop up. If it's your first time here, I do appreciate y'all coming through. My name is Dusty. I stream every single day. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator. I stream 748 days in a row now. No days off. Now, I did come over from New World after like 3 years and 7,000 hours in New World. I had my Ashes access for about a year before I started actually playing. Followed things for a couple of years before I got my access. So it's been a little bit of a period. But with that being said, full-time Ashes content creator now for about, this will be my 7th month over here. I came in late December with the start of phase 2, just after the start. And I've been here building a community every day since then. So we do have multiple guilds in game already. So if you do see any of the cats lads running around, just know that you have an entire community at your disposal. If you do need any help with anything, !Guild will get you into the guild Discord. If you are trying to come through and check it out at any point, and have a community to hop in with, get a lot of good content with. We are ramping up for phase 3 right now on August 4th. We've got our leveling group signups in the Discord. We're going to get another sign up for our, like, you know, not right on launch, but I'll be there eventually, leveling groups as well, so you can still get placed in groups. We've got room for PvPers, PvEers, crafters, gatherers. A lot of crafters and gatherers, please. All of the crafters and gatherers, we need you even more. We already have a lot of people that can PvP. I could teach a Neuralink chimpanzee how to PvP. But getting somebody that will craft and gather and refine like crazy, boys, that's something special. Jenks, how you doing, my boy? What's being tested today on PTR? Dynamic fucking gridding. Yes. So basically, they are asking people to create new characters and stay on server worker 33 in the Lionhold area. And with that, they'll be manually changing like the server workers available and like manually reallocating things. It's not automated reallocating yet because it's just, I think, first day of dynamic gridding. But with that being said, if we can get a lot of people in one area, that will very likely help them with their testing. So we got to try to get every single person that we can over on the PTR. We got to get over to Lionhold, and we just got to have like naked dance party in Lionhold while they tell us what to do. We got to have an army pull up. I thought that the servers were going to be up like an hour from now, or like at least 40 minutes from now. So I was like, oh, I'll hop on early. And then I got up from my chicken-induced coma, and I was like, oh shit, these hoes been up for a minute now, haven't they? So that's my bad. I blame the fried chickie. That's entirely my fault. Jellabron, how are you, my friend? When will servers be on again? So, in terms of live servers, those are Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, okay? The private test realm, which is what we were playing today, is up 24/7 now, as of yesterday. So, yesterday it went up, like, later in the day for the entire 24/7 period. So, you guys have gameplay to watch from the alpha environment in terms of the VOD today. I will be hiding my main screen, my gaming PC screen, and you guys won't be able to see that. But I'll be testing dynamic gridding on the private test realm. Now, keep in mind as well, every single playtester does have access to the private tester realm too. So if you already have your access, you can join us on the PTR. Keep in mind that is visually NDA'd, so you cannot show any visuals. Can't take screenshots, can't share gameplay, which is why I'm streaming without showing my screen. It is very, very, very visually NDA'd. They don't care if you talk about it, just don't show people exactly what you're doing and send that around. So all you have to do to hop in is close out your launcher entirely, go back into it, and, well, I guess you could log out. Log out, and before you log in the like mid left, I believe it is, there's an environments tab in your launcher. Click on that and change it from alpha to PTA and DR. Wait, PTR and DA. That one. So basically, yeah, anyways, all the numbers, letters, words, everything. It's too much. My brain. I blame the chicken. So the visually NDA PTR, you switch your environment tab to the PTR NDA tab, and then that will switch you over to the PTR. You do have to download that instance of the game separately, but once you get in, you just download that. You're in for the focus testing. If you are already playing or plan to be playing, discord.gg/Ashes of Creation is the official Ashes of Discord. I would highly recommend hopping in over there. They do post private tester on patch notes, the goals for the testing phases each time there's a testing phase. Very good communication from them as well. So you always know what's going down, when it's going down. But even if you guys don't join up there, you can always ask me. I'm here every single day. That's what I'm here for. So with that being said, if you guys do have any questions, I'm still waiting on my file operations on my patch. So I'm not going to be like actually in game for a few minutes. So before we start testing, if anybody does have any questions related to Ashes in general, more than happy to answer anything that any of the new players might be wondering. Otherwise, Mr. Hot Dog, hi my friend. For some reason I thought PTR already had dynamic gridding. Nah, so PTR had done a couple of like pre-dynamic gridding tests. And I believe that they've tested different like network infrastructure things on the back end of the PTR before. But I don't think that dynamic gridding has ever been, you know, fully implemented in a sense of like a here to stay form of anything. So I do believe that this is going to be like the furthest progressed form of dynamic gridding. They did mention today, like in the Discord, that I can read it word for word. I just check it on my phone, so there's no chance that I actually show. Let us see. PTR is available again for testing. Our focus today is testing dynamic gridding. As we get started, we'd like people to make new characters and make their way down to Lionhold. While you can feel free to start Sweat of Your Brow, we'd like everyone to stay on Server Worker 33. We'll continue to give testing instructions here in Discord and in game as we test dynamic gridding. So, if we go in, flick me, I'd have to log in to view those. They mentioned in the patch notes that dynamic gridding is not like automatically reallocating the resource, that they're doing it manually on their end right now. So, maybe a little bit wacky. May take a little bit of time to get it off the ground, but who knows? By the time my patch is fucking done, it'll probably be all sorted, and maybe we have a gear vendor back. But I don't think we have a gear vendor. Potion of Extended Breath? Yes. So they mentioned in the patch notes that they also changed the breath and drowning mechanics and added a Potion of Extended Breath. So maybe gearing up for, Steven had discussed before, for any of my lads that have seen the Tropics gameplay, seen the open ocean in general, Steven had discussed in one of the previous dev streams how the Tropics will feel lifeless right now because it hasn't received its entire node staging. And by like node staging, like all of those things that are in the actual like water, all of those mobs, just everything that actually brings it to life, right? As the Tropics instead of just a bunch of islands. And the node staging could potentially come in, which would then incentivize underwater combat to a certain extent, which underwater combat right now with the breath mechanic is just going to be actual butt cheeks. Underwater combat with consumables could be fucking insane. Teeps, how are you, my boy? I hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. I got to spend some time outside today. It was almost 90 out. It's going to be hotter tomorrow. It's beautiful, man. Watered the grass. Did a whole lot of... Oh, Leona, over on YouTube. Hi. Thank you for the disclaimer call out. Hold on, let me find it. Text. This one. Thank you. I appreciate you. Being stuck with a 3 megabit per second download for the PTR success. 6 hours, wait. How do I tell how fast mine is? Because I'm at 59% file ops, I'm getting cooked. Paulo, exclamation specs for my entire build if you would like to see what my gaming build is. I do have a dual PC setup, so nothing is running on like the actual gaming PC except for Ashes. I don't even have Discord or anything up on this one. It's all through the stream PC. So just keep in mind it is a very like light load on the gaming PC as a whole. So it allows it to like focus up a little bit. Kiko, hello. We're already being gridded around, but no gear vendors. Man, if we can heck. So did our other characters get wiped? Or is it like, hoofsay? Dynamic gwittying is live. Oh my goodness. We're so up. I launched as soon as your stream went live. Just finished everything and getting in. Yeah, I too launched as soon as my stream went live, so you cooked me. We still have them? Oh, swag. Okay, well at least we still have our shit. That's nice. That's very nice. Hoofsy, what you up to today? I got outside and watered the lawn a little bit, and it's a good thing I did because the next 2 days are going to be like 88 and like 91 with a very high UV index. And when I was in Iceland, a big part of my front lawn got cooked because we had just like grown in the new grass. So I ended up like doing the whole rehay thing, and I'm like, dude, I'm on full fucking defense mode right now. I am like, Carlo was like, oh, I don't think your grass needs that much water. And I go, it can take it. Like, I do not want that thing to get cooked again. I will say. Cool temps in Texas? Wait. So, like, that would be cool in Texas? I mean, yeah, I get that, but don't you guys also have dry heat? Because we're like 40% humidity and 88 today. And then tomorrow it's going to be 91 and 67% humidity, I believe. Thinking about checking out some dynamic grittying? Brother, come through. I'm updating right now. You pull up, we'll dynamically gwitty together. I don't have a lot of extra shit, but hopefully we get the gear vendors back. Hopefully. Took photo on my 1050 Ti. Doesn't work with Ashes of Creation. No, not the 1050 Ti. So, one of our friends, like one of our community members, Zine, he streamed Ashes on a single PC setup on a 950 previously. Thankfully, he's upgraded, but he said his build would get so fucking hot when he was playing. Like, unrealistically hot. He didn't know how it didn't catch on fire. So thankfully, he's upgraded a little bit, but we got the humids, not as bad as other spots like Florida. Yeah, that's fair. Not as dry as Arizona. Yeah. Wait, AR is Arkansas, isn't it? Or something like that? AZ is Arizona, I think. I don't know. I think AR is like Arkansas. Because AK is Alaska. I would assume Arkansas would also be dry, though. Did they do wipes along with gridding for the PTR? They did not wipe our old shit, but they said specifically, if all of you dumb motherfuckers don't make new characters and help with dynamic gridding, we're gonna wipe your characters before you wipe your ass again. So, make a new character and help with dynamic gridding testing, please. They didn't say that, but also they can't say that with a business acumen kind of like worked in. So I said it for them. Don't make us get our characters wiped because the gear vendor is not currently in yet. So I'm hoping your tune's wiped. They knew you were thinking bad thoughts. Hot dog, they knew. I mean, like, your old characters were wiped, but not from yesterday. So if you tested yesterday, you'll still have your character. But yesterday, not many people even got access to the gear vendor in the first place. So there's no gear vendor currently in. I'm hoping they put the gear vendor in after dynamic grading testing is done tonight, and they're just like, hey, go do whatever the fuck you want. Woo! And that would be awesome. Like, that would make me pretty hot and horny, because then we'd be able to get some actual like group testing. No vendors until August 4th. Listen, there wouldn't even be vendors on August 4th either, because everything's player to player and live. What if it's no vendors ever? No vendors ever again. Yesterday's are from Friday, though. Oh, yes. Yesterday's are from Friday. You are correct. Yes. Yes, indeed. So you'll still have your Friday characters, right? Because that was how some people were getting their like their gear sets and shit all set up. I didn't test yesterday, so that's probably why. Did you do the level 15 cap test on Friday or no? Because if you didn't, I did not do the 15 cap test, but I did do the test yesterday. The test yesterday was around guild storage and the functionality of it. So they had GMs in Jova that were putting stuff in the guild storage and having people take it out, but there was no way to regulate who was getting what. So it was just a fucking free-for-all. Everyone was just grabbing everything. And the bad part of that is that some people didn't get stuff. The good stuff is, or the good part is that I got stuff. I didn't like get there to hoard it, but people in chat had extras and hooked me up. Blessings on blessings. So a lot of people currently have no gear, no levels, no bitches, and no chance of endgame exploration anytime soon. And if you combine all of those things, then it's like, all right, what are the new players getting into here with their PTR access? Because I told a lot of motherfuckers that they'd be able to, like, I personally went as far as saying quite frictionless in terms of the process to level in here typically on the PTR. I did give the disclaimer that it could always change. But my ass said quite frictionless multiple times. And they're adding a whole lot of friction to that quite frictionless right now. So I'm hoping that gets sorted. Pockets, how are you, my goat? What are you up to today? The character logged out in the Lionel area already. Do you have a cat? Someone keeps taking my toon name. What if I told you that the real villain was you all along? You keep taking your character name. But when they wipe a server, or when they wipe a PTR sesh, for whatever reason, the names are like in limbo for longer than expected. So there's like a name holding period before it's freed up again. And sometimes the names don't get like unfreed up. For example, over on this current PTR sesh, I am Yosoi Dusto because I'm trying to stay like kind of incognito. Seems like all my old names are hung. Somewhere in there's a penis joke. I'm not gonna dig too deep for it, but remember what phase 1 felt like? The amount of improvement they've had since then? I mean, I don't remember what the start of phase 2 felt like. I watched as much content as I could around pre-phase 2. Every dev update I could scrounge up, every video that came out, everything except for Narc stuff apparently. Funny enough, I never just discovered Narc like organically. So I had no idea who he even was when I came over here. And I watched the whole like Narc drama and I was like, oh, well, this guy's just weird. But other than that, I watched a lot of Ash's content. Fucking lot of Ash's content before I played. And the progress that's been made, even in the 6.5 months that I've been actively playing, is fucking absurd. I look at other games 3 years in that have made a fraction of this progress, and it's absurd. Absolutely absurd. Yo, Z. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I appreciate you coming through. They should use that bug to lock our names for live server when it releases. Oh, God. I mean, they do have name reservation in certain packs, Triple. So I actually have to... Yo, X Provider, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I actually have to upgrade my pack. So your pack basically was purchased during like a block, so to say, of packs being out, right? So if you got the cheapest pack in a block, then you could upgrade to more expensive packs within your block to get the different benefits of packs within that block. So essentially, I have the $250 pack from January 2024. I could get the $125 more for name reservation and some other bullshit. But honestly, I might just do it. I may just commit. That's like a month and a half of streaming on Twitch at this point, and my landlord's not gonna like that. But we may do it. We may do it. Did rough calc on my download speed versus the percent counter? Shit's slow as ass. Now, aren't there like parallel operation settings in the launcher that you can enable if you're having like download speed issues, where you can essentially like use more than your allocated portion of your brain? Because humans only use like 10% of their brain or some bullshit, so you turn on parallel operations and then it like uses more of the brain. Yeah, I can confirm, by the way, Yosoi Dusto is 100% like up on top. Let me create a random real quick. We're gonna go incognito. We're gonna make a Peen Nakua, and then we're gonna go Plannin' Dumb. Next. Tank. Next. Create character. Do you think he'll be in the dynamic grading testing? Like, do you think he sees us over here? Plannin' Dumpy. Bruh. Plannin' Dumpy is a fucking sin. Oh god. Oh god. That should not be. I mean, Plannin' Dumpy might be a banger. I won't lie. That might be too good. He went out quickly after he started streaming on Twitch, but old Narc was bis YouTube content. See, I also think that not every content creator is meant to be a Twitch streamer. Not every content creator is meant to be a YouTuber, right? And personally, I like streaming much more. Wait, someone has Gritty in their name next to me. Who is Dynamo Gritty? Which one of you degens is that? Anyways. So like me personally, I like streaming way more than I like just sitting in a room making scripted YouTube content, like coming up with the video ideas, scripting out the videos, like recording them, all that shit. I just don't like that. I like sitting here yapping in the chat much more. For some people, it's very mentally draining to try to yap for a very long time, right? For me, it's personally more mentally draining to sit in a room by myself, writing out a script for a video, like recording that script, bunch of takes because I fucking suck at recording and hate recording. I don't know. It's like a weird feeling for me. And I think that a lot of people burn out because they're in the wrong, like, part of content creation. A lot of people that don't like streaming are trying to be streamers when they could just put their time into YouTube instead. Oh, Roshan. I'm standing next to Roshan. My character name is Plannin' Dumb right now. Good day. He's probably so conflicted on whether I get a 3-day or not. Cause like, is it impersonation? No, goodness no. Cause like, Plannin' Dumb is just two different words put together. But is Planendorf dumb enough in Roshan's eyes to be considered Plannin' Dumb? Did he notice? He stood next to me for like 10 seconds. He spent a decent amount of time over here. Also, Lionhold pretty busy over here, lads. I will say, Lionhold is quite busy. For /bug reports, please select type, network, subtype, server boundary. Thank you, everyone. Who the fuck stomps? It's not my stomps, is it? Is that Sergeant Stomps? Or is that just a random stomps? What the fuck? What is going on there? Yeah, Lionhold's looking crazy. Yo, Blotto, how you doing, my boy? We are testing dynamic gridding today, brother. We are all grouping up in Lionhold. They're going to give us further kind of like instructions on what to do. And I would assume we're just going to be like running around to different areas, splitting up into different groups and shit like that. They did mention in the patch notes that dynamic gridding is not currently like the fully automated version. They are manually reallocating boundaries. But if it does work and they're able to just kind of like seamlessly change up which server worker boundaries are where, then this is probably going to be like fucking SpaceX catching their own rocket levels of large for Intrepid. Like just to put it in perspective. We'd like some people, not everyone, to go south from Lionhold. Please kill things like Grems. Let us know if you have any issues. They're baiting you guys into leveling. I'm not buying it. Everyone that stays will probably be rewarded with levels and gold. Kiko, hi. I see Kiko. I'm planning dumb. Large for the industry, massive for the industry. Like, absolutely massive. Someone's name is Dynamic Shitting. Nice. Dog shit fighter. Poor guy. Poor guy. He can't even play the class that he wants to. That's so sad. Okay. Anyways. I must focus. It'll be very large for the industry potentially. Now, I don't know what Intrepid's like goals are, if they would then like open it up to the industry, like open source, not open source of course, but like sell it or whatever they'd be doing, like fucking sell a license to use it so they can make money off it long term. Either way, just in terms of like what I directly interact with, I don't know what their fucking plans are. If it goes 1-to-1, like they can do whatever with it. But with that being said, dynamic gridding, if it does go well at all, will allow Ash's seamless open world to be even more seamless in very, very large instances of player population. It will allow it to instantly adapt as many resources as it needs. Who is this Dusty Destroyer guy? Who the fuck is Dusty Destroyer? Like, why do I feel like this is Planendorf or something? Like, my name is Planendum, and I'm staring at Dusty Destroyer right now, and I'm like, why do I feel like this is Spider-Man meme right now? But yes, in theory, if a server worker crashed, you'd be able to instantly get another server worker in there. If you have a very high concentration of populace in one area, you would instantly be able to reallocate and add more server workers in to keep everything running seamless before it crashes, instead of after it crashes and reallocating things. Like, it's fucking huge for the concept of what Ashes is planning to be and trying to be. Yo, Leon, hope you're having a beautiful day. I gotta kill you, Lion instead of Leon. No NDA for Ashes. So Ashes, in terms of the alpha environment, has no NDA around it. The private test realm, which is what we're on right now, you're not seeing private test realm gameplay. You're seeing like 2 days ago's stream from the alpha environment. No NDA. The private test realm is visually NDA'd, but not verbally NDA'd. So you guys can like hear stuff. If I like were to cast abilities or anything like that, you'd be able to hear all of that. As long as I don't show you guys the visual side of the gameplay, then you're good to go. Private test realm is included for every playtester as well. With just, you know, being in the playtesting environment too. They opened it up back on December, Jesus Christ. July 1st, I'm lost. July 1st, they opened it up for all playtesters. So you can hop over to the private test realm as well. We are currently testing dynamic gridding. So dynamic gridding is a very large server infrastructure, kind of like tech in the back end, that would allow the servers to instantly reallocate the resources that they need to keep running smooth in very like high congested areas. It would essentially just spin up more what are called server workers in areas, call them in, reallocate the boundaries, and keep the world running smooth without human intervention. Now, for this test, they are manually reallocating the server worker boundaries, but I would assume in the next form of the test, they would then probably look to have it automated, if this does go well, but it's a process. Manually changing servers? Listen, this is step, like, I would say 2, because we did the pre-dynamic gridding tests. So, like, we did multiple pre-dynamic gridding tests over here. So it'd be kind of massive if this did work in any way, shape, or form. Do clerics even have a chance at PvP, or just heal others that can do damage? I guess. Yo, Lion, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. I guess it depends on like what you mean for like having a chance in PvP. Everything does have a little element of a rock paper scissors to it, right? But with that being said, Cleric can out-sustain a lot of archetypes in 1v1s and just kind of like chip away, chip down against DPS classes. They struggle against tanks, will probably struggle against bards. Like, clerics aren't intended, at least in their primary archetype, to just be like a 1v1 archetype, right? They're definitely more intended to be in a group. With that being said, if you are looking for like a specified cleric feel, that's where secondaries will come in. So secondaries combined with the pending rework to ability trees, where everybody will have multiple ranks to every ability as well as passives, that will allow people a little bit more freedom to play how they want to. So say you're a cleric and you want to play around, what the fuck is it, like Judgment or some bullshit, where you charge it up and you can heal yourself or hit enemies with it. You could put points into your abilities that are able to actually do a little bit of damage and specialize your build around that just with your ranks and your passives. And you'd also be able to select something like maybe a mage, maybe, I don't know, even if you want to get fucking freaky, like a ranger or some bullshit for your secondary. I think you'll be able to adapt a cleric very, very, very much with a few pending changes. It's just right now, it does very heavily play into that, like, that pure healer role. And a lot of people are, in my opinion, over-investing how much they care about current balance of things, when balance isn't even, like, an iota of focus right now. There are so many more pending things that will impact total balance of archetypes that I think, like, basing anything around what there is right now is probably going to set yourself up for disappointment just in general. I always tell people, play what you think you will enjoy the most, because the most productive thing for you will be not burning out chasing a meta between now and launch, because the meta is always going to change and it's always going to be like what you're good at and what you want to play. So that's always my advice to people, like, regardless of what right now may be good at this, bad at this. I started playing tank because I like tanking. And when I started playing tank, I really enjoyed how Ash's tank felt in particular. And I just kind of like stuck it out, enjoyed it more as it went. And I'm seeing a lot of the kind of like the variables that you can have in tank gameplay, one tank to another, gearing, everything already. So as more options continue to be thrown in on top of that, it naturally only increases, in my opinion, the fun that I'm having. So, just food for thought there. But Toasty, howdy doody. How you doing, my boy? Are you over on the private test realm testing these privates with us? Because I've got a couple good ones for you. What you getting up to today, my boy? Kilimanjaro, how are you, my boy? Dynamic gridding might also allow for the first ever smooth MMO launch. Like, I wouldn't say first ever. Surely there's been a smooth MMO launch prior to this, right? Like, surely. Also, I will say, in terms of a smooth launch, a lot of people often ask me what my biggest hope for Ashes is. And that is quite literally it. I don't really like hope and pray for a bunch of glitz and glamour and like all the bells and whistles. I want them to stick true to their development process, take their time, and go to the betas when they're ready for final coat of paint and polish like they said they're going to. And then when the game launches, I want them to have a nice, smooth, chill launch. I want the devs that are working on launch day to be so bored that they walk out of the office, they get some takeout, they walk back to the office, and they just hang out and they eat takeout. And maybe hop on the game a little bit and play. That is how I want it to go. That is my biggest hope for Ashes. Because in the MMO world, if that does happen, you are already at such an advantage in terms of the deployment of your live service. You're not starting your launch in technical debt, having to go back and fix things that are broken, things that aren't working, things that can't handle the population that you brought in. It is a huge, huge, huge first impression for an MMO to launch in a very smooth manner. So that quite literally is my largest hope for Ashes in general. Outside of all the systems that I'm super excited for, outside of arenas and this and that and the other, like, Dude, I just wanted to fucking launch smooth. Wait. Chat, what's the page down button on a 60% keyboard? Does anybody know? Because I think is it page up or page down that I have to hit to see my server worker? I can't see my server worker. Maybe I can find it in my keybinds and like rebind that bitch. Key bindings, miscellaneous. Interface menus, maybe. Page up. Okay, what's page up on a Logitech G Pro X60? Cause I don't know. I'm trying to find it in my binds right now. And I have no fucking clue. Page down is like no HUD mode. Oh, weird. That's semicolon for me. So is page up just like function P? Nope. I don't know. I pressed 2 things and it didn't work. I'm assuming I'm cooked. I'm assuming we're just... Get more keyboard. Brother, listen here. My vertical 60% keyboard is just enough keyboard. It's chaotic as fuck. What, the PTR testing? Are you, did you go south? Because I stayed right in the middle. Because I believe they are now testing the actual, like, server worker, like, reallocation process. I can't see my server workers, but... You even test... I piss clean. This is my first time testing. Ever. No, like, low-key. I unironically have not play tested many games before. I have very predominantly been like a, you know, an early access pre-launch or like hopping in right at launch type of player. Because bugs usually like previously had annoyed me a lot. And this was prior to New World. But like after New World, bro, this shit feels smoother than New World does already with this many people on screen. And New World is 3 years post-launch and Ashes is probably 2 years post pre-launch. Like, this is absurd. I'm just kind of like skirting around, like walking around, zooming, and I'm having no problems whatsoever. I'm also incognito, so nobody's bothering me. I got a beautiful name. No one's hit me once. I'm not getting the Asmongold treatment. Planin Dumb is untouchable. We'll be merging servers that were previously split in just a few moments, Roshan said. Okay. So, they split servers already into a couple of different servers. And now they're going to merge them all back together to see how that functions. I didn't even notice that they did anything, honestly. I don't have my server worker, like, tracker up. Because I don't know what the bind is. But I'm just kind of vibing. Kind of vibing. Like, I'm running back and forth. I have encountered zero, like, stutters, zero bugs, zero whatever. I am, like, pretty seamless right now. And I know they're kind of, like, manually reallocating things, but it's kind of sick. You've come upon a caravan in transit. Somebody brought a caravan over here, I think. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who brought the van in? Oh, no. Oh, no. Somebody's pulling up with the van right now. Wait, I don't think events are showing for people to, like, opt in or out of. I don't know if I can, like, defend or attack his van. The van is going to be the first dynamic gritty bug. I don't see my events anywhere. Weird. Maybe I must run out and then back in. Nah, the van will be fine. The van will be absolutely fine. Nobody will even lag in the slightest. He's just passing through. He's just vibing. He's minding his own business. It's a level 20, so he's been on since yesterday at least. I have my tank. It's just out in the trops. Like, I have a character that's 25 and geared. I just couldn't make it back with the amount that I had over here. Event's probably on a different service, not hooked up to Dynamic OD at the moment. People are attacking it. I might just have a bug over there. Merging server worker 49 and server worker 48 together. If you're on those server workers, you can press page up to see what server worker you're on. Chat, what the fuck is my page up? God damn it. God fucking damn it. Oh, you have to actually right click the van now. Wait, do you? Wait, do you? Oh, they added the new Caravan UI. Oh, shit. Oh, that's actually insane. So it's all integrated into the Caravan itself. So you click on the Caravan, and then it brings up the nameplate, and above the nameplate, it has like the scales, like the fucking justice balance scales. You right click on that, and it says attacker, defender, or mark. You can mark it, and then you can opt in to either be attacker or defender on the Caravan from there. New Caravan UX is in and is already functioning and working. You just have to target the Caravan itself. Yeah, that's real nice. That's real nice. They did show this in the last dev stream as well, so I'm sure I can just switch the screen over and show you. Just kidding, by the way. I could draw it in paint, but yeah, you click on the Caravan, and then it's essentially like above the Caravan itself. Although it doesn't seem to be popping up all the time, but when it does pop up, it looks great. Like, I was in range of the van for a while, and it stopped popping up even if I target the van. Event, Caravan. Oh, you can still click on where the nameplate would be, but the nameplate doesn't always pop up in the area. Hold on, let me tell the good people. Bug report if your Caravan event UI isn't showing above the van itself. Should this isn't Dorf, it's Dusty. Someone said nice name, Planendorf. Yo, Kill, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Yeah, it's supposed to have a nameplate, like, above the van itself. You can right-click it still, but I would say do a /bug. And then do UI, new Caravan, nameplate not showing at all times. Caravan UI looks great, but disappears randomly. Boom. All right, we're up tremendous. Buckheads are in there. Okay, hold on. This is not GM impersonation that can be banned. The GM impersonation that was banned was John G naming an account GM Lorraine and then messaging Zine saying that third-party software was detected on Zine's computer and that Zine was about to be full banned. And then Zine came to me all panicked, and I go, I don't know, man, just report it. And then Zine reported it, and then John G was banned. I've named multiple characters variants of the Plan and Bloodline. It is not trademarked. And if you choose to associate Plan and Dumb with Plan and Dorf, then that's your own thing. I just happen to combine two words, Planin and Dumb, and you are making the association with Dumb and Dorf. And I'll let him know. I'll just give him a good shout next time he comes in, you know? Yo, Sophisticus, how are you, my friend? How's the TTK or power scaling in Ashes at the moment? In other words, strength ratio between a low-level /geared character and a high-level /geared character in PvP as bad as an Arcade. So, level and gear, like, cumulatively, extremely punishing. If you're level 15 and, like, 100 power and I'm level 25 and 220 power, you're most definitely going to probably get cooked unless I have absolutely no hands or, like, you know, my game crashes or whatever. But with that being said, if you were at level 25 and you have like an intro level 25 gear set, say like greens and blue rarity, and I have legendary, the highest rarity, I will have an advantage just based on like the scaling. I'll hit a little harder, take a little less damage, right? But with that, you will still be able to make outplays and kind of like turn fights despite gear differences. We've actually seen a lot of instances, especially in group fights, where worse geared groups are able to win fights that they shouldn't necessarily win based on the gear alone, because they coordinate better, play better, drop their burst at the same time, don't get bursted, don't get caught out of position. Just many small things that across the entirety of a group is pretty massive. Pretty massive. So I would say like it's definitely impactful, right? In no way, shape, or form is like gear and power scaling invalidated in Ashes. Like, it absolutely makes a lot of difference to have the proper gear in the proper rarity, with enchants, with this, with that. But like, that's also a very long-term gearing progression to have everything enchanted. It's a massive investment. For instance, we are not even to the point of having a lot of level 20 craftable gear over on the 3-month stress test. Now, a lot of people did take breaks over there. Player atrophy was pretty high, but like, progression can take a long time, especially to get that like total bisc gear, right? Oh god, Roshan just said YOLO. We about to crash. Right now we're doing dynamic gridding testing. Oh. Never mind. He was responding to someone. He didn't say YOLO. He was responding to somebody named YOLO. That makes sense. Somebody was asking for gear vendors again. Yeah, but like, what about the gear vendors? Although, low-key, I would love the gear vendors coming back, but always wonder that as well. If I play this game for 4 hours on weekends and 8 hours on weekdays, could I compete and enjoy the game? Do you actually have to game all day to have fun with Ashes? Do you have to game all day to have fun? Absolutely the fuck not. I think that Ashes has already multiple different avenues of gameplay loops that are establishing. And one that I talk about that people won't really put a lot of stock in right now, but absolutely will next phase with the long-term servers, will be the citizen loop. And the citizen gameplay loop is finding a community or a town that you want to support, and say you are a player who logs in 3 hours every other day, and that is your time. All of your gameplay could be done through finding the node that you want to be a part of, buying a house, saving up to buy your house eventually, getting one of the best houses that you can, starting with an apartment because it's a full real estate system, so you could sell that, move your way up, try to buy a house, save for a house. But as a citizen on the citizen gameplay loop, you would log in, you'd check the requisition agent for buy orders, you'd check the commission boards to see if there are any quests that you can complete to help your node get buffs up for players that do come through. And through that, you would help level and progress your node, which honestly is one of the most selfless gameplay loops, because node progression means server progression. If a node gets another building up, that means that that entire server has access to whatever that building provides. And so you, as, you know, not you in particular, but like, say hypothetical, you know, Bob, as a 8-hour-a-week player, he logs in and he hits level 10, becomes a citizen of a node, and just starts hanging out. And he likes the vibe. There are always people there. It's super active. And when wars happen, you just see this random level 12, 15, whatever it may be, in the raids, but he's always there just trying to help out. And, you know, that could just be the gameplay loop of many people. You could have a full level of, like, trying to be a wandering merchant type shit, where you invest very heavily in gathering, refining, crafting, trying to get your hands on recipes, trying to craft a bunch of higher rarity pieces of those recipes that are regional recipes. So you could base yourself out of Frostgrave Fells eventually and, you know, craft things, bring it down to a region where those things aren't available, start a player market in one of the capital cities in that other region where they're not available, list your region's best stuff for a very high price because it's imported goods, and then you can make some absolute bans off of that. If you're looking to PvP, then PvP is still something that is doable on fewer hours, but that leans into the community side of things extremely heavily. With that being said, you can 1000% be a part of a community where you level efficiently, you gear efficiently, you get all sorted out, and you know, you play a few days when PvP, or a few hours a day when PvP practice is happening, once you have your gear and stuff, and you kind of like go hard at the start to get all geared out and on your path, and then you just stay ahead of the curve on your gathering, your refining, your crafting. If you're doing any crafting, you get your PvP reps, and you just go from there, right? So I think that there's plenty of opportunity, especially in the community sense. We have to remember that if you're doing anything solo in Ashes, it's going to take exponentially longer and be a much, much harder process. And with that in mind, community enables everything. For those 3-hour every other day players to be a part of a node that they actually feel included and involved in, for the people who want PvP to get PvP, whether they play a lot or a little bit, like Ashes is all community all the time. And if you don't embrace that, then that's going to be a hard thing. With that being said, everybody has access to a community simply by doing !guild and joining the guild. We don't have an application process. We take quite literally anybody that does want to come through, and we just open up the doors, man, to get as many people content as we can to further ourselves as a community during playtesting as much as we can to get ready for launch. So that's always our goal. Wanted over on YouTube. 100 key giveaway. Yes, Sirski Intrepid is doing a 100 alpha key giveaway over on the Ashes of Creation website, or you can pop over to Twitch and do !giveaway in the chat over there. That'll get you the link, but it's on the Ashes website under News. Alpha 2 Phase 3 Galeem giveaway. So they're giving away 100 keys. The drawing is on the 25th of July. You have until the 24th of July to get your entries in. I would recommend doing it much before then. It will ask you if there is a referral code that you do want to use. I do have one again over on Twitch. If you do !Ashes, you can punch in that referral code, show some love to the stream, let them know where you're coming from when you do make your account. And boys, that is 100 free opportunities for people to get into the alpha environment and beyond, and be a part of the playtesting, be a part of the community, and join something that is surely shaping up to be a very fun experience. Now, even if you don't win, your $100 USD pack does come with a 90-day full refund period where you can get quite literally all of your money back if you are not happy, no matter how many hours you played within the 90-day period. So just keep that in mind, or if you decide that you do need to hop in, test on the PTR, be a part of dynamic gridding and whatever you may have. But it's all up to what you guys want to do. I would highly recommend, though, if you don't have your key yet and you do want to hop in at any point, that giveaway is fucking massive. That is a 10,000 USD giveaway. Just for perspective, that is $100 keys at this point in time. That's fucking nuts. That is a really, 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 really large giveaway for people. Buffs, how's the battle against the worms? It's so smooth. What, dynamic gridding? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's been going real fucking smooth, I will say. Can't gather mats from 47. I'm in 47, no mobs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's been smooth on my end so far. Someone just disappeared on my screen, though. Uh-oh. Interesting. Interesting. You're floating in the air behind your horse. I don't even have a horse. I'm just running and it's great for me. Roshan got the great sword out. He just be big balling. He's just chilling. Watching this van move around with buttery frames. Oh, are you saying like the actual caravan animations and shit? Or just like how your frames are with this many people in? Yeah, that is true. I'm in the middle of Lionhold with, I mean, God. Gotta be 80 to 100 people right in this area, yeah? Caravan, GMs, dynamic gridding, and I'm sitting at 100 FPS. My frames with this many bodies? Yeah, I get what you're saying. It is, it's quite nice. I guess I kind of took that for granted because mine's been running hella smooth lately anyways. Sup? How you doing, my boy? What you up to? Hitting the gritty. Nah, bro, honestly, this is going much smoother than I expected it to. I don't really know what I expected in terms of dynamic gridding testing, but Leon dynamic gridding. Cypher, it's happening. Welcome to the pin message for the second straight day of banger. Boys, the dynamic gritty goose is here. Boys, if you guys have the gritty goose emote, let me get the gritty gooses in the chat one time for the one time. Boys, it's happening. We're hitting the gritty right now. We are currently doing it. If you guys are going to TwitchCon, you're going to see some mean gritties this year, by the way. You're going to see some mean fucking Grittingtons. And I think you'll be excited for it. Chat. Who is going to TwitchCon? Chat. Oh, wait. I have to ask Carlo if Stomps is doing a solo room or if he needs a roommate. Because we either need 0 people or 1 people for our Airbnb still. Just got here. Yo, Kin, welcome in. How's testing going? Right now, it's going amazing. Gravon. I see Gravon. We are standing in Lionhold with a shitload of people. They're telling people to go to different areas and just kind of like mill about and do stuff. And they are currently fucking with dynamic gridding. They're merging server workers in. They're creating new ones. They're putting them together. They're mixing them about. They're mashing them. They're putting them in a stew. And it's going pretty well so far. I did also survive another day impersonating Planendorf. So I am Planin Dumb over on the PTR if you are looking to find me for this dynamic gridding test. I figured he would be here, but we're currently looking at data from the server split/merges. Hang tight. Appreciate everyone that's reporting issues. Okay, they're looking at data right now. They're currently looking at data from server splits and merges. Hang tight. I don't really know what that even means, but it just sounds so official. Like, if I had to go take a shit, and I was just like, yeah, I just gotta look at data for a couple of seconds, chat. Hold on. We're gonna see how that last segment performed. And, like, I just put up a looking at data screen for a second. You guys probably wouldn't know any difference. So think of what they need. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it went real smooth. Dynamic turning. Somebody's character name over here is Dynamic Shitting, which is kind of a banger. There is also Dog Shit Fighter. I just kind of feel bad for him. Oh, hey, boom. It's one of our guys. We got a lot of cats out in this bitch. My good golly gosh. I see quite a few cats. There's him, Jim. Where's Blotto? I think Blotto was just blah. He probably ran off somewhere. I see Pock, why are you naked? Who's inviting me? Who invited me to a group? Somebody invited me to a group. I'm impersonating a cat. Aren't you a hot doggy? Didn't I already see you in game? See, like, you can't hide from me. Somebody's character name is just Horny Man. I'm deaf, not haughty dogs. As I see that character running across my screen. Fighter sucks XD. Jesus fucking Christ. The fighter hate is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a single class hate themselves as much as fighter players do. Anybody that's still playing fighter is either like, this is amazing, you guys are high, or they're just like, man, this shit sucks. I hate this shit. I don't know why I'm still doing this shit. Wah. And it's all bad. It's all bad. Less than 3 weeks, dude. It's so close. It's so fucking close. And hear me out. The more PTR success they are able to have, the better our launch update will be. They've been withholding content, like, from distribution on live. I think so they could get things in a better spot overall and have more to launch for that P3 launch itself. Making it more of kind of like an update, so to say. And if things continue to go well, and we're able to get dynamic gridding, Anvil starting area, like, new weapons, new races, potentially even some summoner prog, so it drops sooner rather than later. Boys, anything's possible. We've got new movement in, we've got new gearing in, new loot table entirely. It's nice. It's nice. I am also waiting for the quiet edition. Oh, also crates, new Caravan UX, Vaseline, whole lot of shit. But I am also waiting for like silent reworks to things. Now it looks like they did rework some like tooltips to have a little bit different of like a text UX to them, but nothing too crazy. I always check the tank tree when I get on to see if they changed anything on us, but are the crates on PTR now? The crates were on PTR last week. Yes. Yes. I haven't fucked with them yet, but I guess they were added to PTR last week. Guild storage over here as well. Also, hello, Kirito. This game is bad, it gets in your blood. I'm like getting ready to start doing the leveling route, even though I know I'm not gonna do that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it just motivates you to keep going too. So on like our end, we're trying to grow the community and do a lot of work to like, and not just myself, but like all the leadership and the committed players that we do have that will very likely find themselves in leadership spots next like phase with how committed they want to be. Like we have a lot of people who have been working hard to lessen the load of all the future players that do come in and everything. So, no, I mean like right now, yeah, no, I know. We also have a lot of fucking degens. It's crazy how once you have the community, basically is what I'm saying, that like incentivizes you to actually grow and progress and like compile more information. That's the big motivator for me, at least, to kind of like keep the progression going, right? Even when I'm like, oh, I have everything that I need, I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's go figure out something for somebody else. And I just try to like keep more information flowing in at all times that could benefit literally anybody in the community. Guild banks are shared now too. That's fucking massive. Yeah, I am very excited. They make progression on things so ungodly fast as well, man. I went to go get the funny bow to shoot things and almost went back and got the quest. There's no shot. Brother literally was about to start the grind, man. About to come down, do sweatier brow. I mean, surely after this dynamic gridding test is done, they give us a vendor back, right? Yo, Sargo, how you doing, my friend? When will they review the new update with the new movement for the characters and stuff? So in terms of like actually talking about it on live or anything like that, I wouldn't expect anything until it goes live on like phase 3 launch. I don't think, according to their June 26th update, they're not going to be releasing any more patches to live or to the alpha environment until August. So with that being said, it's probably going to be much more of a, you know, you hear it here and there. I try to give a lot of feedback on it and, you know, just a lot of yaps about it in general. In terms of the new movement, the dodge, roll, and b-hop that a lot of people did previously is very, very nerfed. The movement is a lot less bouncy. There is like friction in the air when you try to b-hop and travel very, very far with movement abilities or off like cliffs or something. So you do get slowed down in the air now. So it is a little bit less of just like a you move everywhere as fast as you can movement system. It makes abilities matter more, movement abilities, things like grapple and wall, those displacement and crowd control abilities, area controllers like vines. Everything feels like it matters just a little bit more with the new movement system. In addition to that, sprinting did get a nice little buff with everything else getting nerfed. Sprinting feels really good on the PTR. Feels very, very, very almost necessary in your pursuit, because it's much more efficient movement-wise to sprint than it is to, you know, dodge and try to get around that way. So, just food for thought. Oh, people found places to PvP up on the roof. They're going crazy. 2 level 9s running it down. I also heavily agree with what you're saying. I was bissed out except for one piece, but logging on to just PvP with whoever in grind gear. Oh yeah, absolutely. when they add actual loss for nodes, there's gonna be a lot more valuable. Oh yeah, between like loss for nodes, node atrophy, like having to get the upkeep shit, and also the incentivization to actually grow a node, something tells me that T4 and T5 will be exponentially longer routes of progression than the current T3. Something tells me T3 will also be longer in the long term. I don't think the node grind is one that's going to go anywhere anytime soon. And I think especially we have to keep in mind, as vassling, as adjacent lockouts come like online, as all of those things begin to add up cumulatively, there will be more of a race to get the node online. So you as a community will have to decide, like, do we want to level, get our node running, level the node, gather for the node, get the building stood up, or do we want to gear grind all the time as much as we can and get people geared up and then do the node stuff? So, yo, Poltz, thank you for the follow. What's the key giveaway? Exclamation giveaway. Intrepid Studios is running their own giveaway. I'm just a herald spreading the word about it, basically. It's not my giveaway at all. It is theirs. I just yap about it. But they're giving away 100 keys. So, exclamation giveaway will get you a link over to their website. It will ask you for a referral code if you haven't made your account yet. You can do exclamation ashes to get a referral code and let them know who sent you, though. With that being said, the giveaway is literally 100 keys that they're giving away with a chance for everybody to enter and win the key. Nightbot might be shy right now. Give him 1 second. Sometimes he's a little shy around new people. Wait, the ashes one is working. What the fuck? All right, worked for Hoofsy. Maybe you guys just... Oh wait, both of you guys just spelled it wrong. Never mind. Both of you forgot the second or the first A. Holy shit, that's crazy. So yeah, you guys can click on that link. You guys can go over and enter there. We'll have you make an account, like I said, exclamation ashes to get a link for the referral when they do ask for that. With that being said, you have until July 24th to get your entries in. July 25th, they are doing their drawings, and the winners will be notified via email. So, good opportunity to save 100 USD and get into phase 3 and beyond that. Keep in mind too, even if you don't win, you do get a 90-day period where you get a full refund with your alpha pack purchase. So, that is 3 months, no hours limit. You're pretty well insured and set up either way, even if you don't end up taking home the giveaway. So if you guys have any questions about ashes, please feel free to let me know. You're watching gameplay from about 2 days ago over on the alpha environment. I'm currently over on the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd, but we can talk about what we're doing and just yapping about that. So Roshan says we'll be bringing the PTR down in about 15 minutes. 1-5. Downtime is expected to be about 30 minutes. We're done with dynamic gridding testing for today. We've got a bunch of data and bug reports, and we're going to work to get things fixed up before next test. So, what about the vendor? All right, boys. Dynamic gridding works. Dynamic gridding actually functions. They fucking did it. Like, at the very baseline of it, we were just here for the first ever test of quite possibly an industry-changing tech that is working and functioning directly in front of us. They were just dynamically changing the server worker boundaries, setting up new server workers, calling more in, merging them. It's kind of nuts. That's very wild to think about how much that will actually impact things. So hopefully they reward us all with a nice little cookie after the update and allow us to have a gear and level vendor, maybe a little Guy Gearetti appearance. That would be absolutely wonderful because at that point we'd be able to, you know, PvP, actually play and actually test a little bit. Because like if people do want to level, they'll still level. But if people don't want to level, then they're not going to level to end game on the PTR. In my opinion. We can level 1 PvP? That is true. That is true. I have grit and I have vengeance. So I have a CC, a mitigation, and a stun. I feel like I may have the upper hand there. Like, while I may not have a lot of pursuit, I might have just enough. So, after downtime, plan is to check to see if there is a gear vendor. Fortunately, I already have gear. So y'all can lick my nuts. you guys are on your own. Unless the gear vendor's up, and then we're all in this together, and make sure you guys get me some extra stuff. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you all for helping Tess today. You've helped us find a handful of things to fix. I have a bug report. Guy Giretti has been abducted. And without the return of Guy Giretti, we are truly doomed. What the fuck? There's... Oh my god, I just had a visual bug for a dwarf's hair that made it look like it was a fucking castle. Jesus Christ. You have Arcane Volley? Arcane Volley probably fucks in 1v1s early. Battle at node progression, slowing down crafting progression, which seems to always be behind a character progression. I agree, I think they'll slow down the node side, which in turn slows down crafting. But you know, people will zerg to level cap always. Thoughts? So, zerging to level cap doesn't necessarily invalidate crafting in a sense, but I think it actually will incentivize people to have their crafting ready. I call it on like the brink of progression, is where everybody competitive-wise will want to be. So, instead of crafting going up, and then you getting all of your mats and being like, oh, well, I can make this bow in legendary, wow. Like, you will want to be in a spot because logically with any good server, you're going to have your gathering up and then your refining up and then your crafting up in terms of your prios for all of your buildings to enable you to get the mats, then enable you to refine the mats, then enable you to craft the mats that you gather and refined into items. Anything other than that doesn't logically make sense for your server prog, and your server is progressing incorrectly. So with that being said, in my opinion, you should always strive to, as a community, be on the point where, say, level cap is 50, right? And you need GM crafting. We are 50. We have our baseline sets because finding gear drops is going to be extremely rare. You're not going to find completed items very frequently at all. Those will all matter immensely, right? So we find what we can. We farm up what we can for gear drops to have that low rarity, lower quality output. Maybe some boss drops that we farm up. Maybe some things in like the dynamic open world battlegrounds and shit like that will give us a little bit more incentivization there, chance to find high quality pieces. But for the most part, I think a lot of people will try to gear out with their like poverty set first. And then once they have their poverty set, it will come into, yo, Devils, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Once they have their poverty set, it will come to the point of like, okay, everybody gathers, everybody refines, and we get a guild pool of materials ready to go. Basilisco, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Oh, Basilisk, thank you, appreciate you. But yeah, I think it'll be like we get a guild surplus of the materials that we actually need to craft all of these weapons, all of these impactful pieces of armor, jewelry pieces, whatever it is. And we try to be on the brink of that progression of the server, right? So we have greens, maybe a couple blues throughout the guild. And then as soon as the building goes up to craft, we have 10 legendary bows made. And from there, we're far ahead of other people that do not have that level of progression. So with that, I think that it's almost like you have a basin of water that's dammed off, and the point of a building opening is the opening of that dam. And it's just a matter of like filling that basin to the point where, you know, it's full and people are excited for the dam to open without it just overfilling and people being like, all right, well, this is too long, this is unpleasant, this sucks, we can't do anything. And that's a very hard balance to get. But I do think that progression should always be geared not around the outliers in the top 1%, 5%, bottom 1%, 5%, and always the meat of your player base. Like, I will very likely be running subathons, 20-hour streams, stuff like that for leveling periods throughout now to launch. And it's going to be a long process for a lot of people to level. But with that being said, if they have the gearing progression, server progression built around the top few percent of players who are willing to just absolutely degen every step of progression, then that's going to make it too fast and every other player will fall behind. If they gear it towards the casual player base, then maybe a vocal minority of people from their top X% player base will be like, well, this shit's too slow. But I do also think there's a certain level of like, what is the average player experience? Are they seeing a building go up and they're like, oh wow, I can craft this now? Or are they just having like this big, you know, build up of mats that they can't do anything with because they're behind server prog? And I think that's important to gauge as population expands too. It's like, how will, you know, your casual player base be in terms of progression? Will your casual player base be way behind? Will they be 30% behind? Like, what will everything be in terms of the scale of that? So just kind of food for thought there. A lot of variables, but I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing. I think that it creates a lot of potential excitement with it, in my personal opinion. Got caught up working and missed dynamic gridding tests. How did it go? Incredibly smooth. Incredibly smooth. I think personally, I didn't notice any issues. I didn't even notice that when they were merging and like splitting up server workers and stuff like that, it didn't impact my game, my performance, or anything at all. I had incredibly smooth frames. My game was not laggy. I was running around the whole time. So it's nice. I'm very, 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 very happy with how it went. Granted, I don't really know much of the internal stuff. They said they found things they needed to fix. I didn't run into any issues, so that's why I'm a playtester and not a dev. Because I would have just been like, fuck yeah, that works. All right, Phase 3's launching tonight. And then I just would have started Phase 3 on that high note. So, Charles, how you doing, my friend? Guild working together. I know, we force it here. Mandatory funds, so to say. Zob gets first pick of materials, and then everyone else is reverse funneled gear. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to do that if Zop provides all of the materials for everybody's gear and nobody else has to gather. So, like, Zop does, like, I don't know, like 12 to 14 hours a day of farming, grinding, really all the important stuff, if you will. I think that'd be quite nice. Oh, that'd be quite great. Zombler, what you up to today? He thinks Vans will be interesting to attack again since they'll probably not take an entire army to get rid of. This Van's looking pretty tanky, dog. I won't lie, Blotto. Granted, this is level 1 players, but... Hi, Hoofsay! I wonder if Nice thinks this is Planendorf or if he knows that it's me right now. I bet he thinks this is Planendorf. I don't know... I don't want to bait anybody, but like those that know. Planning that shield makes you look fat. He took the bait. He thinks I'm Planendorf. Yep. Nice thinks I'm Planendorf. Boys, we've done it. We've done it. I am quite literally like double agent DustyWhy. Insane. The Planendorf cosplay at TwitchCon is going to be ridiculous. I'm just gonna go around telling, wait, holy shit. Dorf is going to TwitchCon? What if I just switch badges with Planendorf and then just walk around introducing myself to people as Planendorf Ash as a creation developer, and he goes up to people after and he's like, hey man, Dusty, nice to meet you. And like daps him up. And people are like, what the fuck is going on here? What in the Sam hell? Who is this? I don't know, man. I noticed some lag when naturally switching server workers. Their dynamic grid merging was fine for me though. I was running back and forth. I don't know what my page up bind is, so that kind of sucks. But Plan and Dust, I had an alt name Plan and Dust at one point. I mean, it's canon. We could have the entire Plan and line. We could have like Plan and Hoof. There could be many plannings. Also, speaking of hoof planning. What you doing in April of next year, and why do you want to go to Japan for a week? Just throwing that out there. Yo, Stakano, how you doing, Go? Hope you've been well. Cannondorf. The Cannondorf would go fucking hard. That's actually one of my recommendations for ship armament attachments. Back on Earth Day, we yapped a little bit about how potion launchers are actually terrible for the environment because of all the alchemical concoctions you're throwing into the water, right? So essentially, you take some dwarfs and you throw them hoes in the fucking cannons. Yo, Stakano, thank you for the go. Much love. You take the dwarfs and you stuff them in the cannons, dog. And then you launch the dwarves out of the cannons. And then, best case scenario, dwarf hits ship, no pollution. Worst case scenario, dwarf in water, no pollution, because dwarf in water is just swimmer. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Also, worst case scenario, dwarf in water, not getting out of water, gets eaten by Kraken. Kraken becomes stronger, better loot table, better boss fight, Papa John's. For your consideration. Planet goes, hi, I'm Dusty. Bro, Planet could just hit the easiest intro. Keep in mind, if you guys are going to TwitchCon and want to see like the partner lounge or anything, you can literally just take any partner's badge and then just go look in the partner lounge. It's not like they like fucking retina scan you when you go in. Like, I can just give somebody my badge to walk into the partner lounge and hold your badge and be you for a second, and then you could walk in and see the disappointment that it is and be like, oh, okay. Now, they may have some really cool shit there this year because it's like the 10th anniversary, so who knows? They may have like a bubble machine and a bunch of strippers and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe like cigars and like a fucking champagne bar or some bullshit like that. I'd be kind of down. I would be very down. Dynamic gridding went very well. Oh, Doyle, over on YouTube. Dynamic gridding was just tested. PTR is about to come down in a couple of minutes here for about 30 minutes. And then they'll be getting PTR back up. Whether Guy Gearetti exists or not after it comes back up, we don't fucking know. With that being said, thoughts and prayers for Guy. We do hope he returns soon from his injury. I think PTR is dead. I see Kiko just running in place. Kiko, are you cooked right now? No, other people are attacking. I think Kiko's cooked, but I think other people are still attacking. UE5 crash. Oh, okay, you're just cooked then. Okay, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. This has been countered by pointing out they're covered in coal, which is bad for fish. Not all dwarves are covered in coal. Like, not all of them yearn for the mines. Like, what if we just launch Nakua? Because they're not going to be like all coaly. They aren't even in the mountains. They're literally on the beach. If anything, they would be like, I don't know, they'd have like sand between their toes and in their butt crack and stuff, and that sand would go back into the water, which would then make another beach. OC's sitting height is like my standing height on this character. I was like, who the fuck is right beside me? Yo, Kirito! Wait, you did it! Kirito, that's so good. I'm so proud of you. That is fucking awesome. Like, you... Gold star. You make me proud every single day. Getting a screenshot of this, by the way. You guys looking badass between me and Dusty. And nobody takes screenshots of the PTR. I cannot condone that shit whatsoever, boys. I cannot condone it whatsoever. So, who was over testing dynamic gridding over here, by the way? Who had good experiences, bad experiences? Talk to me. Now, we need to hear from some of the people that went to the south of Lionhold to hit Grems and shit in the area. Was that good or was that bad? Because I just sat AFK in Lionhold and people thought that I was Planendorf. Felt normal to me, but I only went to Lionhold. Yeah, I've been over here the whole time. I haven't noticed a single problem on my end of things, but maybe some people have had issues. Now, Kiko had a UE5 crash, but I think that's 5.6 more than anything. My patch took too long to test anything. You'll be able to test more when it comes up. In all fairness, dynamic gridding wasn't really the most intense testing. We all made level 1 characters, ran down to Lionhold, and then sat in the middle of Lionhold. So, like, while it was very cool to be here and we get, like, the I voted today badge for testing on the PTR, it wasn't, like, you missed anything. Like, if you jerked off in the past hour and a half, you probably had more just outright fun than I did testing dynamic gridding. I'm extremely happy that it went out, but my ass just stood there. I ran back and forth for an hour and a half and just yapped to chat. So, like, I love what I do, but, like, could have been rubbing one out this whole time. Going to the end, got to see all the missing stuff. Oh, shit, wait. Was there stuff missing? Uh-oh. What was missing? I do want a badge for first ever dynamic gridding. What if they just gave us an emote for being here? Like a gritty emote for all playtesters that were here during dynamic gridding? Just Rose? Yeah, I think they just killed it. I think Fupo finally, like, put the hamster out of its misery. Because sometimes when Fupo's bored, he toys with the server worker hamsters a little bit. And I'm hoping that they met a swift death today. Ember Springs, vendors, crafting stations, etc. Oh. Wait, where was all that? A duck grittying? Ayo. That may be clean. That may be clean. Or we become the gritty. I've always said, if New World had added in a traversal gritty like player emote where I can just gritty on somebody's body, like I would pay 50 USD for that immediately. I just getting shit on in PvP and then having somebody gritty in a circle around your body would actually have me about to uninstall my IRL. It's something. Northern section of Lionhold was super barren. Okay, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I was in the center. So I had really no issues, but I also wasn't like looking too far. It's a more sophisticated teabag. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. The teabag has evolved to many forms. Now, I will say one of the most like psychologically stressing forms of teabag is the non-bag. Sometimes I would stand over people and instead of just dropping like I would just stand there for a few seconds, not move, so they would think the bag was coming, and then I would just run away. Because as soon as someone's gonna bag you, they get in position, you're like, oh, those ass cheeks are coming for my face. And like, I consider myself lucky. Yo, Dying, how you doing, my friend? I appreciate you coming through today. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I felt decent on my trash can. Your trash can is working very hard. Non-bag. Yo, wait. Some fluffy, flavorful bread right now, Hoofsy. Also, unironically, chat, community Japan trip, April next year, question mark, who wants to go? Haha, ho ho. We get like a fucking palace everywhere we go instead of like an Airbnb. Should it be fucking dope? Japan, hell yeah, yeah, pull up. Pull up, community Japan trip. We might try to save up and go April of next year. That gives plenty of time after TwitchCon and everything, so. One-way trip, sure, I won't leave. I mean, listen, I don't have an attendance list. I don't control that. If you want to stay, you stay. But you have to talk to Japanese customs for that. I'm not like vouching you in or anything. I don't have that kind of pull. But yeah, I've heard that once you visit Japan, you don't really want to leave. Unless they're really mean and racist to you. Because apparently, Japan's culture is quite, nice. Except for the fact that they're incredibly racist sometimes. So, hopefully, hopefully people don't run into that during the traveling process. But I'm sure it's beautiful out there. I don't really know much about travel, but Carla knows a lot about travel, and surely she wouldn't let me get slurred anywhere. It happens enough out in the daily. Boys, I'm gonna bring my coffee cup out and be right back. I'm gonna switch this out for some water. Not the racist. I know it's like a kick stream up in that bitch. Be right back. Chat, they would have to give me so much money to multi-stream on Kick, and I wouldn't even get viewers on Kick. Like genuinely, I would rather get a real job than tell people that I'm a Kick streamer. If it came down to it, and like Twitch and YouTube were both dying and failing, and I just like got an offer from Kick to stream over there, but I had to tell people I stream on Kick. Oh, not a fucking shot. Not a fucking shot. Yeah, no. I'd rather have an OnlyFans and show people my tiny peen. I wouldn't do it. Be right back. Chat, y'all fuck with peach rings or no? Because I fuck with peach rings heavy. Love Kick, def better than Twitch. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. To each their own, but shit. Like, personally, and I say this a lot, I wish that video game content creators would stop trying to speak like they're politicians or like poli-sci fucking lifetime credentialed people. Like, just because a motherfucker played video games and had a lot of people watch does not mean that they're a fucking global expert on everything that's happening. And I hate that motherfuckers with mics and cameras think that they know everything nowadays. It's a little unfortunate, but it's the state of affairs. Now, I don't even care about politics IRL, really. I just don't understand, like, how some people put so much stock into what some content creators say about politics. If you're not political, then why not just choose a platform that gives more money? Because I don't really stream for money. Like, yes, I stream for money in the extent that, like, I need to pay my bills to be a full-time streamer. But I'm not streaming for money in the sense of, like, I'm going into the directory that has the highest potential earnings, or, like, the directory that gives me the highest, like, views, or the, you know, chasing the hype, or just dropping the YouTube videos that'll get me the most clicks, right? I think there are, like, different types of content creators, and some people would value, you know, the monetary side of things a lot. And of course, if it's a fucking life-changing amount of money, like if they're like, yo, Dusty, 5 milli for a couple years on Kick. I've never touched $1 million in my life. I don't know what the fuck that's like. So that'd be, you know, that'd be something that probably they wouldn't offer in the first place unless I was in the spot where I was worth that. So that'd be an entirely different set of circumstances in the first place. But anyways, it's kind of like, to a certain extent, I always talk about how your content brings in your community, and your community is a reflection of your content as a content creator. And I think that there is a certain level of, if you are putting yourself on a platform that's known for content that is outside of Twitch's TOS, you're more likely to run into those types of chatters. If you're putting out content that is that edgy, clickbait, negative content, the people who click and watch that content will be the edgy, clickbait people. So you'll be appealing to that side of things, instead of the people who want to come in and ask genuine questions and chill and hang out and have a good time. So I don't know. I think there are a lot of things that go into it for me, and keep in mind, I'm just a small, irrelevant content creator, right? So I have no grasp of, like, what the pressures of, oh wow, you have this big contract offer, blah 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 blah. But with that being said, I think a lot of it is just the quality of the community, place to place where you go, and the culture of the platform and the community as a whole. And in general, of course, there are exceptions everywhere. There are Twitch communities that are cesspools, and I'm sure there are Kick communities that aren't quite that toxic at all. But just in general, I think that your chances of running into general, you know, outward toxicity on Kick would be much higher than doing so on Twitch, unless that is exactly what you're searching out. I think Twitch in general, and of course this is my personal experience because of also the type of content that I put out and the type of person that I am, the type of community that I have. But I don't really run into, like, a whole lot of toxicity, like, from the Twitch side of things. Most of the toxicity that happens in stream is from in-game stuff anyways, so I don't know. Just on the viewer side of things, I do feel like making content over here in the capacity that I do make content, while it may not give me the highest number of viewers, definitely gives me an enjoyable, like, culture to the content creation. So you just don't see the platform as a platform for streaming games for some reason? I mean, I see the platform as a platform for streaming games, but streaming games also isn't just press live, stream your gameplay, and then make millions of dollars. And I think that's a lot of kind of like the misconception about streaming from people that don't stream is, yeah, sure, maybe like Summit can go live and have 10,000 viewers while he falls asleep on stream, right? I can't really do that. So I think that it's a lot less just like a platform for streaming games and a lot more on the streaming side of things. Like you're streaming to build a community. If you're a full-time streamer, you're streaming to enjoy what you do. It's kind of like the difference of working at a job that you hate versus working at a job that you genuinely enjoy, right? So I don't know. I do absolutely see the platform as like a place for just streaming and that general output of things, but I also think that there's a lot more to the general output of just like I press go live stream game and then people show up, and there's a lot more to building a community than simply that. Otherwise everybody that streams would be a massive streamer, right? And I'm still by no means a massive streamer. I'm still very irrelevant and small in the grand scheme of it all. But I don't know, there are different like benefits and drawbacks to every platform switch. Sometimes discoverability is better, but on the top end of things, Kick was boasting that they finally had a quarter where they reached 1 billion hours watched. Twitch had like fucking 1.8 in June. So Twitch is still far ahead and beyond anything that Kick has. Now, of course, Twitch is like quite literally the you know, the titan of the industry. So maybe if you showed your tits more. I don't think you guys want to see that. There's a reason why LeBron didn't go to China when they offered him billions. Yeah, with a B. But I mean, Braun also got probably more B's than we know. I will say so. If we think that the only Billy that he got was from his Nike lifetime contract, I bet that man's like money has made so much money that it's unfathomable. Because money makes money at that point. He just has people taking his money and making money with that shit. Like, can you fucking imagine? Fucking imagine. That'd be amazing. Is the NDA realm up? Trying to download it, but I'm getting the error. Blackson, they pulled it down for a quick update. We just completed dynamic gridding testing. So they pulled it down for a quick update to address some things related to the dynamic gridding. It'll be going back up soon. They pulled it down probably like 20 minutes ago-ish and set a 30-minute-ish downtime. So it should be back up I just bit my tongue. Should be up relatively soon. Yo, Vigorda, are you ready for the Diddy Darts in August? I'm always ready for the Diddy Darts, brother. The Diddy Darts come in hot. The Diddy Darts come in unforgiving. Now, keep in mind, with the recent ruling, for all we know, a Diddy Dart may spawn in a prostitute. It may not even be about the in cap anymore. They may have to rework the ability as a whole. You literally may just put a prostitute on the Diddy Dart, shoot that thing over, and then transport it to where it needs to be. You never know. The evolution could be fucking crazy. Twitch has been a lot more than just a gaming stream platform for a very long time. Are you referring to the boobs, Eddie? Or are you talking about like IRL and stuff like that? Or like the pools, beaches, and hot tubs? Just everything? No, I agree. Personally, like, I get that there are a bunch of different types of content, blah, 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 blah. Like, it is what it is. I'm not one to be like, everybody has to make a certain type of content. But I do also think it's quite absurd that, like, the political content creators have the fucking cult following that they do that will actually, like, value what they say at fucking sacrilege. But I guess you have people with like that with every like sect of streaming, so to say. It's just, you know, political streamers are fucking annoying and ruin the platform for legitimately everybody else. Like, apply for a fucking daytime news analyst position if you want to yap about politics and stop getting our fucking ad revenue just absolutely nuked. Now, mine's fine because I don't yap about that shit on stream. I'm chilling. But if I were much larger, then maybe I did get nuked a little bit. I don't yap about anything like that, but a lot of large streamers just saw, like, reduced ads anyways, so. It's because political people and religious people insert their yapping into every other pastime. I mean, everyone inserts, like, their hobbies and stuff into their, like, their yapping and stuff, right? The reaction content? Oh my fucking god. Dude, you can make so much money doing the react content route. It's fucking absurd. But, like, I just make content for other reasons than just like making fucking money. Like, I'm not a rich person. It's not like I have ability to fall back on if streaming goes wrong. I'd have to get a job if streaming went south. But like, there are just some things where it's like, if I want to like make it, I want to make it as a streamer who stayed true to what I wanted to build my community on and not just shift to get a few more, like a couple zeros at the end of my viewership or whatever it may be. I think if it's meant to happen, then it'll happen in the way that I want it to happen. And I think that every single day, more gaming content creators are given opportunities that they never thought they'd have. And it's just a matter of like, you know, gaming right now is, in my opinion, viewership wise, in a way lower spot than it was a few years back. I mean, especially if you think back to like Ninja playing Fortnite to 100K plus viewers every single day. That in terms of gaming is not going to happen again for a while. It really isn't. IRL has taken over a lot of things content creation wise, and it's intriguing to see the shift. But with that being said, there is still plenty of room for actual like gaming content creators to exist in the realm. I think honestly, there's more room than a lot of people think, and too many people just kind of like, I think, lose sight of how crazy it is in any realm of things that they are a 1,000, 5,000 viewer content creator, whatever it may be. Because that is unfathomably massive to a lot of fucking people. Me at my size is unfathomably large to a lot of small content creators. Me 5 years ago, if you told me I'd have this many viewers, absolutely fucking not. And we're just chilling on a down day, waiting for the PTR to come back up right now. Yo, chatting, how you doing, my friend? How come you're the only one streaming Ashes? Ain't too many of us left out here in these parts. No, I stream every single day, so I haven't missed a day of stream in 745 days now, so you will always see me in the directory. Well, each day, you'll see me in the directory. Right now, the live server is down, so the one you're watching gameplay from, it's down. We are over on the private test realm, which is visually NDA'd. So a lot of people will not want to stream the private test realm simply because of that visual NDA. It does add a little bit of a risk in where, like, if you do slip up and show your screen, your gameplay, whatever it may be, you can get really fucked over. So just food for thought. You do not want to get your account Thanos snapped. So neither do I. I would recommend being extremely careful to not show any gameplay if you do choose to stream any, like, you know, any PTR stuff. Take all the precautions you can. I have like 3 fail safes in place to stop me from showing my like screen. So just food for thought. But right now you are also in kind of a little bit of the pre-phase 3 lull / hype cycle. So prior to each phase, when one is getting ready to end and the next is getting ready to begin, you'll always have a little bit of like a drop in the player base where people kind of chill out and do their own thing. And then that player base will start to like ramp up yet again. And we're in the calm before the storm right now, but even with that, there have been a ton of new eyes interested in Ashes lately. Ton of people, especially with the 100 key giveaway that Intrepid is doing. It's huge. I think it's really starting to pick up some speed before phase 3, and hopefully by the time phase 3 drops on August 4th, it's, you know, the fever's kind of there again for people. I think a lot of content creators in general too did kind of not necessarily give up on Ashes to a certain extent. But a lot of content creators have absolutely lost a little faith in Ashes in the short term and are trying to check out other avenues of content in the time being. Me, I'm just going to be here regardless. I love Ashes. I very much enjoy being here in every capacity. I like my community. I like streaming full time. I like playing Ashes. I like playtesting. I like Intrepid as a developer. So I'm not really going anywhere else, and you'll probably continue to see me here, whether I'm the only person or whether there are 1,000 people. But quite literally, I like being here. I like yapping to the community, answering questions for new people that might come in and have no fucking idea what's going on, and just kind of, you know, being here to yap, man. I consider myself very lucky that people wait for my stream each day and show up to the stream excited to yap and hang out, and it's a cool feeling. It's a cool feeling. It's always just pathway to under the clear chair. Wait. There's just a pathway to the under the clear chair camera system. Oh, wait. Jesus Christ. The booty short and clear chair meta. So there was also a Metazop where people would stand up and they would have a camera focused on their ass, with like the gameplay green screened onto their ass, like onto their booty shorts, right? And then they would, poor Vithar. Then with the gameplay on their ass, they would also have a smaller camera on their face, and the gameplay on the ass was all you could see. So it's quite tremendous. Quite tremendous. When class mixing is done, I think content creation will go a little crazy for a bit. Not a ton of theory craft currently. It's not even going to be class mixing. I mean, personally, people that say there's not a ton to like theory craft, I think they're cutting themselves quite short. In terms of group-based PvP, there's always more to theory craft, whether that is positionings of how you are playing, how you're taking initiates, whether it's gathering, extrapolation, crafting, anything. Like, I think the people that are saying there's like nothing to theory craft, honestly, are probably the people who like aren't gaming much, right? Hard to make a video about that stuff? Not really. You can still theory craft your class build and your playstyle and stuff like that. Your gearing can be entirely different. I mean, even in the current state of things, like if I'm playing a tank and I'm playing, you know, a very high power tank at like 225 power scaling, at least on live, that would be like high for where I'm at, versus my 200 power scaling, you could have an entirely different allocation of your attributes for group versus solo stuff, for your actual gear stuff. Now, keep in mind, it's nowhere near what like full theory crafting will be, but you also have to remember that in terms of theory crafting, that's quite literally what the entire state of the game is right now. So in terms of guides and stuff, you don't drop a guide and have it be relevant for like 3 years. Like, people are still watching my New World guides, leaving comments and asking questions on that shit. And it's seasons old, especially my war macro stuff. That's not really, like, you'll have some evergreen content with Ashes, but a lot of it is going to be constantly evolving. Your servers are going to be changing even when you're all set up. So anytime there is a gearing rework, like there just was on the PTR, you have an entirely new theory crafting phase of how you'll play your archetype, of how your abilities will roll into your actual power output, of how like your gearing will change, finding all the new gearing pieces, sourcing all those, actually getting the drops, testing what's efficient here versus there. Like, there's a lot, and it continues to expand. Now, I will say, again, in terms of the total, like, theory craftability of everything, it's definitely going to be much lower now than it will be in the future. But if a content creator's only goal is to come in and just be like, oh, well, this is what you should use, you got to remember that's not going to be relevant outside of very likely only your server, because every server is going to be in a, like, dynamic state of affairs. You won't have like the same progression. You won't have the same POIs unlocked. You won't have the same anything server to server. It's a lot. And they do also have reworks coming into the archetype trees too. Now, this is another thing that'll add more theory crafting and personalization, but reworks coming into the archetype trees as well, where you'll have ranks associated with your actives and passives. So that's going to give another layer of just like full customization. I think that Ashes does genuinely, from a content standpoint, have like a fuckload of things that you can always make videos about, whether, because you have to remember, PTR has about 50 different updates on it at this point that are not on live, just in terms of small things here and there. It is deep. So you can make videos on the new content coming out, prospective new things that you're seeing on PTR that translate over, things that you think could be worse, better, things that you think are good, informational pieces about the updates of future phases. Like, there's a metric fuckload that you can already make content on. I think one thing that just stops people from getting into Ashes as a content creator right now is that there aren't potential views in it. And everybody will be very quick to go into a directory that another large content creator is in, or a large content creator in general, because there's already that viewer base. There's that raid that may go out. There's already that set of eyes on the YouTube videos and on this and on that. And people are very afraid to start making content in a directory that has a much lower viewership base. And I get that. But at a certain point, as a small content creator, you're very likely not going to just poach a large content creator's audience. If you do go into a game when they're already there, you're very likely going to have to like double up with, okay, I was already in this directory, a large content creator came over here, and then the community used me as a reference for this, that, the other. If you're late to the party, there are going to be larger content creators already established that are much more trusted as those sources. Now, of course, there will be people that do come in But genuinely, I think that Ashes right now is in a spot where content-wise, it's probably going to be at the near peak for what's available. Throughout Phase 3, you'll have very hype things that do come in. But like this Phase 3 buildup is probably going to be people's best chance. If your goal is just to hit the ground running with views, any Phase 3 hype video or discussing changes, systems, anything could easily just get a react view from one of the large MMO creators in fucking 500k. Just being realistic. Like, I'm about to record a couple of Phase 3 videos simply because of how many eyes are on the videos right now. It's large. So just with that in mind, like, it's entirely possible to get eyes on stuff. It's entirely possible to grow communities over here, even without other large content creators here. I lost 100 average viewers from New World to Ashes. Then I went up further in Ashes than I was in New World. Then we dropped back down while we waited for this, you know, waiting for Phase 3. And I'm sure when Phase 3 launches, we'll be higher than we were for the Phase 2.5 launch. So it's just a level of finding something that you personally want to invest in as a content creator. I found what I wanted to invest my time and everything in, and I've just been kind of like trying to build from there. Friss, did they fix corruption? Define fix. What do you think was broken with corruption? Look at this villain arc playing out behind Dusty. Bro, this was a whole thing. This was some fun PvP. Now, I will say I did let Vithar finish the boss mob before we dropped down on them, so I'm just throwing that out there. Facade, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I don't say there's nothing to Theorycraft. I say I don't want to get down to the frame data level when there's still so much changing. It's a waste of time. Like, oh, this piece is good and we should all shoot the same guy. That's good. Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. In terms of like PvP meta though, you do always have evolutions of PvP metas. And people like naturally play a certain way due to instinct, due to familiarity, due to games that they're coming in from having a certain meta, right? And it does take time to adapt to a new game's systems and everything, right? But you do always have the level of, is it better to have to adapt to all the changes over time and relearn what you've already learned? Or is it better to know nothing and come in and learn fresh, right? Stragma, how you doing, my boy? PTR up. Thank you, Sonia. I appreciate you. Is there an update? I shall exit and go back in. Guys, thoughts and prayers for Guy Gueretti. Free my dog. He didn't do shit wrong. He just wants to help the people of Vera. He wants to contribute to the testing and they won't let him. Discord announcement. Checking it. Okay. PTR is unlocked. For directed testing at this time, we'd like everyone to check out guild storage. Make your way to Jova or ask for a GM summon. Get a guild invite from anyone in the guild. We set the Intrepid guild to guild so everyone can invite. Get things you need for testing today from guild storage. Okay, so another run back of guild storage. So you'll get a teleport over to Jova. And then once you're in Jova, you'll be able to grab things. Alright, so I feel as though I should probably just make a new character for this. Because my other character would have the guild lockout. Nakua, Booba, and then Archetype, Tank, Appearance, Random. Okay, semi-normal. Dusty Who. We'll just do Dusty Who. We won't do the whom. That's too formal. I don't want to scare people off. Alright, so when you go in, they want you to get a guild invite from anyone in the guild, make your way to Jova, or ask for a GM summon in global chat. Interact with the guild storage vendor once you're in Jova, and the GMs will be placing things in the guild storage for you. So, you'll interact with the guild storage lad, they'll place things in there, you'll get everything you need out of the guild storage, and then you should be good to go once you get all set up through that. I do believe that they should have, like, leveling kits, leveling books, like, gearing kits, pretty much everything. Thoughts and prayers. Are the gear vendors back up on the PTR? No vendors, but... Oh, wait! Gear vendors are back up! Oh, never mind. Guy's back in. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. Guy Gueretti is back in as well. Yeah, he is, he's back in. He's right outside of the starting area. I just almost ran past him. Yep, Guy Gueretti is back in the PTR, so we're good to go. They respawned him. They freed my dog, so now we can get our actual gear. Make sure you grab extras of everything in case people do need it. Boys, we're back on top. We're testing. We're up tremendous. Medium fizz, medium magic, light magic. We have to go through all of these actual sets to see what's fucking in them now. It's so unfortunate, but it's okay. It's perfectly okay. I don't mind at all. Guild Seal of Valor. Guild Creation Scroll. Okay, you have to be level 10 to create a guild. Purchase. I'll make a guild for us all. I feel like that'd be pretty chill. What is Iron Ring over here? Fizz power rating, Fizz crit avoidance, health regen, Fizz disable duration. Poop. Iron hoop earrings. Oh, does this mean I'm gonna be able to get Steel Bloom again? Because Steel Bloom jewelry was fucking insano style. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me all of that Steel Bloom jewelry. That shit's crazy, brother. You've got, on the necklace, power rating, crit power, crit chance, and max health. And then on the earrings, power, accuracy, crit chance, crit power. The rings, if you want to go that route, you have crit mit, power rating, health regen, max health. So you've got a lot of options. All right, let's level DustyWhy to 25 real quick. And then I want to open up a few of these early pieces. So I did just pop the light magic bag open to see if it would have anything good. I'm just gonna be like destroying stuff on the way because I do know that some fizz pieces got reworked into being in the caster bag. Some caster pieces got reworked to being in the fizz bag, jewelry especially. So the light caster one, I believe outside of the sapphire rings will probably not be the craziest. You do have sapphire necklace. Left shift isn't working to hold to compare, I don't think. Press lock, hold to compare. Interesting. Anyways, let's see. Fizz crit power, Fizz crit chance, Fizz accuracy, Fizz attack speed. But you're losing your power. Okay, yeah. So Steel Bloom necklace is nuts. Double sapphire ring is good. Forge Guard cloak, I think, is the only fucking cloak that you get. Steel long spellbow. All of that's doo-doo. Okay. So if you do need rings on a fizz, sapphire rings do come from the light caster pack. And I'm gonna open another one. I can wear level 20 gear at level 15. Oh, can you now? Are level requirements on gear not, like, working? Or applying? Because that would be, an unfortunate set of circumstances. And would probably warrant a bug report. Are you getting the bonuses from it? Alright, medium magic gear next. Rose thorn tunics cooked. Boots are cooked. Alright, I think all of this is, pretty cooked. Crit power, magic power rating. Yeah, okay. So, all of this, in terms of the caster stuff, all you need are the rings out of the caster crates. And if you get your rings, you're good. I'll keep a couple on me in case people do need sapphire rings. I think Forge Guard cloak is like one of the only cloaks we can get. Oh. There's a GM at Lionhold that just invited me to the guild. Do we make our own guild? Or do we join the Intrepid guild? Oh. I declined it. Whoopsies. How much XP, guild XP Seal of Valor give you? I am not in a guild yet. But if anybody is in the Intrepid guild, feel free to pop one and let me know. I grabbed a guild creation scroll so we could maybe make, join the Intrepid guild. Oh, okay. Yeah, he invited me again. God dang it. Let's see, where was the Guild Seal of Valor purchase? And then we are 53.4. One Seal of Valor gives 100,000 XP on the PTR. For perspective. 100,000 experience for Intrepid Guild. For 1 Seal of Valor. So guild leveling is about to get valid as fuck. Let me check the tree real quick and see if there's anything different. Oh, we're level 5 for our guild. They expanded the guild size a little bit. So we got 4 skill points. They went all down the route of the middle tree so far. Seems like everything else is the same in terms of it, but quite nice. Quite nice. Okay, I need to keep gearing out. So we'll get steel greatsword, steel longbow. That's going to be a very nice little addition. This was us looking at how pirate software has declined. Don't worry about that. Brother loses my entire following each stream. That genuinely takes talent. Maybe one of the hardest things in human history to do, but he's doing it. And it's an inspiration to a lot of people each day. All right, I got my weapons on. I've got steel chain necklaces caster now. Steel hoop earrings. Do you see the new set bonuses from the night patch yet? New set bonuses, you say? Wait. Why is it saying... No, it's not showing it for me. Hold on. Let me just throw on the Griffin set real quick and see if it shows. It just says 5 pieces heroic on Griffin set. Griffin isn't showing the new set bonuses. So that's fine. I didn't want to see it anyways. It'll show in buffs. Oh, wait, that's just the medium armor bonus though. Okay, so medium armor is increasing mitigation by 8% right now. Jesus. Okay. So if that's medium, I can keep the steel rings too. If that's medium, what's heavy? Because it's kind of juicy. It's actually kind of very, 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 very juicy. Okay, so Rosarium Guard is now heavy armor and then fortitude. 5 pieces will give you the set bonus. So it seems like 5 is what they want you to run to unlock your set bonuses, unless that's just like a bug in the current state of things. So we'll see how that's feeling. Let's see. Rosarium Guard helm. And then I feel like we had Fizz crit power, and max HP. Or disable accuracy, crit power, and Fizz power. It's 410 crit power. Yo, Fugan. Good evening over on YouTube. Hope you're having a beautiful day. It's a good game. It is in an alpha playtest still, so it is a 24/7 uptime starting on August 4th for the environment that you're watching, and we're currently playing on the private test realm as well. But with that being said, I think that it is a very, very, very good playtest to be a part of. It gets a lot of content quite quickly, especially on the private test realm side of things, where they implement a bit quicker to test things for the actual, like, you know, full launch and get it all implemented before it goes over to live. With that being said, there are bugs and things that we discover every single day, so keep that in mind. It is, by every mean and measure, a playtest and not a fully launched product. So just keep that in mind. I have, at this point, got over like 1,600 hours since December. I have a fuckload of fun with everything. I enjoy what I'm doing probably a little bit too much over here, but I can answer pretty much any questions that you may be wondering, and I'm more than happy to help clarify if you do have any questions about Ashes, my friend. Full launch is probably going to be, in my guess, keep in mind this is a guess, late 2027, early 2028, if I had to wager a gander. But there's nothing set in stone with everything. With that being said, I think if you said Chrono Odyssey feels not okay. Yeah, I played New World for 7,000 plus hours. Yo, Big Slurp, thank you for the fucking 2 months as well. I appreciate you, brother. Chrono Odyssey, a lot of people try to get me over to New World get me over to Chrono from New World. And I went the Ashes way instead. And then a lot of people try to get me, like, you know, over from Ashes once Chrono actually dropped. And the entire time I was just like, it's not looking too good, man. If I wanted to play New World, I'd just play New World, because a lot of people were like, oh, it's a New World. And I'm like, I didn't want to play the first New World, and I played 7,000 hours of it. So I've made myself a nice little home over here in Ashes. I will say it feels real nice to be a part of the playtesting and be a part of everything that we are a part of over on this side of things. I've been having the time of my life, man. So if you have any, like, systems questions, feel free to let me know. But wait, Jesus Christ. Okay, so new set bonuses. The Fortitude set bonus from Rosarium Guard Greaves, or sorry, from Rosarium Guard is 5 pieces and increases your Constitution and Mentality by 19% in blue, 19. And then Heavy Armor increases your Physical Mitigation by 12% with 5 pieces of it. So I would assume Heavy increases your Physmit by 12, Medium is both by 6 or 8 or whatever, and then Light is all Magic Commit increase, which is actually kind of sick. So Light Phys Gear may be the truth, depending on what people are looking at, but Fortitude set giving an entire 19% to Con and Mit is fucking massive. Yo, Bone, thank you for the follow, appreciate you coming through. Boys, if you are curious, by the way, exclamation giveaway, that'll take you over to Intrepid's 100 Alpha Key giveaway, where you guys can potentially win one of 100 keys being, well, given away. Save you 100 USD and allow you to hop in after the drawing, which is being done on the 24th. Winners being notified on the 25th of July. You'll be able to hop in before the launch of Alpha 2 Phase 3 on August 4th and kind of like dip your toes, get your feet wet a little bit, and just figure out where you want to end up and what place you want to be in, what community you want to be a part of. And I do personally think that there is a lot to learn with Ashes. So make sure that you come in ready to ask some good questions, get a lot of information out of it. And hold on, I gotta check a piece of gear. Yeah, that's juicy. Because that's without any buffs either. God fucking damn. But yeah, if you guys do have any questions whatsoever, please do feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to answer whatever I can. I play Ashes every single day. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator. So just trying to hold it down, hold the front line, and get some good information out. It appears to be a really fun gameplay. It really is, and it still has a long way to go, too. You're witnessing gameplay from a couple days ago over on the alpha environment. Right now, the private test realm is visually NDA'd, so we're over here testing some new things in the background. And kind of like, we can't show the visuals from it, but we can talk about what we're doing the entire time and kind of yap and spread the good word. But with that in mind, we just, you know, try to get as much info out as we possibly can. Try to spread the word, like I said, as much as we can, and really let people know what Ashes is shaping up to be and what it's about, man. But yeah, I would recommend everybody checks out that giveaway. It's a chance to get access completely for free if you do win one of those copies. So good luck, lads, and exclamation Ashes when you are creating your account. You can use that code to help support the stream if you choose to do so along the way. Would be greatly appreciated. I make no real money from that, but it is basically a way for... Oh, I can switch this out and be up tremendous. It is basically a way for you guys to show them who sent you, and 15% of all of your purchases get kicked back as in-game currency to me, so I get to buy transmogs for free. Yo, hi, Palm. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So, exclamation Ashes, exclamation giveaway. Click on those 2 links, and you'll be up tremendous. If you guys have any questions along the way, please let me know. And if it is just absolutely killing you, then please feel free. You can hop in. You get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your purchase as well if you do make the $100 jump and end up not liking it. So literally zero, you know, obligation to stay in, zero risk that your money just goes down the drain if you don't end up liking Ashes. So something to consider. Silver, hope you're having a beautiful day. Is there a lot of armor, or is there just light, medium, heavy? Yeah, so they have the gear vendor back in. Guy, get ready. He's right outside of the starting area. So he has a scroll of experience to get you to level 25, bags of level 25, heavy physical and magical, medium physical and magical, or light magical gear, artisanship scrolls to get you up to level 25 as well, different scrolls of experience for lower level progression, and then he's also got a bunch of different sets too. So he's got like the iron set, which honestly, might give it a look to see how that actually is. But you've got like the Griffin set, which you can get in heroic. You can get the Rosarium Guard set in blue. They've got Spindlehem. They've got iron. I might be able to get a couple good pieces out of that actually, now that I think about it, but it might also be cooked. No, it's looking kind of cooked. Iron set looks like it's tanky more than anything. Anyways, you've got your Steel Bloom Jewelry, your Bloom Wardens, your Rose Thorn, your Steel set, your free money, your Oak Ship Hull. You've got all of your new weapons as well. So you've got a bunch of different two-handed spears, one-handed axes, two-handed maces, and rapiers to choose from. You've got leveling sets. You've got pretty much everything. Guild creation scrolls, iron rings, and shit like that. So, it's nice. I like the setup that they have going over here. It makes it very, 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 very seamless for people to just kind of like hop in and test stuff out. Yo, Vithar, how you doing, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. It's PTR time. Brother, come on down. We're probably going to make our way out towards the Trops and maybe get a little bit of actual PvP in, since we can now do so without people being literally level 1. Yo, is Zarla awake for this meeting? How late is she? You know, the PvP boys hit me with the guild invite and or some boost gear. The vendor's in. Yeah, just make a new character. They're inviting everyone to the Intrepid Guild, but make a new character, and then Guy Gear Ready is right outside. So if you do need any gear, just get all squared away. Oh, hi, Blotto. Yeah, Guy Gear Ready is right outside, so you guys should be able to just get all squared away with that, and then we'll be able to get some good testicles into testing in tonight. So just food for thought. I will be here banging all the lads. Yep, they made a good decision. They heard me saying that, you know, we were gonna start a riot, run amok if they didn't put Guy back in, and they said, Dusty, we don't want to upset you, King, and they put him back in. As soon as I said something, they bent the knee. They didn't actually do that. Please, Intrepid, don't Thanos snap me. None of that actually happened. I made that all up. I just wanted to sound cool for chat. I just want to sound cool. Not many streamers in the game right now. So in terms of like why there are not many people streaming Ashes, it's an alpha, so a lot of people are going to be kind of like waiting until later in the project to hop in. Tuesday, Wednesday are downtime days for like the environment that you're watching gameplay from. That is the alpha environment until August 4th, then it goes 24/7. But today, with it being Tuesday, the alpha environment's down. The private test realm environment, however, is up. The private test realm is visually NDA'd, so not a lot of people will want to, you know, stream the PTR and take the chance of leaking their visuals, whatever it may be, getting themselves in trouble. That would be very, very, very less than ideal for most people. So fortunately, I have a lot of fail-safes in place to make sure that I do not fuck up and get myself banned. But I totally understand why not everybody would want to, you know, come through and stream the PTR. Definitely something where if you slip up and your access gets Thanos snapped, and then that would not feel fun at all. But with that being said, there are a lot of different content creators between YouTube, between Twitch. It's not like we're a 100,000 viewer directory or anything over here. On most days, like, I'm a fucking 80 to 100 average viewer streamer these days, and I'm usually one of the largest that we have in here, and there are usually about 5 to 10 of us. So with that being said, like, there aren't a ton of content creators over here, but the ones that are here are very, very, very committed to the cause. So why are you streaming it? I'm not sharing the visuals. So it's a visual NDA, which is why you guys are watching the gameplay from Alpha 2. So basically you guys are watching a VOD from a couple days ago. So this is from today's day 7:48. So you're watching a VOD from 3 days ago. So essentially it is a visual only NDA. We show gameplay, and from there we're all gonna go. You sure? Yeah, I've streamed multiple days of PTR and received confirmation that everything I'm doing was good. I do appreciate the lookout, but yeah, I've been an everyday Ashes content creator for a while and made sure that everything that I'm doing is completely all set up and things. Again, I do appreciate the lookout, but streaming's my full-time job, so I wouldn't really like risk that without making sure that everything is good in the first place. So do we have to put our actual names in the giveaway? I have no fucking idea. I didn't sign up for the giveaway because I, like, A, already have a copy, and B, couldn't like transfer ownership of a copy if I did win it according to the TOS. Like, they don't want ownership of accounts changing hands whatsoever. So with that being said, the like sign up process, definitely nothing that like I'm too familiar with. May want to check what, brother? Like, again, I appreciate the lookout, and I don't know if you're just trying to like troll or something, but we've received direct confirmation from Intrepid that we're fine to be doing what we're doing. So again, I do appreciate you, but the checks already happened prior to the PTR streaming. I've streamed PTR 4 days last week, streamed it yesterday, mixed it in with live content, and even having audio come through is perfectly okay. So, yeah. It's all good. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. We've had people literally come in and be like, Dusty, I'm a copyright lawyer. You're gonna get in trouble. And I'm like, no, we checked with them. Don't worry. So I know some people are just looking out. Some people are just trying to meme about it. But I never know, like, if somebody is, like, actually, like, concerned or if they're just trying to troll or anything. So I'm like, no, we're good. It's okay. I wouldn't fuck myself over. Now, the first time somebody came in, I was a little bit like, wait a second. What if they were lying to me? What if Intrepid was lying? But yeah, no, we're fortunately good to go. With that being said, like, even on, you know, uptime days where everything is there, right? It can be a pretty slow directory right now. We don't have any massive streamers in the directory. I stream every single day, but we don't have, I think I may be the only like full-time streamer in terms of like Twitch content here for Ashes in its current state of things. I don't know what the other streamers are, you know, their day jobs or whatever. But there truly aren't many of us at the current point in time. Now, with that being said, everything having downtime days is, wait, thanks for helping us test guild storage. For those of you in Jova, please now get crafty and try to dupe some items. Oh, they want us to try to dupe items right now, chat. So if you're able to dupe things, then please figure it out. Like force disconnect states and shit like that. Put things in guild storage while you're hovering it in the guild storage. Force a disconnect, blah, 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 blah. So, food for thought. Should be a lot that you can do. Where's Envious when you need them? Yeah, maybe this is their actual calling. We get them back in here and it's their chance to redeem themselves. How are you seeing the set bonus? So it goes on to your bar itself. So medium gives you 8% total mitigation. Heavy gives you 12% Physmit. Light gives you 12% Magic Mitt. If you're feeling tricky, we'd like to see if people can dupe items in the guild storage. If you need items, there are a few Guy Get Ready boost items in Jova. If people spam Z, what's it mean? So GM Jacob has people spam Z in global, so that way he can get summons out to people. A lot of people will just be like X up for invite or something like that. So GMJ has people do Z because he's edgy and different. But yeah, so you do also have the double set bonus potential of Rosarium Guard and Fortitude for like the heavy set. If you have that double set bonus, the heavy set gives you 12% Physmit, and then you do also get 19% Con and Mentality. So that's a pretty juicy bonus. I do think that set bonuses may actually be somewhat incentivized with that. But to, like, just for perspective, I sit at 55.7% Physmit and 39.6% Magic Mitt in medium. If I were to switch on just two more random pieces of heavy, I'm at 59.9 and 32.5. So there are a few things that can change up along the way, but yo, Flo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Crit avoidance, mitt, crit mitt. No, I forgot which pieces I just took off were cooked. Oh wait, I don't even have the full set bonus on right now. Wait a second, or do I? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I need to put on another piece. So they're just putting gear in the guild bank again, or is there a vendor now? There is a guild, or there's the guild like storage that they're testing, and then there is also Guy Gear Ready right outside of the starting area. So they brought the gear vendor back in. You can get geared out however you want to. So I would recommend doing that, and then it's PvP and prac time. All PvP and all the time. It's gonna be a beautiful day. Dex disable reduction rating con, bruh. Why does every Griffin piece suck ass? I'm like forcing this fucking 5 set. What is my worst Rosarium Guard piece? Bracers. Mana regen, disable Fizz crit mitt. Sure. But that's for 8% mitt, so. Just got off work, gonna get on. Bet. Yeah, I think we Z up in global if you guys do need to summon over to Jova, and GMs will summon you out to Jova. And then from there, you should be good to go. Was there no set bonuses? There are. You just have to look at your buff bar to see them. So it doesn't activate them like underneath the item itself. Like the item UX will probably get an update for that, but they do appear on your buff bar. So like I have the medium armor set going right now. So it is 5 pieces of medium armor for 8% physical and magical mitigation. GM added you to raid. Yeah, it'll probably be GMJ. He usually does summons over, so you get popped over at a certain point. I'm able to wear level 20 gear at any level. Yeah, make sure you do a bug report on that. I'm sure that it's information that they've already got, but more bug reports around those things are definitely valid. I don't have a fast mount. Yeah, I also don't have a fast mount, but if you Z up, then you can get an invite and a summon to Jova at least, and it'll be a lot quicker. Picking up some Ebons from Jova. Oh, yes. Yes, please grab some Ebons. That'd be absolutely phenomenal. I didn't grab... I should grab a gold bag before I leave Mr. Giretti. It's on buff bar. That's yucky for now. I'm sure that'll get removed. But stat-wise, that's sick. Yes, yes. Very, very, very nice stat-wise. Keep in mind that's something that'll continue to scale up with rarity, too. So it's not like you're getting the full peak of it right now. So, like, Heroic would probably be 16% Physmit or Magic Mit, depending on, like, which way you're leaning. Wait. Oh, it's free money. There it is. Boop. And we're good. So anyways, don't forget gold bag. Yeah. So with that, as you go up in rarity, I don't know like how high it's going to go, but in theory, if you're full legendary for the 5-piece, you may very well be getting like 24% mit. Which is absolutely insane. Like, if I'm a tank full Lego with 24% magic mit, and then I'm stacking as much Physmit as I do, or I'm like 12%, because right now, I'm heroic medium armor, right? So above that is epic and Lego. It's 8% mit, and then it would go up to 10% total mit, and then it'd go to 12% total mit, which would be 24% physical and magical, like, total. So, a heavy or light set would be 24 of the single, like, the single mit. So I can be 24% magic mit just from that, and then I can just grit stack for the rest of my mit. But even right now in the Griffin set, I'm 55.7 Phys mit, 39.6 magic mit. I am 45.72 HP. I have 246 Fizz power, 35.2 Fizz crit chance, 193.3 Fizz crit power, 95.4 attack speed, 35.2 accuracy, and 11.6 Fizz duration. Con increase by 19% is diabolical. Yes. Yes, it is. And if you do put on the 5-piece Rosarium guard set, like, getting that con ment bonus is fucking nuts. It absolutely is. It's just how light and how squishy does it leave you against magic damage. I think that's a big thing. Because I go, in the Griffin set, 55.7 and 39.6. If I put on 2 more pieces of the Rosarium guard set, so let's say we go bracers and pants. Then I go 59.9 mit and 32.5 magic. So I think I'm at the point of like diminishing returns with that. But I do go up like to 47.84 max HP. I don't necessarily know if that's like, if that's worth it. Although I am now sitting at 248, 35.6, 193.3. Slight differences, but also nothing too wild. I do almost feel like I like the raw mid a little bit more. How's mid rating scaling? Oh shit, wait. Mit rating scales like crazy. What? Oh, wait. Raw mit rating might be fucked. Oh, wait. Never mind. That's because I'm activating the bonus as well. Never mind. I was putting in 242 raw mit rating and I was seeing a massive jump and I was like, what the fuck is happening? But I was getting the 8% mitigation rating from my medium armor and everything. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. 41.3, 32.9, 44.2, 35.4. I mean, that's still 3% mit from 226 mit rating. That's kind of fat. What's max level of guild? I believe it's 10. With max mitigation using your tank mitigation skills, how high can you boost your mit? There's very stark diminishing returns around it. But like with cooldowns popped, if I were to... I can go hit something real quick and maybe get a finisher off. Although I'm just gonna one-shot everything, so... Okay, I got enough. So right now I have the Griffin 5-piece on, and I just have to see if there are any pieces that are like really bad that I feel as though I'm forcing. But I have the Griffin 5-piece on, so that's 8% total mitigation, right? That's 8% physical and magical. I've got 3 pieces of Rosarium Guard on. No, 2 pieces of Rosarium Guard on. I've got Forge Guard's Cloak, 2 Steel Bloom Earrings, Steel Bloom Necklace, 2 Sapphire Rings, Steel Greatsword, Steel Longbow. So I've got all those on right now. Before putting up cooldowns, I am sitting at 44.2 Physmit and 35.4 Magic Mitt. And then with everything up, I'm 64.3 Physmit and 53.5 Magic Mitt. But that total only lasts for 10 seconds because that's also with a full Fortify. So like full Courage Fortify, which is a 45-second downtime. But even just with grid up, I sit at 55.4% Physmit, 42% Magic Mitt. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's pretty juiced. I think the set bonuses are a nice incentivization as well. And I also haven't done my weapon or my stamina trees yet. Not that those are gonna like impact my mitt or anything. But weapon trees may also give me a couple nice kind of like complementary stats, so to say. So we just gotta go here, and then here, and then over on this side we'll get ward. We'll go through with these bad boys, because I should still get a little bit more crit damage, crit chance, hopefully. What did I fuck up here? Did I fuck anything up there? I don't think so. Anyways, bup. Still have 1 point. Something bugged there? Weird. Seems like I have an extra point. What is not taking a point? The top snare on the greatsword tree, the two-handed sword, is not consuming a point right now. I think that's been a thing for a little bit as well, but that's just like a free point. Where's guild storage? Guild storage should be right near the regular storage guy in most areas. My character broke. I crash on loading screen. Oh no. Completely insane with there being no more pen. Oh yeah, pen is fucking wild. Like the fact that pen is gone, at least in terms of base pen, it's gone from waterfalls, right? So it may be something that you have to specifically target more within your weapon choice and shit like that. But yeah, pen being cooked is kind of crazy in my opinion. It's really kind of fucking wacky. Let's see. Then we need what up, Sally? How you doing, brother? We're just vibing, dude. Over on the private test realm, whipping up a build right now, testing some things out, and we're just trying to vibe out. Someone just told Global you can drag items from guild storage to your quest items. Oh no. Well, that's going to be a lot of space for people to store shit. That's going to be a whole lot of space. My god. My fucking god. That is, that's something. It's absolutely something. Okay, let's see. Inner fire, we get these spec'd, and then we're good. Okay. Boop, boop. Although, what if we just go there, there. Cool. Oh, right. Okay, it needs to be like that anyways. Okay, cool. I have all of my stuff done, I think. I believe. Now I'm sitting at 196.6 crit power. So we're feeling pretty good. Waiting for August 4th. Yo, before August 4th, you can hop into the private test realm if you do want to. Private test realm is where we're at right now. Oh shit. Sorry, zombie told me to go get her. One sec. Sorry, I ADHD. awake. She was working very hard. She was saving children from a burning building. Yes. It's an orphanage on fire nearby, and Carla saved the day. Okay, so did pen get removed? Pen waterfall attributes got reworked. And basically with the rework of waterfall attributes, they added in fizz power rating to dex while keeping it on strength, but they took out pen from any of the waterfall attributes. So there is a lot less natural pen right now. There may be a lot more options in terms of like gearing for pen, but in terms of like the current state of affairs, there's not much pen anywhere to be had. So I also could find pen items. Now, we do also need people that are over like sourcing gear from named mobs and shit. I think that would also be pretty important to have. But yeah. There's gonna be a lot of changes. Like a metric fuckload of changes. Dynamic gridding up on PTR. So dynamic gridding test happened earlier today. They had to manually change the server boundaries instead of like automatically doing them, but it seemed to go really well on my end. It was running smooth as butter for me. So it was wonderful. I didn't have any crashes. I didn't have lag or anything like that while they were changing stuff. Now there were things missing in one of the server worker areas, but overwhelmingly pretty smooth. So Selly, you missed the announcement, brother. All Alpha 2 key holders now have access to the private test realm as of July 1st. So for the last 2 weeks, we've had access to the PTR, and the PTR itself just went to 24/7 access yesterday. Quite literally yesterday. Wait. Why is my face cam over my overlay? There, that should look better now. That was weird. My face cam was over my overlay instead of my overlay being over my face cam. Did you make your own guild? I didn't. I just joined the Intrepid guild one because they wanted everybody joining that so they could test like guild leveling too. I see a lot of villages. I do not see any T4 nodes though. Unfortunate. Dusty, where you at on PTR? I'm running over to Jova right now. I am DustyWhy on the PTR. Is the other class on there? Summoner is not on yet, but there are 5 new weapons. There are 2 new races. For example, I'm playing the Nakua. We are on Unreal Engine 5.6 on the PTR instead of 5.3 on the production environment. There are crate implementations, a new movement system, a new gearing system. Road buffs are back. Stat bonuses are redone as of last night, I do believe. So there's, or not stat bonuses, but like set bonuses. The PTR is essentially a brand new game in terms of like just comparative, like everything scaling wise, every information, like in the game, every bit of information. It is entirely functionally different over here. It also plays incredibly smooth for most people, most of the time. So the team has the data they need for guild storage. Thank you for joining us for testing. There's no more directed testing today. If you're in the full Intrepid guild, we may use this tomorrow, so feel free to keep your character in it, they said. Okay, the team has the data they need for guild storage. So let's get out to the tropics and PvP, boys. I wonder if I could get GMJ to fucking telly us out to the southern harbor. That would be bis. We need tellies out to the PvP spot so we don't have to run. But we just get to do whatever the fuck we want to the rest of the night. Boys, we're up tremendous. It's PvP time. Everybody go out to Seahook, perchance? Do we want to go Seahook or do we want to go Field of Stacked Stones? Oh, some of us are also going to have to leave the guild. That's going to be quite tough too, if everybody's staying in the guild, but we'll all probably leave the guild. Gonna do some investigative journalism. Are you gonna go kill named mobs? What are you about to do? What's your plan? Prove it by streaming PTR. I'm doing everything I legally can here. I will say. I'm doing everything that I legally can within my power. If I had more, I don't know, power in say, then maybe I could get away with actually, you know, showing it for a little bit. Maybe like a quick slip here and there. But I don't think I'm that important. I don't think I'd get away with it. I don't know, maybe like Lazy Peon would be able to get away with it, but like not me. Not me. I'm gonna see if a certain named mob is up. Are you discussing a world boss? Or are you looking for Lady Aislinn the Hawk? Or so far to walk on death is stacked? Yes. The ancient one is outside of Jova. Oh god, heckin' darn it, gosh, frickin' what? I'm on my way. Alright, we're going to kill it. I know that guy. I've seen him before, and I've got some unfinished fucking business with him. Let me tell you what. I actually was thinking about having that. Thank you, love. A named mob that hasn't been in yet. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Also, I did receive a direct challenge to get into the anvils. And my strat was going to be make myself very big on the cat mount and then log off to get small and then log back in the air and charge myself over the wall. But they fixed the cat mount making a giant. You can tell me how? Wait, actually, because they're trying to figure out how people can get into the anvils to stop them from getting into the anvils. Is there already a way to get down in? We'll have to run over and show me because I actually have a bounty out for trying to do that. I was gonna run over. I haven't like spent much time on it. But there's a way. All right, we'll run over and we'll pop in there today and check it out. It'll be a little bit of a run, but where are we going? I think the ancient one is outside of Jova right now. So make sure that you grab the Ember Spring. Who has the bounty? I'll go over and show them. Well, I can't fucking reveal it. I just have to be able to replicate it for them. Like, it's not really a matter of someone wants to come over and, like, see it one-to-one. It's, hey, Dusty, figure out how to do this shit and tell me what's going on. So, I'm out on a mission. So I just gotta figure out how to replicate it. And then we both... I hit it for 4 damage. Don't worry, Papa's coming. Papa's coming. I've dealt with this before. If you credit Bungus, all you know, no one's getting an award for it. Like, it's not a fucking hero complex. It's them trying to stop people from getting into it on live for deployment. Like, there's no credit to, like, even give, but sure, like... If there's any, like, credit to give, then I will give the credit that is due, but it's not like a fucking saving Gotham City from a pure evil. Uh-oh. Where to Ember Spring at? Is it like further out here? I think I ran past the MB. No, the Ember Spring's in the center of town now, right? Carla said it's your fault, by the way. Defense rests. In my defense, chat was asking a lot of questions. You know what happens when chat asks a lot of questions. Sometimes, a lot of answers need to be had. Oh, fuck. Ancient One, Intrepid Guild. I gotta sneak by. No. No! Jacob, you stay the fuck away from me. Jesus fucking Christ. It started to run at me before I had the Ember Spring. Oh my god, that was so terrifying. I just need the MB. Oh my god. Wait, where's the MB in Jova? Market? No, it's up on the hill, right? Despite what whispers you hear, the Ancient One is not to be trusted. Who is giving us the lore? How do you get them out? Which one? Is it the Firefox one? All right, I think I have this MB now. I think. I'm gonna make it my home. I need to use right now. Oh, you want to talk to Guy Giretti when you make your character? Go outside of that starting area. Hi, Toast. Outside of that starting area, like the castle, you run directly out and there will be an NPC, Guy Giretti, that you can yap to. And you can get gear and level up stuff through him. Yo, Guma over on YouTube. How you doing, my friend? Do you think it's worth to play this game competitively once B3 starts? I've had expectations toward the PvP, GVG. I mean, there are already quite a few communities that are playing, like, in a quote-unquote competitive stance. I think it's all just, like, what you... Oh, this is level 50 as well, so it'll have the, like, mob damage scaling bonuses. That's probably why nobody's doing any damage to it, because every level is, like, 15% reduced damage, I believe, and increased damage taken or something like that. So it's gonna be a process. With that being said, though... Oh. Oh, gee. I wonder who did that. There's a giant GM Jacob that just fucking popped out of the ancient one. Summon Spirit Guardian. Ayo, wait. Ayo, wait. Jacob be using summons and shit. Yo, summoner preview. You guys can't see this? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Summoner gets a Spirit Guardian. Where is he? Outside of Jova. Level 25 Spirit Guardian. It's a flesh golem, like an aberrant. 3770 HP, 1905 mana. Bond, 30% of damage dealt transferred to its owner. 30% of damage dealt? Shouldn't that be taken? Or like, wait. What does that mean? 30% of damage dealt. Yo, Joe, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Wait, is he a Renkai summoner running around with a golem right now? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We have a Renkai summoner running around with a Spirit Guardian that has bond, 30% of damage dealt transferred to active summon. What do you mean? What the fuck does that mean? Essence bond. You share an unbreakable bond with your summon. Your weapon finishers grant 3 essence to your summon. Your Spirit Shred and Umbral Blast spells restore 20% of their damage dealt as health and mana to your summon. Interesting. So that's essence bound. You share an unbreakable bond with your summon. Your weapon finishers grant 3 essence to your summon. Your Spirit Shred and Umbral Blast abilities spells restore 20% of their damage dealt as health and mana to your summon. Oh, he just cast Void again. Void looks so fucking clean. Wait. Void looks so good. Okay, yep. So we're getting some summoner ability previews right now over on the PTR as well. 30% of damage dealt transferred to active summon. So if you're a summoner just dealing damage and not healing your pet's just going to die. And your pet's damage is transferred to you as well? This is weird. GM Jacob sounds like a very ancient and powerful being. Oh, I bet he's one of the most ancient and powerfulest. Yo, Mids. How are you, my friend? Exclamation giveaway. Intrepid is running a giveaway on their own, so you don't even have to come in and ask me for a key. Your server crashed? Oh, did we crash? Did Jacob break the fucking game? Wait a second. God damn it, Jacob. This is why we can't have nice things. We talking about summoner abilities? Yes, Jacob just showed us a few summoner abilities over on the PTR and then broke the game. So We're waiting to get back in now. I'm gonna try to log back in. But someone should clip that and go back. But okay, let me catch up on chat now. Have you played against HOU? What is HOU? I don't think I'm familiar with that. But yeah, exclamation giveaway. Intrepid is running a giveaway where they're giving away, well, 100 keys for Phase 3 access. Drawing is on the 25th, and winners will be contacted through email. So basically, keep in mind that it is entirely against terms of service to transfer accounts player to player. So even if I did, you know, have the money on my own to run a $10,000 giveaway, all of those accounts would be subject to getting Thanos snapped because it is against TOS to transfer any account ownership in any way, shape, or form. With that being said, this is your chance to potentially get a free account. The only ethical way that you can do it without your account possibly getting Thanos snapped. So I'd recommend doing exclamation giveaway if you don't have access yet. And just pop it in. Character got de-leveled. It's a visual bug on the load screen. You should be fine once you're actually back in, but the load screen, like the character lobby will show you at level 1. A god, some may say. Yeah, he's got some power. That is for sure. That is absolutely for sure. I heard they ruined crafting. I'm in and I'm 1 again. Oh, we'll get fucked, I guess. That's unfortunate. I'm 25 with all my gear and stuff. Intrepid loves us. We are blessed by the mythical ones today. Bro, I feel juicy. 55-4 Fizzmit, 42% Magic Mitt, 4,500 HP, 250 Fizz Power, 245, I guess. But I feel big and chungussy right now, I will say. So in terms of like, I heard they ruined crafting. I think a lot of people are being very dramatic for like clickbaity headlines and things to talk about. And a lot of people are very quick to forget that everything in Ashes is a piece of a total puzzle. And you're essentially looking through a little, like a pinhole like this and trying to see everything that my UI said Dusty smells. What the fuck is this? But essentially, like, people are reacting to the live changes to crafting stomps in a very negative way because of the ratios that were in at first and all of that stuff. People are very, very, very quick to react to things. When Intrepid legitimately says, this is the first change of many related to this thing, please bear with us as we continue to feel it out, right? We will be making more iterations to this as it goes. And just, they're very communicative. Like, this isn't done. We're not pretending it's done. It's gonna develop more. People ignore that. And they just go, oh my god, like, this is absolutely awful. I'm gonna make a YouTube video and complain and this and that and the other. And I don't think that crafting by any means is, especially in the current state with the ratio changes, as Zop said, like that crazy. At the start of the phase, people were very reactive to gathering crafting changes, a lot of that stuff. Primarily because of how much competition there was on the server in a very small area. So we had one starting area hosting 8,100 plus concurrent players, and concurrent players is way less than total players. So like there was around the clock competition for every gatherable, which naturally means if you're somebody who farmed your gatherables at demon time, like 3-4 a.m. on an NA server and avoided most of the other players, you weren't going to have that downtime because this was a global mega server. So a lot of people, I think, formulated their opinions on a very like early state of things, and didn't really give it a chance to be iterated on in any further capacity, and also didn't really give Intrepid a chance to even fix anything after the first implementation. It would be like if I was trying out a new microphone for the day and you guys came in and it sounded slightly worse, so you just said you were never watching stream again and made a video about how bad my microphone sounds now, instead of being like, yo Dusty, maybe try to like, you know, not have your microphone in your mouth. I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, oh, how's this sound? Right? Literally, everyone just wanted to clickbait and be angry for reacts and getting Asmongold to notice their content and shit. That's my honest feedback. If Asmongold never replied to a narc video, I think that half of the content creators that are being fake angry for fake clicks would not be fake angry for fake clicks, and they'd just be playing the game. It's my honest thought. If you open guild and see, oh yeah, GM Jacob was using summoner abilities over here before he crashed the server and broke everything. 3 to 4 a.m. was still rough those first few weeks. Oh yeah, there was no downtime. There was absolutely no downtime. They should delay P3 IMO. I hope Steven thinks about it. Why do you think they should delay P3? Like, is there any actual reason other than, oh, well, things in the roadmap aren't in? Because we went through that very recently as well with the things that are included in the PTR. And there's a portion of phase 3 that's already in while having a large majority of P2 in as well. And a lot of the things that are not in for P2 are accessory systems that had other things come in their place and got shifted back. Personally, I don't really think they're behind in any capacity, especially if you pop over to the PTR and you see all of the forward-facing systems that are in. Like, it is entirely different in terms of like the progression, in terms of like the gearing, the power scaling, the time to kill, the movement system, the version of the engine that we're running on, vaseling, crates, like, brother, a lot. I don't really think there's any need to delay P3, so to say, because P3 isn't the launch of the game. Even if the first day of P3 isn't this monumental update where everybody just kind of like feels like they're playing WoW for the first time again, which it's not going to be even in the best case scenario, I don't necessarily think that P3 is something where they are so set on, you know, this has to be amazing or we have to delay it, because P3 doesn't even have an end date. It goes until it's done because their goal is to have it feature complete. And development's always shifting. They could add another phase if they need to. They could wipe P3 if they need to. They could wipe certain systems in P3, people's inventories, people's characters, whatever it may be. So I don't personally think that there's really much necessitating a P3 wipe. At least in my opinion. Or not a P3 wipe, I'm sorry, but a P3 delay. My apologies. I don't really think there's too much that like is really calling for a full delay or anything like that. Not everyone grinds levels first. I mean, so in terms of like just getting caught up in terms of that, when I can hit level 20 before I can hit the previous crafting tier, there's something wrong. Well, so I don't think that's the thing at all, Stomps, because you have to remember that if you are going after your trade skills, you could very easily level a majority of your trade skills to 20 plus before hitting level 20, right? You simply could, especially in a funnel scenario. If you were grinding XP, especially trying to do it in the most efficient way, you're very likely not going to be spending time hitting trees and rocks because that's not an efficient XP gain time, right? You're going to be hitting mobs. You're going to be trying everything that you can to kind of like go that route. So I think it's kind of like two separated avenues. They have some carryover, right? Like it's hitting trees and rocks does give you a small amount of XP, but it's not meant to be anywhere near the amount that you would get from actually hitting mobs, questing, whatever form of actual dedicated leveling you're trying to do. So I don't know. I think that we talked about this earlier too, but in terms of progression and crafting being quote unquote caught up to like leveling, it almost seems like the way to approach it is to think of it as like a river basin with a dam built up to it. And the ideal spot is all of that water building up, which is all of those materials being ready to be crafted. And then once the building is stood up that supports that crafting, the dam opens up and kind of like allows those things to be made, allows the water to flow. And there's a point where it's like, if you're on the cutting edge of progression, when you get your base level gear, say you're farming a hawkbow, for instance, you get a blue hawkbow drop, you're instantly now like, okay, cool, that's off the list. I'm farming my mats for my legendary hawkbow or epic or whatever it may be. As soon as the building goes up, I want to have the materials ahead of time, because normal progression for a server is going to be gathering, then refining, then crafting buildings. Your crafting buildings will come last. So with that being said, it's kind of like you get your drop and then you add a little bit of your mats to that pool of like the total water above the dam that is waiting to go through the dam. And once that building is up, dam opens, all of those mats flow, all of those craftables happen at once, and then you've got a steady flow of those craftables kind of like coming in. And as long as the water level is alleviated at a good point where it doesn't cause flooding, people run over the banks and go over to other stuff because it's too long of a process, then they'll be set. And I think they'll be able to find that little bit of a happy medium, right? Like that area between the two. It's gonna ebb and flow. It's gonna be a lot of multiple forms of progression scaling, because we also have to remember that one form of change, like one small change, could impact 17 different servers, or not servers, but systems, as like accessory changes, right? You could go to change one singular thing, and in a system that you didn't even know was entirely connected, you now have a ripple effect that fucks over that other system because it wasn't well thought out. So, zero reason for a delay. Yeah, I also don't think there's much reason for a delay. Polar's having scrims tonight. What time? And do they need a tank? We could also probably get people to show up. I won't lie. Is that 9? It's 9. Skip, if they need a tank, I'll pull up. Hop out at that after party. I'll pull people. Honestly, we could probably get... Yo, wait. Any GMs in chat that want to give us a siege deck banner? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who is CKQA? What do those initials mean? I'm very confused. When crafting is good, it'll be far better than anything you can get from adventuring. A lot of people, for some reason, have the opinion that you should just be able to breeze through the early levels of crafting. So, I mean, they are making some implementations that will make it a little bit easier to get off the ground, right? Because right now, it is a very heavy monetary input. It's a very heavy time input. Like, I get it. But we have to remember that they're constantly implementing a lot of the systems. They claim 0 of their systems to be fully done, fully put together, fully fleshed out, whatever it may be. They claim pretty much everything to be in progress, needing more work, not in its final form. And that includes the entire crafting system, right? That includes every fucking system. So they did announce that they'd have the 3 sub-tiers of PvP. Jesus Christ, Kiko. Yeah, come to Jova. So Polar's running scrims at 9. I might, after Zombie and Strag are done the officer meeting, see if we can get them to put out a ping in our Discord and maybe see how many people we can get for our scrims too. Because that could be really fucking fun. With that being said, the 3 sub-tiers that they're adding to the gear, like brackets, will, in my opinion, add a lot. So they talked about how within like level 0, level 10, level 20 gear, whatever it may be, there will be 3 quality sub-tiers. And those qualities will also have a total impact on like the rolls and the, you know, the validity of that piece of gear. So the lowest quality is meant to be extremely readily available. And basically be able to craft, at least on the, you know, the novice, the level 0 side of things, from the most available mats on the server. Nobody should have empty slots, and as soon as server prog does hit, if you've been doing any form of gathering to prep for that, then you should be able to craft yourself level appropriate base rolls, like the lower quality or even one of the higher qualities if you've been saving up. But that'll give you a way to get accessible gear. They're also implementing like changes that will incorporate they are also implementing changes that will incorporate what the hell? What the hell is this? What the Sam Hill? We got a fighter up in here that's pew-pewing and choo-chewing. Oh. So you just flew up in the air on my screen. So just food for thought. I don't know if that was intended or not. Oh wait, I fucked up. I have the wrong build on. Okay, we're good. I had to respec fast. Oh, my reflect isn't working. That's actually quite sad. That was bad news bears for me. Yeet. Yeet. Fighter feels better. Are we fighting at Stack Stones? I'm fighting directly outside of Stack Stones currently. But yes. Stack Stones adjacent, if that does interest you, will be the best place to find the PvP indeed. I haven't hit a single reflect this entire fight, which I think is quite unfortunate. And kind of cooked me. GG, good fight. Huh. Yeah, not hitting reflex. Not even like not hitting reflex, but for whatever reason, I've been getting a fuckload of procs that just don't do anything. I had 3 fucking reflect casts in melee range that just didn't go through, and that makes me very sad. I countered the reflex trying out fighter. The reflex didn't do anything. They didn't even damage you. I go like this and it goes wong, and then no damage even goes through. I'm sad. Fighter does feel good in 1v1s though. Like it pressures a lot with the new movement system. Hey, spin? No. There was like one that you used whirlwind after, but I wish I could show you VOD. Like, reflect has been buggy recently anyways, even on live, to the point where sometimes in duels it like, it fucks up. You did like play very well around it. I just, like, reflect has been so fucking cooked. Going back to a fun class? No, run it back. Run it back. You don't get to do one and one. Well, you don't get to do one and done. You get a redemption arc now. You get a full run back. There is no one and done in this house. All right, I'm at the same spot, Weeble. I've been practicing pump faking reflex as well. Gonna be fun. It's not even pump fakes. Like, reflect is just fucked sometimes. But most of the time good, sometimes not so good. Like there I actually got a proc, which is wonderful. Makes me incredibly happy. I'm slowed right now, but we're balling. I just gave you my shield when I intercepted you. So that's less than ideal. I gotta be cautious about using intercepts again, I guess. Because that's not very good for the boys or the brand. In the slightest. Nice. Okay. Good fight. All I had to do was hit 1 reflect on your combo. And then we're good. And you probably let me win that one. But it's okay. My cooldown reset didn't reset anything. Someday soon, fights will be working again. Someday soon. Do you think that you could have got caught in the, like, the cast animation for it? Because I have a theory that's what happens with reflect. Because there is like a cast time to it where you have to actually take out your shield, right? And I think that's what happens with reflect. You're just kind of like taking out the shield in the animation, and then it hits instantly, and you kind of like too quickly reflect it and don't give it time to set up. But all right, let's run down to the stones real quick. Also, thank you for the Eben. My goat. Berserk has a 0.2 second cast time. Mighty yoinked it. How much heal power should I have with the vendor gear? I have no idea. They just reworked it. I have stones and tropics. No, field of stacked stones, Jova. Just south of Jova. I have 245 fizz power on my tank, just for reference. I'm using a greatsword and a longbow, but yeah, just for perspective. Also, Kiko, take solace in the fact that you've killed me on 2 classes. I can't play shit other than tank. I mean, I'm sure I could learn it, but I haven't. I like tank too much. Yo, Azula, how you doing, my friend? How can we join Alpha? Exclamation giveaway. They are doing 100 keys on July 25th, which they do not give away keys frequently at all. This is the first time since I've been streaming Ashes full time that they have given away keys in any way, shape, or form. They did one before I came in as a content creator when I was still playing New World and doing that stuff. But yeah, it's a really good chance to get in. They're doing 100 keys to give away. Exclamation giveaway for that. Pop over to the website. Exclamation Ashes as well. Good chance to pop over. If you do exclamation Ashes, that'll give you a link, my referral link to make your account with. Let them know who sent you over that way. And shows a little support to the stream as well. So make sure you do that if you don't end up winning the giveaway. The playtesting access is 100 USD. It gets you in until the game launches, but it does also come with a 90-day period where if you don't like it, you get a full refund on everything. So right now you're watching gameplay from the alpha environment. which is kind of like the live environment, we call it. I'm overplaying on the private test realm. The private test realm is visually NDA'd. We're running on that in the background. So you guys can't see the visual from it, but that's what you'll be hearing gameplay from and shit like that. With that being said, the private test realm is more of a like experimental, wait, what is going on with this? Oh, PvP, there we go. Beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants, include untargeted combatants. No, and then yes. Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry, I had to fix my settings real quick. So, with that being said, we are going to a full wipe in a new server on August 4th. So that's what a lot of people are prepping for. That's our phase 3 launch. So that is going to go to 24/7 uptime. The private test realm right now, which is visually NDA'd, is 24/7 uptime currently. So just keep that in mind. You could hop in right now. Every playtester also has access to the PTR. So you can get in right now. There is a gear vendor that is active at the start of the PTR, right where you make your character. You can go, you can make whatever character you want to, instantly level to 25, get gear sets, and just kind of fuck around and see what abilities feel like. Run around and explore the world on a current max level tune, and just kind of, you know, see what everything's looking like. So if you are just, you know, too excited to get in and really want to, you know, just get active, then plenty of potential to. The Ruvidium set gives 13% MIT and 21% strength and intel. Is the 13% MIT from like the heavy armor bonus, or is that the set bonus itself? 21% strength is insane though, because that would give me 200 strength, which would be 600 fizz power rating, which would be equal to multiple pieces of good gear. It's a heavy set. Interesting. What are the stats on the rest of it? Because that might not be a bad set to roll a 5-piece of, honestly. Right now, I'm using... Am I using 6 pieces of medium? Oh, I am. I can switch one out if I needed to. It's fizz now. How do you get your hands on the Ruvidium set? Was it available just like at the vendor and I just missed it? Because I guess that's always possible. I am not the brightest lad. Fizz crit mitt. Crit power, fizz crit power. Okay, yeah, we're up. We're up. Crit power, fizz power rating. 196.6. Should beef us up a little bit. Disable accuracy rating though, kind of mid as well. 196.6, 245, 247. Sorry, I'm trying to like omega min-max my build right now as much as I can. When it quite literally means nothing over here. Because everything will probably get nuked in a couple days anyways. Fizz power. Fizz crit power. Yeah, I think this is probably just fine for now. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're fine. Yo, Pone. How you doing, my friend? Welcome in. Good luck in the giveaway, dude. Exclamation ashes, if you haven't made your account yet, you can let them know who sent you that way. It's in heavy magic. Oh. Oh, shit. Funny enough, I looked at the light and the medium magic and then destroyed the heavy magic because I just assumed that I wouldn't need it. That's actually fucking hilarious. That is actually so fucking funny. What is the level of your guild meaning for? So basically with guild level, oh, thank you, Naya. Or yeah, either way. Thank you, I appreciate you. In terms of guild level, if you hit U by default, that should bring up your guild tree. And there are guild upgrades that you can look at. So going down the middle tree is what this guild did to expand their members up to 150. And there are still 10, 20, 30, and 40 more slots that people can get within the guild. So essentially, your guild can go up to level 10. So I believe 170 is got. But basically, each time you level your guild... Oh, no, it'd be 180. Each time you level your guild, you'll get a guild skill point. The tree is still being reworked, implemented, added onto, all that stuff. But essentially, more levels in your guild through completing guild activities will allow your guild to have more players, more bonuses, a lot more things active with it. So leveling the guild is a big incentivization. Oh, that crate may or may not have just poofed. I won't lie, because I didn't have enough inventory space. So instead of not opening the crate, it just kind of like poofed the entire crate. So it's dead now. It is very, 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 very dead now. But that's okay. It's in a better place. Whoopsies. I have 52% Fizzmit as a ranger from this gear. What's your magic mitt, though? Yo, Master Chief, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful one. But it's not working on PTR at the moment. I guess skill level working at the moment. It should be working on the PTR. I got another if you make room. Yeah, I just destroyed a bunch of stuff. So the guild that we're in, like Intrepid Guild over here, it is, I believe, level like 7 or 8. Okay, I think I made enough room. Oh, terrible, only 14%. Okay, so keep in mind, you do have your bonuses, right? So you've got, wait, why am I not getting my medium set bonus? Medium, 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 medium. Take that off, put that on. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Okay. Anyways, 40.5, 27.7, 39.1, 29.5. My set bonus isn't working now. I'm gonna relog real quick. Log out / switch character. Anyways, your set bonuses from your armor weight. Light's gonna give you additional magic protection. Medium gives you both, and then armor gives you fizz. Or sorry, heavy gives you armor. So with that being said, I would almost look to, like, as a tank, I know the full like 5-piece that double dips, especially in terms of the power, is probably gonna be pretty juicy. But like medium armor has been looking pretty large to me. Although I'm not currently getting the set bonus. I don't know why. Even if I switch to heavy, I don't think I'm getting it. Which is kind of strange. Oh wait, there it is. I just had to take stuff off and put stuff back on. Okay. So it's a little buggy, but for instance, in medium, like if I pop my grit, which is always up, I'm at 55.4 Fizzmit and then 41.9 Magic Mitt. So like I'm a tank, so I'll be a little bit beefier. But that's with the medium setup. If I do put the heavy set on, like I go significantly down in terms of magic, naturally. But I think I sit at almost like 60% Fizzmit. It's kind of gross. All right, I think I've cleared out enough room. I should have anyways. We should be perfectly set now. Tin rings. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I do have extra caster rings, by the way, if anybody else needs them. Where do you get those rings? They are from the... Wait, take these. These are just extras. Do you want these? They're from the heavy fizz chest. So that gives like the steel steel weapons and stuff. So that's where I get like my Rosarium guard shit from. But they switch the sapphire rings to fizz rings and then the steel rings to caster rings. So I use steel bloom earrings, steel bloom necklace, and then 2 sapphire rings currently. And I'm rocking a couple pieces of Rosarium guard, helm and boots, and then I just have the rest Griffin. Just for easy peasiness. But yeah, PTR has been running pretty smooth so far. I think we're trying to get more people out here to try to PvP a little bit. We do have a caravan out this way. And we have an hour until Polar starts their scrims. I don't know if they're going to make it gold only or if they're just going to try to get as many people out as they can. But we do also... Oh, RIP Vithar's caravan. We do also have a whole lot of people. How to get that? I'm rocking Steel Hoop. At Guy Giretti, make sure you just search it up. The Steel Bloom stuff is gray, but Steel Bloom Earring is for its power rating. Keep in mind, this isn't fizz or magic, it's just general. 453 power, 453 accuracy, 114 crit chance, 114 crit power. And then Steel Bloom Necklace is 604 power, 302 crit power, 302 crit chance, 151 max health. It is, it's a large value. Couldn't find him in Jova. He's over at the starting area. So, you might have to run over to the Ruins of New Ayla, or Ruins of Ayla, wherever that is. But yeah, he's up in the new player area. I didn't see the Steel Bloom. Oh, the Steel Bloom goes hard. Yeah, I was using that last testing phase as well. Now, I will say the left shift compare is a little Borkington at the moment, but that's perfectly okay. Do I want more Fizzmit? I don't think I want more Fizzmit. Guy Guerreri's in every town too. Oh, okay. Guy Guerreri's in every town. Okay, massive. It's lame, no shift. I'm sure it'll come back. I'm sure he's just shy. Maybe. Maybe. Fizz crit, fizz accuracy, fizz power, dex, and fizz crit mitt. 245 to 247. Okay, these are just better. Okay, word. I'm ready to go. We got duels. What, do I always have to run back? Just make sure you got an omen and you're good to go. Who wanteth the smoke? Round 3, where are you? We're at the stack stones now. Fupo! How are you, my friend? Hope we're having a beautiful day. Dynamic gridding testing went quite well. At least from my POV. I thought it was quite nice. I don't know if you were able to test. I'm pretty sure I saw you over there. And they brought Guy back from the dead. So I'm assuming you stopped eating all of our gear vendors, ate the server hamsters instead. We also got a nice little look at some more summoner abilities. We got to see one of the summons. We got to see a couple of persistent buffs that were up with the summoner, indicating that summoner would do a portion of its damage to its summon, and the summon would do a portion of its damage to the summoner itself. And you would have ways where you could build up essence to put it on, like essence goes to your minion, and then you can use abilities while your minion has essence to restore HP and mana to your minion. So pretty cool stuff, my friend. Pretty cool stuff. I'm excited to see how that works out. We also saw another look at Void. It's nice. It's nice. It's a very fun time. Being on the PTR is cool, man. South. At the POI. And then we do Scrimmy Wimmies. Did you see ray tracing and Lumen hardware ray tracing is added in the graphics options? I don't even know what that shit means. Graphics options. Ray tracing and Lumen hardware ray tracing. Should I enable both of those? I'm at 170 FPS right now. And if I turn both of them on, do I turn both on or only one on? My game locked up. Van events aren't working? Oh, Toast, it's the new UX. So basically you have to like right click on the caravan. It's the new UX that they showed in the dev stream. So, you right click on the van, or like click on the van, right click where the nameplate would be, and then you should be able to go from there. Is broken. Weird. It's working earlier. I right click, nothing happens. Maybe you're just not allowed in the caravan. Ray tracing will not be in great state yet for FPS. Oh, okay. So that would be more for my my pretty visual gamers. Just says Mark. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, we can always just leave the guild because it's not like the guild tag means anything and we'll reset overnight anyways. We can always just leave the guild and then split up into groups and then just go off groups and then just like flag up. It's not like XP that matters or durability matters or anything like that. We all have gold and can just go repair and shit. So even if vans aren't a thing, you just have to like not be in guild. And then we'll be fine. A lot of artifacts as well with Lumen hardware ray tracing. Wait, well, aren't artifacts the highest rarity gear that you can get in Ashes? Why would I not want artifacts, Fupo? Are you trying to keep all the artifacts to yourself with the Lumen hardware ray tracing? Come on to you. I'm not letting the cat win again. Graphic artifacts. I've got to find the artifacts in the graphics, and then I get the gear. Fupo, I'm picking up what you're putting down. The hints are there. You know, a lot of players just aren't willing to investigate on that deeper level. And I'm getting where you're going with things. You know, you can't break the NDA, but you can like break the NDA, you know? I'm getting the first artifact when it does come out. Confirmed. You guys heard it here first. Okay, yeah, I can confirm my caravan is also fucked. So maybe something on like the last patch that borked it a little bit. Toastington. Invalid target. Oh, because we're in the same guild. That makes sense. Our GM is Quack. Quack. Is that Steven? Wait, no, because that's CKQA. They were signing their things with. Who is CKQA? That's what I'm wondering. So I fucked up the anvils thing and I have to wait a while now. Wait. Oh god, hold on. I have those settings wrong. I have my settings wrong. I have to hold down fucking Alt to hit you at any point. Okay, sorry. Beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants? No. Alright, we're up. We're so up. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, Toast. How do you change that? Oh, you go into your game options, combat, PvP, and then you want to have require force PvP to affect combatants unchecked. Because anytime somebody is a combatant, you will now be able to respond to them, right? So you'll be able to hit them back. Include untargeted combatants with area of effect abilities. I would check that, but just be aware if somebody's PvP flag near you and you cleave, you will get them back. But with that being said, that's combatants only. Then beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants. I have that unchecked, so that way if I intercept on somebody, it won't give them a shield as well. It makes me hold the flag. Yeah, hold to flag initially, yes, but you won't have to hold to hit them every time. You don't have a toggle anymore. They took the toggle completely out. I fucked up the anvils thing and have to wait a while. You fucked up trying to get into the anvils? You broke it? Do you think that you deserve this in a little bit of a certain stance? Like, did you bring this upon yourself? Well, so keep in mind, once you hit somebody, your flag stays on. They just took out the ability to, like, perma flag as a way to kind of, like, limit the accidental corruption baiting and stuff like that, as like one of those changes there, especially with you having to deliberately like hold down Alt to attack if somebody summons in their mount or something like that with the proper settings. Like it's an alpha being an alpha moment. Okay, hold on. Be you breaking into unreleased area on my behalf, get stuck in unreleased area, blames Alpha. I'm fine with it, just don't blame me. You were on a mission from Dusty there. Can we buy a flying or aquatic mount anywhere? Flyers, no. Buy aquatics, no. But you could talk to Guy Giretti, and you could get a journeyman hunting certification. Oh wait, no, because you would still need to craft your bow and shit, huh? I don't know if the like trade skill books come with the trade tools or not, but if they do, I guess you could get like the journeyman hunting book. Did you just miss that? This is in-game music? No, this is Seven Nation Army, but Bardcore. I thought that I had my reflect there, but I didn't. But yeah, so if you do get your trade skill tools, or if you're able to, you could get a journeyman certification for hunting, get your journeyman bow, and then go out and like hunt in the tropics until you get a shoal skipper or tide snapper or something like that. And from there, you'd be able to train that, but it'd be a little arduous. Does anyone do dungeons on the PTR? I mean, so like in terms of doing dungeons, a lot of people won't specifically go out and do like just dungeon grinds here and there. Just because like dungeons in Ashes right now are open world, right? So you've got Forge, oh, I gotta fix my UI. You've got like Wreckage of Carfin, and those are like the open world dungeons. So those aren't gonna be AO Mad Maximus. Thank you for the 28 months, brother. I appreciate you. Much love, amused. Much love, dude. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're ready for the phase 3 grind. Also, PTR testing is up. Always a good time to get back involved with your favorite cats, brother. I don't know what you got going on right now, but it's not more important than me. Thank you for the 28 months, brother. Much love. Much love. In terms of dungeons, though. So, the dungeons right now are very open world based. You've got, like, Steel Bloom, you've got Carfin, you've got Forge, and people will like group up to farm stuff there sometimes, but people will typically go to different points of interest, equivalently with different dungeons, to kind of do what's called like target farming. And with target farming, you're trying to isolate certain pieces of gear where, like, if you want a hawkbow, for instance, hawkbow only drops from one named mob on the entire map, and that's Lady Aislinn the Hawk in the tropics, in the Junedark, sorry. Junedark Pocket Dungeon. So, if you want to get that hawkbow, you've got to, like, Jesus Christ. I'm just like fumbling my binds like crazy right now. If you want to get that hawkbow, you've got to farm in one specific spot and make sure that you are, getting the right mob, getting the drops, and at least having a chance to get the drop. So, with that being said, a lot of people will do different points of interest, different pocket dungeons, different this, different that. And not necessarily on the PTR because you can farm, or you can poof in a lot of pieces of gear instead of farming them. But definitely early on in progression, like, people will be leveling in points of interest, and then people will also be, like, doing their initial gearing in different points of interest, too. So with that being said, you'll see more people doing dungeons, like, group grinds, shit like that on launch. Or not launch, but even, like, going when Phase 3 goes live, right? For the time being on the PTR, people probably won't do a lot of, like, named mob killing, but there will always be people that are going around trying to source more information. There are so many different drops now that are present in the game, from different sets getting their attributes reworked to everything in between. Name drops, sets, all of it completely different. So keeping that in mind, there's information to be gained quite literally everywhere. Quite literally everywhere. Playing 7 days to die? Gross. Come play Ashes instead. PTR testing time. What's your fizz power at? I am sitting at 247 fizz power, 35.6 fizz crit chance, 196.6 fizz crit power, 95.7 fizz attack speed, and 34.2% fizz accuracy in this current build. Does fall damage cap at 150? No. You will die if you fall from too large of a height. You will quite literally cook your shit. I would not recommend falling from very large heights. That is a very large, that's a very, very easy way to hurt yourself. We don't want you to hurt yourself here. We don't want any incident reports. Death will find you. Oh, Death is already waiting to find you. Death will kick down your door and just fuck your whole shit up. Yep. It's a whole process once you start jumping off shit now. There's a whole hell of a lot to that. Oh, fuck me. That doesn't trip you. I might actually be cooked. Why is Mage doing okay damage now? Like, genuinely, you hit hard. Even the burn is ticking me down like crazy. I just dropped down to 1300 HP from that. I feel like if I misplayed, a Mage could definitely just burst me now. And that's with 276 magic power. Yeah, pretty beefy. I'm 247 fizz power. How are you at 276 magic power? Did they just actually give casters like the god set from the crates? Or do you have some actual like just other crafted shit or some bullshit? Cause 276 is it's a girthy amount of power. Very girthy, very beefy. Good day, brew. Alright, so we're up against a rogue right now. We need to find him out of stealth without the initiate, and when he goes to initiate, we've got to beat him to the punch. Which we did there, which is beautiful. Got a lot of damage out on him quite quickly. And now I've got 5 seconds to play space here. And then trip lockout goes away, and we're pressuring. Large damage. I hit hard. I hit very, very, very hard. Steel bloom earrings and neck, steel rings. Oh yeah, that'll be a juicer. I too am using the steel bloom earrings and neck, and then I'm using sapphire rings. Funny you mention it. I'm using the rings that you guys used to use, and you're using the rings that we used to use. I was considering re-gearing my tank on live with steel rings because they were fizz power and fizz attack speed. Ha ha ho ho. I didn't see those rings. They are 385 magic power, 385 cast speed, 33 and 33 wisdom. So pretty juicy. They are in one of the fizz crates though, so unless you knew to look in the fizz crate, then you probably wouldn't see them. Holding down alt the whole time is dumb. You don't have to. Yeah, once you're flagged up, you don't have to hold alt anymore. You just have to have the settings as off, on, off, and then you don't have to hold up Alt anymore to hit people when they're flagged. All you would have to do to hold Alt, or at least it can't attack you. Go game options, combat, PvP, and then under PvP, require force PvP to affect combatants, uncheck that. And then include untargeted combatants with AoEs, check that. And then beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants, uncheck that. So it's unchecked, checked, unchecked under PvP. Off, on, off. Roads are fucked for everyone. Yeah, roads are a little bit fucky. That's fine though. That's fine though. Oh, the fighter's in the full heavy gear too. Oh boy. This is gonna be a juicy one. Oh wait, the toasty third party. And then Toast is getting third partied by another mage as well. Did it? Yeah, you should be good at that point. Roads are in gray box. It's getting past. Yeah, it's fine. I like it. Kind of illustrates where the roads are. Now, don't let the gray box distract you from the fact that road bonuses are back in. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I also want to see what more set bonuses are looking like now. Because some of these set bonuses are fucking bonkers. 19% strength and int. Just from a fucking set bonus? Like a 5-piece? Brother, that's Insano style. Yeet. Yeet. Sorry. Bro, I feel like once I get a caster close, they just can't get away right now. I feel nice. I feel nice. Road speed buff doesn't apply on every road. Well, it may just be different roads that it's meant to apply on. There may be like a minimum tier road where you get the buff, and then you may also get like an increased buff on like higher tier roads too. They're borked. I still have my 10% out here in Shorefoot. Like a 10% bonus? Interesting. Shouldn't in the end. Some roads will and some will not. Some will have more. Depends on the node city. Yeah, because nodes are going to like level the roads with the nodes, right? And provide like more, I don't know, civilization in a sense. I do believe is the current plan for it, but everything could always change. All right, hold on. I gotta fill up my Arnold Palmer. 1 second. Chat, duels. Good day, good day, good day. Fill up your Arnold Palmer? Yeah, it's all full now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What, you didn't hear? When we signed the multi-zillion-dollar Twitch contract, I got the Arnold Palmy fountain in the cribbo. One of the many benefits. Yeah, I got it after my 7th Lambo. Just things to think about. Small differences between me and you. Boop, boop, boop. large. That's how the combos are supposed to go for me if I don't cook them. But sometimes I be cooking them. Okay. What the fuck? Why'd I get third party by mage? It's not nice. Yeet. No, no. Can't get away. Good fight. Alright, tank still feels good. Tank still feels good. Something about the cooldown reset is very broken. Oh no, like it's actually not resetting your cooldowns at all? That's slightly less than ideal if you're playing off of your cooldowns. Voral! How are you, my friend? What you up to? You been playing or no? Because it's always time to play. Why do I have to compile shaders for 15 minutes every time I launch now? To stop you from getting a sunburn? Intrepid cares about your health.
Absolutely.
A mighty storm. Thank you for the follow, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. It's also very hard to get momentum in PvP. Understood. Was waiting for Summoner. Saw GM was a class today, though. So this is not the first time that GMs have run around on Summoner and shown us GM ability, or Summoner abilities. So if you do go back in my VOD a little bit, we were actually like reading about legitimately, or we were reading out all of the abilities that we could see because they had status effects up. So we were able to discern that you do have like basically a bond between your summon, where a portion, 30% of the damage that your summon does goes to you as the summoner, and 30% of the damage that you as the summoner do goes to your pet. And then there are ways to spend the essence that you generate. Oh, can I stack momentum? Oh yeah, go for it. Anyways, there are ways for you as a summoner to heal, use the essence that you get like from your abilities and shit like that, use it with certain abilities, and then heal your pet 20% max HP and max mana. The summon that Jacob summoned out was a long cast time, so it will be a cast time to summon. You just kind of like call it up. I think it was probably like a 6 to 10 second cast somewhere in there. From that being said, you have like your bond between your summon, the damage transfer, a way to heal your summon. Let's see, what else? A few other things, but yeah, it was pretty cool to see. We saw Void again. Void we did see last week on the PTR as well, so that one's actually a little old. You took so much fall damage. You just took actually so much fall damage. 10 is crazy. It might not have been a full 10. I'm not the best with like relative time because I was watching the animation and shit like that much more than timing it out. I think it was like 6 to 10. It could have easily been more on the side of 6. Could have easily been, I don't know, fucking 15. It wasn't 15. But I would say it probably more realistically is like a 6-ish second. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that slow. Wasn't that fast either way. It was like a little mini aberrant that was spawned out. So it's cute. It was a vibe. Big vibe, big vibe. With that being said, let's see what else. Void, I would assume, is going to be like the silence ability, where people stand on it and they just get cooked and have no, like, playability whatsoever. It looked cool, though. We didn't get to see too much. He didn't do damage or anything like that. He was just kind of, like, running around with the summon out, so looked like a little venom creature. It was an aberrant. So I don't know, like, what the flesh golem, maybe like the generic, like the great value name of it. I think that's probably one of the DPS ones, considering it had like the damage share as well, where the like damage dealt by your summon would like damage you a little bit, and the damage that you dealt would also kind of like damage your summon to a certain extent, and then you had to play those resources to actually be able to heal that. It's cool though. It looked like some pretty neat design. I'm excited to get my hands on it, my grubby little paws. And, you know, get these piss mittens testing a little bit. It'll be nice. It'll be nice. Get blocked. Fucking Hakeem Olajuwon with the blocks out here. No, no, no. Not today. Wait, that's the Kembe Mutombo. Wrong one. Wrong one. What am I doing? Where's my life? So many duels that my fucking brain cells are rotting. I'm actually just dueling against fighter and mage so much that everything is just melting out of my ears. Anyways, Mighty Storm, how do we enter giveaway for a key? So basically, exclamation giveaway, the command, if you type exclamation giveaway in chat, You will be able to enter the giveaway through the Ashes of Creation website. It is an official Intrepid Studios giveaway from the developer of Ashes themselves. You can enter through there. They're giving away 100 keys. So the drawing happens on July 25th. You have until the 24th to sign up. I'd sign up sooner rather than later. You can also do !Ashes to support the stream and let them know where you came from. Basically, that is a referral link that will link your account up with mine, and I get a portion of all of your in-game purchases as in-game currency, where I can get skins for free because the in-game store will just be skins. No pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, anything like that. Just skins. So, with that being said, !Ashes will be the other command that you want there. In terms of should you play or should you wait, I have prepared somewhat of a graphic for this, and there are a couple of different options. So basically, what you're looking at here is a very straightforward progression. Now we're August 4th. If you want to play now, you will acquire much more knowledge playing now than waiting, but you will have fewer players and less of an immersive MMO-like start because the PTR is very scattered. You can insta-level your character, you can get your gear, you can get it all taken care of in a very, very, very frictionless manner most of the time. PTR is also more focus testing. So now until August 3rd, I would recommend most players to get their access now if they do want to get it now, or enter the giveaway and wait for that access to be available through potentially winning the giveaway. And hop in on the private test from the PTR. Keep in mind that's visually NDA'd. That's why you guys are not seeing any gameplay from the PTR itself. That's why you're seeing a VOD instead of that. With that being said, if you wait for August or beyond that, this will continue to be true. More and more in every aspect. So if you wait for launch, all of these things will be true even more. There will be more players, there will be a more MMO-like first time, the longer you wait, but you will fall further and further behind the longer that you wait. If you continue to wait, and your goal is to be like a competitive player, or be progression-minded, or be like the best at anything, you will absolutely want to be hopping in as early as you can and doing exactly what we're doing right now, where we have a bunch of people just out here dueling and PvPing and testing the changes, the new movement changes, the new time to kill changes, the new everything. And real excited. Real excited. Best master of the FOMO tech. I mean, genuinely, it's not even a matter of like FOMO. It's like, I'm just honest with people. If you want to be a competitive player, and you miss out on all the information that you get now until launch, then it's just not going to line up. If you don't want to be competitive and you want it to be like this, where it's a more immersive, like more, wow, this is a great MMO, that's going to be later. For me, like the only source of FOMO would be if you are a competitive player and you do want to get more involved with things, right? Then that would be where the FOMO comes in, right? You're like, oh shit, well, I do want to be really good. Unless everything changes, which may. Everything changes all the time. Yeah, there's a regearing that just happened. But learning every step of the implementation of systems along the way, while they're more shallow, will allow you to know more things for launch. A player that waits until launch and hops in on launch will know substantially less than a player that played through alphas, through betas, and through the entire development of everything. That's just a thing that'll happen. There's nothing bad about waiting or anything like that. There will always be dynamic content, different forms of content that are coming in, progressions that are coming in, and there will be a level of undiscovered content, but the people who have been min-maxing leveling routes the entire way and have the experience of, you know, okay, we've already ruled this out, we've ruled this out, wow, this just changed, let's go check out this new quest that just got added, and not having to parse all of the new information at once. It's like having to read a chapter of a book or watch an episode of a show to stay caught up, versus starting on episode 1 of One Piece and feeling like you have to watch all of One Piece to get caught up. I've never watched One Piece. So, just in my opinion, with how deep everything is, even with things changing, the information, the familiarity with everything is absolutely valuable. Then it breaks down to kind of, if you want to provide feedback on the systems themselves, say you're a really avid quester, and you want to provide feedback on questing, you're able to do that as a playtester much more than you would not as a playtester. So if you want to kind of have like a direct impact on anything, well, it's indirect, somewhat direct, I guess you could argue at most. You can be involved with the feedback processes that do shape the systems. A lot of systems have been completely reworked due to community feedback. Intrepid's really responsive about that stuff. So, with that being said, a lot of the changes too are changes that the players kind of facilitate, test thoroughly, provide the feedback for, and a lot of the time, we do kind of know what the pain points are because the community, well, we're who they make the pain point fixes for. So, it's just, I don't know, it's definitely a benefit to be in earlier. It doesn't mean that you'll automatically be goated on the sticks when everything does launch. It doesn't mean that you're guaranteed to be in a #1 seat of power because you played an alpha. But I do think if you're a part of a community that's developing, organizing, establishing all through alphas, through both betas, which are going to be shorter anyways, there's absolutely an advantage to it. Just calling a spade a spade. Early testers do frequently on launch have more optimal routes, more experience, more organization within their communities. It's just easier to have it set up doing it 6 times through all of the wipes than it is once. So either way, this is the very basic breakdown of things. Million guides will start popping. Guides are not relevant in terms of leveling prog, in terms of an open world game where everything is opportunity cost. The second a guide comes out and people follow a guide, the area in the guide is no longer worthy of having a guide because there are now too many people there contesting an open world instance. Like non-instance, I'm so sorry, like an open world area, point of interest, that the guide kills it. Guide's dead after this last patch. Yeah, like guides are not really going to be extremely valid. Keep in mind, if it's a quest, you're now going to have the quest mobs or the quest gatherables or whatever you need being extremely inflated, extremely contested, extremely locked down. If it's a meta quest to do, if it's the best grind spot in the game, then you're going to have everybody going over there. The second something is guided, it's already dead. Guides kill stuff. So you're actually maybe going to look at the opportunity cost of things and realize, you know, if I go to the most popular area, but I'm contesting 4 groups and not actually getting kills most of the time, then it's actually better to go to a way less efficient area and have it to myself, right? And that's kind of like your catch-22 with everything. Tokens gone, guides for gearing and leveling thrown a wrench. Well, tokens being gone, I think they also implemented some changes with like the reward system, right? Where you now get a crate that you can like select a reward from and kind of have a little bit of like specificity to it. Anyone want to play together in P3? Kaio, exclamation guild. Hop into the guild Discord. Everybody in the guild wants to play together. We have leveling group signups going. We have an onboarding process there for all new players, pretty much everything. If you want to be a competitive player equals quit your job. I think there are going to be a lot of guides anyways via YouTuber and guild. Yeah, I mean, in terms of being a quote-unquote competitive player, I think that determines is determined kind of like by what you deem a competitive player. I don't necessarily think it'll be a matter of quit your job, so to say, but there is absolutely, with Ashes specifically, since there's no pay to win, no pay for progression, whatever it may be, a level of like your time investment is your power investment, your power output. Like really what you're getting out of it is the time and the effort that you put in. So if you do have a lot of IRL commitments, kids, wives, you know, all of that, it may be better to consider putting a kid or two up for adoption. Maybe like let your wife leave you. There's probably somebody out there that makes more money. She'd laugh with another man, it's fine. But realistically, it is absolutely a level of investing your time and your effort. Those are called tax deductions. I just bring something on stream and then it's a tax deduction. Mine is 79 cents of taxable income. That covers me for this week of streaming, baby. We're up tremendous. Twitch Prime, please. So do you think most of Ash's content will be guild drama political stuff for YouTube? I mean, you will still have guides, but I think people will make, I call it more of an overview than a guide. So like a guide is basically what I would do in New World, where I was like, this is the build, you play this is what you equip because I said so. There are mathematically no better options. If you're running anything else or playing any other way, then you're simply playing inefficiently. And an overview is more, here's what I'm doing, here are the cool things about it, here are the benefits of playing this way instead of this other way, because there are more options to play the game. And I could see it as more of like an overview. So it's like, oh, DustyWhy's leveling route. Here's how he got 1 to 50 in 4.5 hours on launch. That won't happen, by the way. But it's like, oh, I really like, you know, watching Dusty's content or Flanker's content, and Flanker's been pumping levels out since, you know, alpha phases. So I pop over and I see if Flanker's put out his leveling overview where he takes me through what his route was and, you know, what he was looking for along the way, what quests he did, what quests he skipped. And I think you'll get a little bit more of a, like, you know, here's my class overview, here's my leveling overview, here's my gearing overview, and more things will always be changing, because you have to consider too, from a guide perspective, if I play on server 1 and you play on server 2, our nodes, our towns could be leveled differently. They could have different points of interest accessible to them because of that leveling. And as a result, if I put out a guide that's like, go here and get this piece of gear, you may be like, Dusty, where the fuck is that? Like, what is that gear? And that alone, the dynamic state of different servers, you may never know what I'm wearing and like where it drops, because your server hasn't like hit that point of progression at any point. So there'll be a lot that varies. Now, things that will be evergreen content. You will have your server storylines, but that's also going to be very not evergreen. But you will be able to get a lot of like current event stuff like that, right? In terms of content. You will be able to, in terms of evergreen stuff, do system breakdowns, like lore shit. That's always going to be very like relevant. Then on the PvP side of things, you've got general like PvP strats and stuff like that, but even those rotate out. I have a New World War macro video that people still to this day watch and comment on and pop into stream because of, where I broke down a lot of macro concepts. And I'm like, brother, be aware, I don't know if that shit's relevant. I haven't played New World in months. And so you never really know in terms of like how long PvP metas will stick around for, any of that shit. But I also think that's a benefit, because from a content creator standpoint, especially as a smaller content creator, you're not going to post a guide for your build and have it drop 17 million views, right? But if your build is constantly changing, then you get to establish like your build, and then from there you establish, oh, this is my update for this patch. Stop, I'm trying to yap for a second. God damn. So then it's like, oh, this is my tank version 2.6 update, right? This is going through the patch notes and how they affected tank, and like how this is coming into play here, and where I'll probably take my build. And so personally, I think there's more content in that shit always changing. Just kidding, but what's up? Oh, okay. Okay, no, I was just giving you shit. I was sitting here like not hitting back, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to duel or not, but I'm mid-yap. I can't lose my train of thought again. Interesting. Maybe try to full relog? I'm sure you already tried that, but that's weird, because VThars was working. VThars was working very well, I think. Remake the tune. Oh god. Drowning on land? Well, you gotta be aware of those sinkholes. But in terms of like YouTube Ashes content, there will be everything, man. Like, keep in mind, Ashes is a full PvX game. So you will have a housing system where people will inevitably run housing contests. People will take a lot of pride in decorating their house, having the best buffs, having the best like decorations, having the best aesthetic, having the best plot of land. People will stream and make content around being cozy streamers who just go around and they sit like, I can't even do it because I'm 6'5". They sit like this in their chair while they're gaming, and they're like sipping a little cup of tea, and they're hitting trees, and they're like, oh, thank you for the new follow. Like, you'll have people that are doing that. Like, you'll have people that are sitting here quite literally sweating at their setup that are just going crazy on PvP. You will have people who are PvE demons, who are going around to every single world boss that spawns across the entire area, or they're going to like the hardest PvE content to complete. Like, you'll have a fuckload of content. A fuckload of content. And I also think that long term you'll have a lot of different types of streamers too. It's just, you have to remember in terms of like streamers, Those dice rolls in taverns. Yes, taverns will have literal like RP and player-to-player parlor games and shit like that. You will have like fucking professional gamblers. Yes. Although if you're trying to play parlor games against somebody in a tavern and you're streaming, I would say that is probably where you're most likely to get stream sniped. Fuck a PvP stream snipe. If I'm better than you at PvP, I can just play around that. If you stream snipe me while we're playing Go Fish, I'm fucking cooked. What am I gonna do? You got any sixes? No. Dusty, I see your screen. Fuck! Nova! The 22 months at T2 had money issues, but we back. You got your money up, not your funny up, and you're back on top. Nova, I appreciate you. Much love. Exclamation giveaway. Get into ashes. It's time. You must join us. 100 key giveaway. $10,000 USD giveaway. Not my money. Not my giveaway. Intrepid's giveaway. I'm just a herald. I'm the town crier. Brother, get involved. Get involved. You just cover parts of your screen. Yeah, but then chat doesn't get the build-up. What's the point of streaming? That's like Japanese porn where they like censor the titties and stuff. Like, what's the point of that? Like, if I wanted to see censored titties, I would just look up bikini. You know, there's a certain point of it's like if you're hiding your screen, then what the fuck are you even streaming for? You either stream and you play around that goddamn stream snipe and you just outplay the motherfucker, or you don't stream. Dice games in a tavern will be crazy though. Yes, like RNG games will be fucking Insano style. Or if it's like a skill-based game, like let it be like a reaction time where we like try to stab each other with knives over the tables or something. Yeah, there'll be different vibes to different taverns. I'm fucking sure. I'm absolutely sure. It's like streaming PTR? What you mean? What you mean? Like, I mean, PTR, I would be streaming other content, like, if I could, that wasn't visually NDA'd. So, a little different, but almost. Me and Bungus are rapidly approaching the entry point. That sounds like butt stuff. I'm not gonna lie, that really sounds like a butt stuff euphemism. Is there someone I should call over, or do I just verify it and DM you? Yeah, just like recreate the steps, and then just send me the steps, and then I'll send it up the chain. I don't know what everybody's up to, but I'm assuming they're all hands on dick. So, yeah, just verify the steps, DM it to me, and then I'll send it up the ladder where it needs to go, and then it'll get fixed. Hopefully. But people may actually be working. We don't really know. We can never assume that people are actually doing their job. All right, this. I need to be so incredibly careful that I don't accidentally like click anything bad. Because if I did fuck up, chat, I'd die. I'd literally die. Steven said earlier that he has a hair on fire schedule day. You know what's crazy? When stuff burns after, there's typically like a grayish ash left. Is that what's happening to Steven's hair? Have I solved it? Because it does keep getting grayer. And not in like a bad way. Like, he looks like a handsome gray fox. But like, what if Planendorf just keeps setting his hair on fire? Maybe it's for motivation. Maybe if Steven's like behind on a timeline or something, Planendorf just sets his hair on fire a little bit. That's my new story. There's gonna be like a fucking government suit that shows up at the front door of Intrepid like, hey, got some concerns about the workplace environment here. Are they giving you keys to give away because they're worried about not enough people? Oh no, they're not giving me keys. I'm just spreading the word about their playtest. They're not really worried about player numbers or anything. I think that they recognize, though, that one of the largest things that people do kind of like, not complain about in a bad way, but like one of the things that people do commonly cite as like what's keeping you out of the playtest is a cost. So I think while they're not necessarily concerned about like player cost come August or anything, or sorry, player numbers come August or anything like that, I do think that it's much more of a like, hey, like, we see you guys that do want to be involved and can't quite be involved right now. Like, we're trying to do this for you guys. Now, of course, I can't speak on their behalf. I don't work for Intrepid or anything. I'm just like spreading the word about the giveaway so people that do want to get involved can get involved with it, and people that don't have access can get access. So that's basically my goal. They haven't given me keys or anything like that. I just like spreading the word that there is a chance for people to get in for free when a lot of the time people are just, you know, pretty zoinked out about that, you know, about that $100 cost. And I think it's more of, like I said, probably just like goodwill gesture for the community in a sense, instead of the desperation throw. But player base, in terms of like this phase 2.5 server, and in terms of like total copies that exist out there, it's quite healthy. 2.5 was a 3-month stress test that was May 1st to August 4th. It peaked at over 8,100 concurrent players. Now that was a global stress test server, but also with one launch. One server, one starting area through that server. And there were a lot of server infrastructure issues that they had to work through as a result. It was, again, a stress test. So, yeah, I think that phase 3 is actually going to be very healthy in terms of player numbers and player growth throughout the phase. Because you're going to have a lot of development that occurs throughout P3. Very simply put, like, phase 3 is a long-term server that is meant to exist until the game is feature complete. After the game is feature complete, they'll go into 2 short betas measured in weeks, and those will be closed betas for existing testers. And once those betas are done, then you're looking at your launch. But they don't want the betas to have to be like, oh, we're missing all of this, you know, all of these different systems, like we still have to implement them. They want, by the time it goes into beta, a feature complete version of Ashes of Creation. Jesus Christ, that hits hard over here, Toasty. So with that being said, like, player base maybe at some point could be a concern if things go terribly, but I don't necessarily think that it's, I don't really think it's like their big worry. I also don't think that, like I said, numbers will be a concern at all. The 8,100 concurrent players was with being completely like brash and upfront about it. 0 like large content creators in the directory whatsoever. I'm one of the largest streamers that's frequently over here. We don't have a lot of like big content creators. We don't have this big famous person that's bringing in a lot of attention or anything like that. But the player base still remains consistent. And we have to remember that with P3, there will be 24/7 uptime for the server that you can stream instead of Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, where I'm playing on the visually NDA'd PTR and can't like show my gameplay but can yap about it. August 4th, that all changes. New fresh starts, new servers. Phase 3 is up 24/7, and we're gonna have a lot of people that, in my opinion, come to check that out during those P3 servers, and hopefully don't have that level of, oh, Tuesday, Wednesday's downtime day, I gotta get the fuck out of here, right? I think a lot of the in-house content creators are gonna see growth through that. I think a lot of the content creators that have kind of like peeked their head in previously will check it out on a much more consistent basis. So I'm excited. Yo, Otto, how you doing, my friend? It is Intrepid's 100 key giveaway. So they are basically holding open like entry now until the 24th. So people have 9 more days to enter, and then on the 25th, 100 winners will be drawn, and you'll find out via email if you did win. So Intrepid Studios, the like creator of Ashes, is doing that directly. That's not like my giveaway or anything like that. I just try to spread the word so people that aren't in the Discord and might not have heard about it can hear a little bit about it. So good chance to hop in. I haven't really seen like a ton of rambling and raving about the giveaway itself, which is kind of crazy to me because that's a $10,000 giveaway. So I figure I would try to help spread the word as much as I can in this little corner of the internet. So if you have any questions, let me know. But entry goes until the 24th. They draw on the 25th, and then your key will get you in a little bit before phase 3 on August 4th. You'll be able to dip your toes and just kind of vibe there. So sent you a picture in Discord. Hold on, let me check. Discord's dangerous for me while I'm streaming the NDA stuff because I can't mess up. Oh wait, what's that? 2 weeks to ship. Is that weapons grade uranium? What are we looking at? New PC? Oh fuck, I almost had it. Damn, ship time's crazy. What do you end up going with? That's huge. Weapons grade uranium would also be such a fucking sick purchase, like for no reason in particular, but Zop said stuttering's kind of wild. Zop, what settings are you on? Just spent 6K on a new PC for this game specifically. 6K? What in the fucking Paradox custom spaceship are you on? Jesus Christ. Exclamation specs, if you want to see my build, it's by no means 6K. But I run at a 144 FPS cap just to like keep dips minimal, and I very frequently on the PTR I'm just holding 144 hard, so. Getting 140 FPS but hard stutters. Do you have, check individual settings, check super resolution, see if that is off. I keep mine off, see if you turn ray tracing or anything like that on. I would go through like individual settings and see if anything's fucking it. Also check your windowed mode, whether it's window full screen or full screen, because if that switched and it's not running on full screen, that could give you stutters. At least games feel like shit in my opinion when they're not running on full screen. But is the hose included in the price? Yeah, you get your hose with it. Send the PC and Discord. All right, hold on. Let me check. What are we looking at here? 9700X. 32. Oh, she juicy. She juicy. Oh, was it like summer sale type shit? Oh, that's not bad at all. Wait. I just saw the price. That's not bad at all. Jesus. Huh. Very solid. What's juicy? My fat, thick McDumpy. I'm not confident. I can out-heal your damage. Do you want to try? I can try. They might have fixed it. We tried a different spot and it's not working, which is good. Interesting. Interesting. Very nice to know. Fuck me in the butt. I might have cooked myself here. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I got good pressure out. We're up tremendous now. I'm liking this. I'm liking the look of this now, chat. You guys can't see it, but it's looking good. And if you could see it, you'd be goddamn impressed that it's happening. Kiko's actually just kiting me around, though. The movement's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Nashville Hot Chicken Dream was very alive. And a baby sandwich is so good. Absolutely massive. Buddy, we're running almost the same build. My CPU is better, your GPU is better, but just slightly on both. How are your frames? Because I feel silky fucking smooth over here. I feel very, very, very silky smooth. Yeah, Zop, link your specs. Fupo's a smart cat. And Fupo also has like 17,000 different PCs, apparently. Fupo was literally fucking playing on one of the PTR tests on cinematic at like, what, 200 FPS or some dumb shit? 9800 X3D and a 4070 Super running at 1440p. Maybe try not running at 1440p like a fucking freak. Maybe play like normal fucking 1080p like a human being. Just food for thought. But I mean that's just my personal take on it. I mean everyone has their weird things. Everyone has their own little preferences. You really get 100 FPS. Oh no. 1140 or 1440? 1080p is for low graphic sweats. Okay, and what am I missing? 1080p it is. Yeah, low graphics, high frames over low frames, high graphics. Yeah, 1000%. 1000%. Now, Foop, if you put me on the fucking $6 million G-Unit God setup that you have, I'll play some better goddamn settings, but I'm not losing my frames for it. If the input delay is not bad and the frames are good, then I can do it. but I'm not willing to sacrifice input delay and FPS to have something that looks slightly better. How do I say my FPS? Alt, Shift, and F as in fuck Planendorf. 1440, 2560 by 1440. Eyeball can't even track 1440. Wait. Isn't it the eyeball can't even track 60 FPS? Wasn't that the old meme? Is that the eyeball couldn't track more than like X FPS? So it didn't really matter when like higher refresh rate monitors were coming out? Because I can most definitely fucking tell the difference between 240 and 60 and 30 and a lot less than that. It's most definitely noticeable. I run full cinematic as well. Gross. Gross. Why full cinematic? I mean, I understand you want your game to like look good. I think my game looks great on like my lower settings, and my frames are fucking solid. You have a GPU driver update? It's your fault. Hearing all these bills making me cry. Somewhere Zine woke up in a cold sweat, Leon. Don't worry about it. He doesn't even know what's going on. He's probably trying to like study for school and do his nonprofit stuff. He's like woke up and he's like, what the fuck? The 950 somewhere out there is just like beckoning to him. Check your Windows update. Oh my god, Windows updates and Ashes of Creation. Ha 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 ha. What a funny ha ha ho ho like set of circumstances. Absolutely wild, those Windows updates, man. They'll get you. And also almost throw in, you know, the most debilitating memory leak that your game suffered yet. Ha ha. Ho ho. Man, those quirky little memory leaks. Ha ha ho. All from Windows. Why are you CCing me like a butthole? I feel like I'm not getting enough combos out right now. Like, the fighter pressure is legit. The fighter pressure is very legit. Yo, Lil Grave, welcome back. Where's PvP organizing? We are at Field of Stacked Stones outside of Jova, so just south of Jova. We're just kind of fucking around 1v1ing right now. Now, I do know Polar was supposed to run scrims around 9. I don't know what their plan is, but I believe our officers just finished up an officer meeting as well. So if we can get people to update, get their gear, and get over here, we could probably get a few hours of very good guild scrims out here. And with us being the first people out here, should be set up. So just food for thought. You can instantly level, instantly get geared away. I'm sure Toast could tell people the right caster stuff to pick up, or any of our casters could. But yeah, it's pretty easy. And then you just hop on your mount, ride out to Jova, and you're good to go. So anybody that is interested, update, come check it out. New movement, new power scaling, new everything. It's a fun time. The new movement system makes me very happy, by the way. I will say, I think it feels much more fluid today than it did like day one. It feels like they did soften like the curve a little bit in terms of like how quickly you slow down. Maybe I just got used to it more, but like after a dodge hop, it does feel like the exponential curve of how quickly you slow down is a little bit softened into like a more linear curve. But it still hits pretty hard. But it seems like it's a little bit more of like an up-down now instead of just like hitting a wall, which I like. Which I like a lot. Do you use DLSS? No. No. Were you asking me? Carlo, what a beautiful day it would be for you to hop on a PvP as well. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. A lot of potential PvP to be had in the area. If anybody does want a PvP. Toast, what's going on with the Polar stuff? Alex over on YouTube, always want to try this game. If you pop over to my Twitch chat or go over to the Ashes of Creation website, there is a giveaway active where you can get one of 100 free keys that are being given away on July 25th. Entry does close on the 24th, so they can kind of like, you know, have everything all squared away. But very, very, very good opportunity for you to potentially get your access to Ashes of Creation completely for free. If you do not win the giveaway, access until the game launches, which in my guess would probably be late 2027, early 2028. Could always change, could be sooner, could be, you know, later, all of that stuff. But with that being said, it is $100 to be in the entire development process until launch. We do have a new server opening up on August 4th. That is our Phase 3 server. It's up 24/7, other than update times. But good time to hop in as well while you prep for that server. We're over on the private test realm right now, which is visually NDA'd. So you guys are seeing on the screen a VOD from a couple of days ago for the gameplay. And then from there, we're over on the private test realm, kind of just like playing, checking some stuff out, some future looking changes, and just really having a blast with it. But you will be able to play 24/7 other than update times on the 24/7 Phase 3 server. It's going to be a long-term server as well, so you'll have plenty of time to level, gear, progress, all of that good shit. So keep that in mind. If you have any questions about Ashes whatsoever, feel free to let me know. More than happy to answer anything like systems-wise, class-wise, power scaling-wise, whatever it may be. Slightly more powerful, but not much. Yeah, I mean, he's hitting hard. He's hitting very hard. But I'm also sneaking out a lot more mitigation than I thought I would. I'm, without anything up, 45.5, 33.8. And then when I put my grid up, I'm 56.4, 40.4. So I'm very kind of like beefed up in terms of the mitigation currently. And I'm very much enjoying it. I think that I'm sitting at 4,500 HP, which I don't think is that much. But you want more frames and don't use DLSS. Is DLSS the... That's not a super resolution, right? Where would enable DLSS? Fubu, you have to explain these things to me. I click setting, it feels good, then it stays on low, and if it... Drop down menu. Game options. Display. Window mode, resolution, frame rate limit. Graphics. Super res sampling. Oh, the super resolution stuff? I have that turned off. Yeah, fuck that. That's new, and I don't trust new things. Compare frames to Fupo's. Fupo's PC... Well, Fupo has like 6 PCs. First of all, I'm pretty sure Fubo has like 6 PCs. And one of them is an absolute fucking juicer. Turn it on, enable DLSS, enable frame gen. DLSS. Which DLSS mode? Isn't frame gen like bad for frames though? And what's the super resolution? Should I just scale that to 100? Because it scaled me down to like 58. Quality. I don't want quality, I want fast responses. Things need to be precise. Does it make stuff look blurry when you move quick? Or am I tripping? Don't pay attention to in-game FPS monitor. So what makes this smoother than having just like the higher raw FPS? Whoops. I'm interested now. Nice. Oh, oh. I'm right next to you. Uh-oh, I might actually die. I'm getting kind of cooked. Never mind. Kiko almost just cooked my shit. Never mind. You saw Polar Scrims tomorrow? Okay, word. So, should we just try to get everybody out here tonight then? Out to stack stones? I don't know, Carlo, when's the officer meeting done? Are you guys already done? Or what's the dealio there? Because we could probably get people out, right? Almost definitely. Frame gen's not accounted for in engine monitor as it's done post-engine. Interesting. I mean, I almost lost my first duel with these new settings on. I don't know how I feel about a poop. Now I duel the fighter. We're dueling Vthar now, so we'll see how this is. Big interrupt on the first initiate there. If you can get that interrupt on the fighter, it's fucking massivo. I feel so slow. Oh my god, it's like I've been diddied. What the freak is that? Alright, we're into the big trades now. We wait for damage instants to come through. We get our finishers out and a reflect. And we pull and we combo. Tonk. It feels more input delay. Am I lying, or does it feel more input delay to anybody else with those settings on? I'm just throwing that out there. It feels muddier is the way that I describe it. Like your frame, not your frames, but like DLSS does increase input lag. I don't like input delay. I don't like input delay at all. It'll feel different. Turn the DLSS down to performance. Yeah, but I don't want input delay. Input delay is the fucking devil to me. I'd rather have low frames than bad input delay. Nobody likes it. Dude, some people don't care. Like, some people don't care as much. Shall we see if the cleric can sustain? Doesn't feel any different to me. It felt different when I was comboing my abilities. Now, I also could have been, like, diddied and, like, slurring all my words and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. It felt a little diffy. Input delay is what makes things feel muddy. Yes, 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 yes. And when things just aren't going through smooth. Log to character select and log in. No. I'm back on the good settings. And you know what? It feels phenomenal, Fupinski. Absolutely wonderful. Now, I wonder against clerics if I'll still have to go the route of, like... Oh my god, wait. I wonder if I'll still have to go the route of trying to out-sustain them, is what I was going to say. But I just almost committed fucking actual murder. Yeah. It's scary to be a cleric right now. Cleric really hate to see me coming. God damn. This doesn't look fun. Okay. I think we've learned what we need to learn. So like, you can sustain and live through the initial burst. But like, do you want to have me just... What the f... Bruh. Who just... Alright, this guy's dying. Someone's coming out here trying to grief our duels. Just kill this idiot. Why are there two EU fucks out here griefing our duels? Alright, well, I'll be here. You guys just run back and then we'll kill these dumb fucks. Toasty, I invited you. Just kill the cleric. Pulling him in. Bruh. I have no mana, but I think they just die. They're not very, like, good. Okay, one dead. I'm with you. Now that I actually have abilities, we can kite this guy out. Sorry. I had legitimate zero mana before switching. Refreshing follow through is still too good, I think, in sustained fights. Alright, well, a couple of idiots just came over and tried to start 1v2ing our people that were low in their duels and got rolled by me and Toast. They were a cleric and a tank, and we were a mage and a tank, and we absolutely just shit on them with me having no mana whatsoever. So, I feel bad for those guys, because that can't be the most enjoyable thing to go through. Literally getting the jump on people that are playing AFK. What is this? I think this was a consensual 1v1. I think that guy might have just got jumped, but... that guy got hit very hard anyways. I think that guy might have just been trying to 1v1. I wonder if these guys come back after that, Toast. Because they just got fucking worked. That's, so clerics feel like they can die very easy, by the way. What? We need to take the PTR down for the rest of the day. PTR will be coming down in about 15 minutes and we'll be back tomorrow. No! Gosh darn it. All right, well. No! Well. I mean, it's 24/7 except for downtimes, in all fairness. They did say except for update times. And I'm assuming they have large fixes planned. I'm assuming that it's like dynamic gridding implementation and another test there. Like, I get it. I want to test Fighter? You should want to. Fighter feels pressury right now. Is for reasons? Yes, 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 yes. Very important reasons as well. Very important reasons. Devil's advocate. Yeah, like, I get it. I get it. 24/7, like, other than updates, like, it is what it is. It's for the best that they have the updates. We're fine. We're fine. All is well. If it's what I think it is, very important. Well, we did dynamic gridding today. Like, they had dynamic gridding active quite literally today. And it was nice. It wasn't active the entire testing phase, but we did a full dynamic gridding test in Lionhold at the start, where the server worker boundaries were being, like, spun around and, you know, messed with, and it was, in my gameplay, quite smooth. Quite smooth. I didn't really encounter any issues. I had no lag, no crashes, no anything like that. They did say they got some things they wanted to fix with it, so maybe we have another implementation, another tested dynamic gridding tomorrow, and maybe that is them prepping to just fully fucking throw it in and see how it functions over here. Because if things do break over on this end of things, then it's by no means the end of the world, in my opinion. If they put something in as bork, they just fix it. So I think that's pretty reasonable. I don't necessarily think they'll just be like, oh wow, here's full dynamic gridding tomorrow. But I do definitely think that we could see more implementation. Yeet, 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 yeet. Fighter does generate some good pressure, man, I will say. Like, it can be a process to try to, like, get the little guys. Yeet, yeet. But once you get them, you usually get them. Fortunately. Fortunately. Fighter does feel good, though. I feel like Fighter's gonna have a lot more, like, sustain. This PTR stuff is supposed to break. Yeah, I've seen a very low, like, I don't know. I thought PTR was going to be way worse with how everyone was talking about it. They were essentially like, oh yeah, the PTR's fucking awful, like everything's broken and not functional over there and this, that, the other. Like, I got to be a giant dwarf, and I don't just mean giant like as in slightly tall. I mean like I was a titan of the fucking universe. Giant. I was like a creator of the fucking world. Giant. How do I force flag? You force go fuck yourself. You hold Alt and then hit somebody, and then that flags you up. And then it's like the duration flag. So if you hit me back, you'd also be flagged. But settings that you want to check, go into gameplay, go into combat, and then PvP, require force PvP to affect combatants. Gameplay combat PvP. Uncheck, require force PvP. Check, include untargeted combatants and AoEs, and then uncheck beneficial abilities. So you want uncheck, check, uncheck. Off, on, off. And then that'll make it so you don't have to hold down your ult. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, some people are like, what a dumb change. Why do I have to hold down my goddamn ult? And I'm like, it's because you didn't read your settings. You want explorative week? Peter will be coming down in about 10 minutes. I'm sad. I'm sad. It's okay, though. It's okay. It's a beautiful night for an early downtime, chat. Any primers in the bitch? Since PTR is going down and they're quite literally kicking me out of work early. Who's hitting me? What's going on over here? Who's that? Alfred! Alfred! Hello, brother. How are you? We got some good fights before, the two of us. Good hold there. Whoa. Alfred with a nice little jump. Caught me a little off guard. Oh. Hold on, Alfred. These dipshits are back. Alfred, hold on, buddy. Hold on. You give me 1 sec to deal with this. I've just got something I gotta do real quick. Toast. Or Keith. Keith, jump this cleric. These guys are griefing and trying to jump our duels. Literally just jump the fuck out of them. Okay, cleric dead. And another one dead. Woo! This tank's not having a very fun time, man. Tommy Hawk. Good day, brother. And he's dead. Alrighty. I don't really know why, like, they've come out here twice now and they just start trying to kill people that are dueling. And then they just get shit on. I'm very confused. I'm very, very confused. Hey, sit down with someone and work out optimization. Fupo has a very optimized setup. I don't know if Fupo does cat salting, but Fupo has a very optimized setup. Very juicy. Very beefy. He's team green. Wait, so what's the difference? What is the difference in this? Is this like Twilight versus fucking like Team Jacob versus Team Edward type shit? AMD versus Nvidia. Okay, word. I'm team what works best. Yeah, I mean, both of my builds are Nvidia GPUs. I have a Ryzen 9 3900X and a 7900X 3D for my two CPUs. Beat a fighter in 1v1, PTR is great. Can confirm PTR is also great, beat everyone in 1v1s. Yes, yes. Getting Nvidia cards is rather difficult. If you shy away from things in life because they're difficult, brother, you're gonna have a lot of trouble in life. Alright, Zoppy Woppy. Yeet. This is some, like, far out gameplay. Sorry, Zop. It's my bad. I just got fucking decimated. I was wondering if Cog Push would interrupt your shield. Little Trapinski. So we did find a fun little safety trick for you. Toast and I were testing. Chain lightning cannot be reflected back at you, but lightning strike can. So I have a lot of things that I can reflect. You actually caught me with a lightning strike shatter that I wasn't fucking expecting, so it kind of cooked my shit. But yeah. Is chain lightning still bugged? It doesn't proc reflect, so it kind of gets through it. So in duels, Toast has been shattering me with chain lightning instead of lightning strike because I can't reflect the shatter that way, and it kind of like gets through, so to say. But if somebody tries to lightning strike me, then I'll just shatter. I'll just reflect it, and then you just die. Like I legitimately, I reflect people's lightning strikes for 1,000 plus. It's a lot. It's a very lot. Do. Where are those other goobers sitting at? Because I know that those guys that were griefing are probably going to come back to grief, but people who hardcast light strike and duels are insane. I mean, it's the same thing as a fucking ranger that casts a snipe without pre-casting a fucking thundering in duels. Like, if I'm not silenced and I see a snipe, I stop moving and I sit there until snipe's about to go off and I just go. And then I win. Now, good rangers will never throw important cooldowns before a thundering goes out. But, excuse me. I feel like you can most definitely catch people tripping sometimes on coolie usage. Oop. Kiefer with some big damage. You tanky as shit, Keef. God damn, dog. Motherfucker's beefy. Brother got the full mitigation build going on. Holy shit. I'm legitimately hitting other people for like 1,100 plus. I'm hitting Kiefer for like 10. Fucking insane. Absolutely juiced. How'd the dynamic gridding test go? Ian, the dynamic gridding test went very, very well in my opinion. There were some things that were bugged. There are always going to be things that are bugged, in my opinion. Bugs happen. But I had a very smooth experience. I didn't crash. I didn't disconnect. I didn't get lag. It went, in my opinion, much better than I thought it was going to go. It was extremely seamless. You didn't even notice when the servers were being like, or the server workers were being messed with. I was just running around the whole time, and it was absolutely beautiful. So, I like it a lot. I like it a whole lot. Why no sleep before shatter? In duels, if a mage sleeps me while I'm frozen, then I just CC break it, and I get both of their CCs. So, like, mage sleep's a really interesting one anyways, because you're gonna have dots ticking you most of the time anyways. I don't know what the damage threshold is for, like, the wake up on it, but if I get CC'd too much, then I will usually just CC break it and then look for a reflect, and if you don't have any CCs or anything like that, then, you know, you just kind of get cooked. But I think 1v1s are also entirely different in terms of how you use your abilities and how you play your fights comparatively to like group-based stuff like 8v8s. I mean, even down to like 3v3s, 5v5s, fucking 2v2s are different. So it's definitely all just a matter of how you want to play. Sleeps away longer, cast time will either get interrupted or I'll be dead. Yeah. Very easy to CC break. I absolutely agree. I mean, a lot of the time, the freeze is going to be more than enough, because the freeze still keeps you there. It's just the thing with freeze is if you don't protect your cast around that freeze, then I just kind of get to a point where I can get a free reflect off of it. And free reflect for me is always a nice thing to play around, because I can typically just walk people down a lot of the time. Like, see, that hit hard because it wasn't like a long cast. But there, you use your blink, so I know that you don't have a CC break, so now I just CC combo you. So like that's the thing with mages is I can either play it so aggro that I just reflect you and go in, or trip you early and go in, or gap close and go in, anything like that. Or I can just wait, take the trades, self-heal and shit like that. And if I do that, then I'm able to, the real problem is that you can interrupt my blink. Oh yeah. I mean, everything has a cast time too, though. So when I was first 1v1ing, because you mentioned you were really green to 1v1s, right? So when I was first getting much more into 1vs, it took me a lot to learn how to like protect my casts, so to say. And by protecting my casts, I mean like a very important ability like my Indomitable Spirit, which I didn't actually start this fight with here, which is quite unfortunate. Like a very important ability like that, I'm going to need to make sure that I'm protecting that cast and not casting it in a spot where I can be tripped, locked out of it, or otherwise just fucked over by not having that, right? So I always tell people, like, with CC breaks, with blinks, with everything there, you've got to work really hard to make sure that you are protecting those extremely vital casts. And if you can do that, then you'll have, you know, a much higher rate of getting those off comparatively. But when I wasn't protecting my casts a lot, I was losing like a whole lot of Indomitable Spirit casts. I was losing a whole lot of very important coolies. Should never happen. I mean, so in terms of things getting like canceled, a CC break used at a forced time is a lot different than a CC break used at a preferential time. But things same. Okay, huge. You got a blotto. Much love. I appreciate you, brother. So in terms of like a CC break, you can either use it on the first CC and try to avoid the damage, or if you can sustain the damage, then you can use it on the second CC, so you get the CC break, and if they try to re-CC you, go into your lockout and your CC protection. A lot of people will use it on the first CC. A lot of people will just kind of like, shouldn't be able to interrupt a CC spell break. It's not the CC spell break, it's a cast time that's being interrupted. So you CC break at the start of your cast, and then you have a cast time with the ability, and then that is what gets interrupted. So the CC break happens on button push, and then you have your physical cast time because it's not an instant cast. So that's where like it actually comes into play. So if you're using it, like I mentioned, this is kind of just like a knowledge thing. If you're using it on a first CC, then you can get re-CC'd. If you wait until the second CC, then you cannot get re-CC'd, and your cast will not get canceled at any point. So like 1v1s are never intended to be the point of balance, and they never will be, because in 1v1s without heals, you're simply not going to have the time to live, right? So that's why 1v1s are like scuffed, especially for DPS classes. Like, this is not an indicator of skill. You are losing to the tank class, not to the tank player in these 1v1s. Yeah, they took down servers. So like 1v1s are always going to be a fickle, like, rock, paper, scissors balance thing. Just for reference. But one thing, especially in groups, that I try to get people into the habit of is first CC can get re-CC'd. Second CC, if you try to re-CC it, gives you a 10-second lockout and doesn't CC you. So if I trip you and then you CC break, I can throw a tomahawk at you while you're blinking away. Tomahawk will follow you, hit you in the back, re-trip by gap close, you have no CC break. If you wait for me to trip you, you can survive the damage burst. It's going to be hard in a 1v1, of course, because 1v1s are 1v1s. They're corny. Group-based, you survive the first damage burst, and then you wait for that second CC to come in, then you blink. You're not going to have that follow-up CC. There is no rock, paper, scissors yet? What do you mean? You're on Fent. There's absolutely rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors is simply determining, like, that certain archetypes are stronger than other archetypes in duels, and you absolutely have that with different kits. Even new talents? No, there's absolutely rock, paper, scissors. What do you mean? Fighting every single archetype feels different, and different archetypes play better or worse against other archetypes. Yeah, there's absolutely rock, paper, scissors. Although it's more like rock, paper, scissors, tank, because tank has the potential to beat literally everything, but rock, paper, scissors, rogue. See, I think on the new movement system, rogue is a lot more deal-withable. But like, yeah, the old movement system trying to kill a rogue in open world where it wasn't just honor duels and people weren't playing around like, oh, I'm gonna stay in and stuff. Oh, you had so much reset potential, really. But yeah, I mean, everything is absolutely rock, paper, scissors based right now. There's a reason why I can walk up to mages and just like destroy them. And it's very much because of the rock, paper, scissors kit. It's not because I'm a god and every mage player sucks. Who beats who then? brother, do you play Ashes currently? Like, actual question. Because you're trying to, like, puff out your chest and say there's no rock, paper, scissors. Genuinely, how many hours of PvP do you have? Like, if you're going to puff out your chest, I'm going to puff out my chest. Because a bard will be able to beat most of your damage dealers in 1v1s. With the exception of maybe a rogue if they can't catch the rogue, but bard does really well against rogue. In terms of your damage dealers, rogue on live is going to be able to beat pretty much everything because you can just kite it out unless you get bursted. Mage is probably going to be your worst. Ranger beats mage. Fighter could beat ranger or mage, but the movement system favors ranger or mage. In terms of live, on PTR though, you have fighter probably losing to ranger and mage, just based on the fact that it can get kited around, really good movement abilities, shit like that. But genuinely, then you have classes that are weaker against tank because tank kit is incredibly strong in 1vs. Like, the reason why I didn't die in 1vs on PTR isn't because I'm the best player in the world. It's because tank's really good in 1vs. I can't play Ashes till August. Okay, so why are you saying there's no rock, paper, scissors and trying to argue with the person who literally plays Ashes every single day? Like, genuine question. Just like out of curiosity. If the person who streams like a full work week and a half to 2 work weeks of Ashes every single week talks about the rock, paper, scissors, and you don't play Ashes, then why would you puff your chest out and say there's no rock, paper, scissors and try to argue that? I guess I'm just like confused there. But yeah, there's absolutely a rock, paper, scissors, like especially in 1vs. Certain things counter other things. Certain kits have better kits. Mage beats ranger. Word. So does mage beats ranger and fighter? Not arguing, just want to know which class beats what. I mean, I understand that you were inquiring, but at the start you're like, there's no rock, paper, scissors, maybe with new talents. Like, very decisive statement. There very much is. But yeah, with that being said, like, mage beats ranger, probably beats fighter on PTR as well. Rogue probably beats mage. Ranger probably beats rogue. There are a lot of matchups. 7 different archetypes, a lot of different matchups between them. Long story short, tank beats a lot of things in 1v1s. And that's not because fighter beats mage in my experience. Okay, too many trips on the fighter, too many end caps. Okay, that makes sense. But, like, tank has a lot of things in 1vs that do extremely well. And as a result, a lot of people think that tanks are like this god class, blah, 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 blah. I thought rogue tank beats everything. That's because of the rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. Like, that's because of the rock, paper, scissors element of weaknesses to certain things. It's just rogue and tank. Like, rock, paper, scissors. Let's tank rogue. Well, I think they mean tank or rogue, but either way. Ranger beats everything but tanks and very geared bards from my experience. What's your biggest thing against bards that you can do to pressure them? I feel like not letting bard combo is the biggest thing. But yeah, like, the reason why rogue and tank as primary archetypes beat things is because of the rock, paper, scissors, like, of 1v1 balance. That's what I thought there. No. What are you trying to say? I'm so confused. There is a rock, paper, scissors balance. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is rock, paper, scissors, like, in the 1v1 element. And some things are stronger, some things are weaker. Like, rock, paper, scissors doesn't mean that everything necessarily has, like, a full answer. Rock, paper, scissors essentially means that certain things are stronger against other things. Certain things are weaker against other things. That's essentially what that means. You're going to have a lot of very diverse matchups. A lot of things that can kind of, like, determine what goes into it, especially as secondaries come in. Keep in mind, you'll have even more of rock, paper, scissors kind of, like, into it. Not meaning that everything has an answer, but that some things are really, really, really good in 1v1s and some things are really, 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 really bad in 1v1s. And some things will counter other things extremely well in 1v1s because of the total kit. Some things will do really poorly. Lion! Marauder, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, that's the entire rock, paper, scissors matchup in itself, I think. To a certain extent, anyways. Is just the element of certain things beat other things because they're stronger, or lose to other things because they're weaker. That's kind of it. So tank, cleric, bard, rogue, fighter, mage, ranger. Well, so this is the thing. It's not even like that in just terms of a tier list, because on live, a tank probably isn't beating a rogue if the rogue is cheesing and playing around mana drain cooldowns and like resets and stuff, because a tank has a very limited mana pool, and if the rogue is... If the rogue is playing around evasion, playing around smokes, playing around restelts, like a rogue can just drain a tank. I'd like it more like heavy users beat medium, light beats heavy, and medium beats light. Well, I have a sad update. That's not going to happen because that's not even how the core function of Ash's armoring is. So there's not really a you're a tank, you use heavy armor, you're a caster, you use light armor. All of them afford the same relative protection, so the percentage or the amount of like mitigation that you gain is the same on every piece. Light gives you magic mitigation, medium gives you split between magic and fizz, and then heavy gives you only fizz mitigation. So you don't really have, you know, plate wearers and then leather wearers and then cloth wearers. It's very sandboxy. So that's why it's based more in your archetypes, right? And a lot of the differences in your archetype abilities. So every archetype, every class can use every single weapon in the game, have a melee and a ranged equipped at all times, and can have any piece of gear on that they want to have at any time. Now, there are bonuses for having a certain number of pieces of like light gear, medium gear, heavy gear, set bonuses for certain sets. Those are messed around with on the PTR as well a little bit. But yeah, that's never really going to be in like Ash's design in terms of like, oh, you're a tank, well, you use heavy armor. Oh, well, you're a fighter, well, you're in medium. It's genuinely, you could be a cleric in full heavy if you have heavy caster gear that you want to put on and you feel like there's a reason for it. You could be a tank in full light if you want more magic mitigation. So it really just breaks down to the type of mitigation, the set bonus, the armor weight bonus, and everything there. Everything really depends on the battlefield size of the terrain. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, Leo, what up, I go? Ultra, very good way to put it. You could, in Ashes, have a million different sets for a million different things. Keep in mind, too, I run a different build for 1v1s than I do for 8v8s. I change a few abilities over. It's not a huge change right now, with it being a limited tree. But I run a different build for small scale than I do for large scale, simply because it's more convenient. It makes it a little bit better. It's just some food for thought there. Who wins in Cleric versus Bard? I feel like Bard has more sustain than a Cleric does in terms of the mana realm of things. I feel like a good Bard could probably out-sustain a Cleric and probably has more single target burst potential just through like finishers and res dumps, by the way. To the point where like... I'd probably give the edge to Bard, but also I don't really know how that matchup works out because I don't play either of them. I just fight against them. I do know against Bard, I pressure like a motherfucker. Against Cleric, I try to drain their mana and get combos in, let them heal the damage off, and then play off of that until their mana is drained, and I can out-sustain a Cleric's mana. So I'm assuming a Bard can out-sustain a Cleric's mana as well, if I can do it with refreshing follow-through and inner fire. But, alright, I'll be right back. I'm smoking a bowl and going pee, and then we yap for a few. If you bless your own weapon, you're realistically not going 1v1 on Cleric in most cases. Yeah, I mean... I feel like, though, you can always be forced to cast a lot, especially in 1vs. And if people are only putting damage out on you when you are full wounded, fresh wound stacks, they go in and then they refresh the wound stacks after they're actually in and out, then you're going to be wounded all the time. You're either going to have to, like, purify and then cast, or you're going to have to cast twice as much because wound is a 50% anti-heal. So, I do feel like you can effectively make a Cleric spend twice as much mana as intended, but that's also an element of, like, most things being factored in. Been working 70-hour weeks the last year. Jesus fucking Christ, the last year? Brother about to retire, goddamn. Haven't watched stream in a while. Brother, depending on when you've been in, I mean, it's all Ashes all the time, buddy. So, on August 4th, we have a full wipe and fresh start servers. We're moving to a new phase of the alpha. It's Alpha 2 Phase 3, and that's going to be our longest server of the alpha. So it's going to be, my guess, 1.5 to 2 years. With that being said, there's going to be a lot of content coming. We've been playing over on the private test realm, and with the private test realm, that is visually NDA'd. So you're watching a VOD from the Alpha 2 server, which is not visually NDA'd or NDA'd in any way, shape, or form. The private test realm has a lot of future changes that'll be coming in, hopefully coming in, and we're testing a shitload of very important things for the future of Ashes. So I love that shit. I absolutely love being more involved in the testing experience and everything there. Any idea when beta starts? Scooby, beta is, you're going to have 2 short betas subsequent to Alpha 2 Phase 3, but betas are going to be closed betas for playtesters. I don't know that there's a plan to bring out specific beta keys and an opt-in for the beta. Those will be closed for already existing playtesters. And the beta isn't going to have any like new content coming in. The beta is going to be a final coat of paint and polish on everything. There will be 2 betas. Each one will be a final coat of paint and polish for a few weeks. And then it'll launch from there. Phase 3 is, and it's a little bit of a like an unconventional approach with a lot of games going into beta with a lot of content still left to deploy, right? But with that, Ashes is stacking a lot of the development, pretty much all of the development in the alpha itself. So Phase 3, this server on August 4th, is the longest server. This is quite simply put like the rest of the game coming in. By the time Phase 3 ends, Ashes of Creation will be the MMO, not the playtest. And then you have 2 betas, final coat of paint, final coat of polish, making sure everything's good to ship, and then it ships. And based on this, when it does ship, it should be in a spot, where they don't have to fight a constant uphill battle of recovery and trying to get, you know, back on their feet. They're not dropping with a metric fuckload of bugs. The testing experience has been very thorough because of the playtesters' commitments. So, gotta get the game before August. The giveaway is going to be a huge opportunity. About 100 people getting access because of the giveaway that Intrepid is running, exclamation giveaway, if you guys are not in that. And then from there, keep in mind, even if you don't win the giveaway, you do get 90 days where you can get a full refund on your alpha purchase if you're not happy with the playtesting experience. So if you do want to hop in, you do want to check it out, and you either don't want to wait the 11 days, I guess 10 days until the drawing for the giveaway at this point, or you just don't want to, you know, or you don't end up winning, you can buy it for $100. You can get in the entire time until launch, and my guess, late 2027, early 2028 in terms of a launch. And then from there, again, if you don't like it, you get all your money back. If you do like it, you're in until launch. You find a community to play with. Exclamation guild. If you guys do need a community to hop in with, I do help run a community that has multiple guilds already. A lot of people shaped up around PvP. 2 full guilds for PvPers. A lot of PvEers as well. So, are the steps good? Let me peep it. Let me peep it. Did you send them to me? Oh, we haven't DM'd on Discord before? Weird. Okay. Yes. Yes. I will send this along. This is big. That's fucking huge. Okay. I'll send that along. They'll be proud. They will absolutely be proud. I'm proud of you. Intrepid will be proud of you. Your parents would be proud of you. Everyone is proud of you. Are we hitting the range tomorrow? I mean, that'd probably be the best chance to get me up early. Because, like, Intrepid took the game down tonight. Which I think is very mean. I don't know what time it's scheduled to go back up at. Hold on, let me see if I can find it in the Discord. The team has the data they need for guild storage. PTR has been brought down for the rest of today. We plan to be back up around 1 p.m. EST tomorrow. So, seems like we got normal, like, uptime start tomorrow. I'll try to be on for 1 for the start of it so we don't miss any of the important testing or anything like that, but take it out on some golf balls. I know. I also have to take it out on some laundry that I haven't folded yet. I've been a little slacker. So I must be on my best behavior. But yes, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Although we did get some good testing in today. Fortunately, we now have 2 characters that are geared out in various ways. So I'm quite happy about that. I'm quite ecstatic. I'm gonna smoke a bowl real quick, chat, and then we'll yap a little bit more. If you guys have any questions about Ashes, please feel free to let me know. Good time for any new players to ask about literally anything you might be wondering. I can pull up Ashes Wiki. I can take you through systems. I can do pretty much anything y'all need me to. So I'll be right back. 1 sec. We smoke, and then we got.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Okay, good day. Hello, I'm back. Scooby, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The fresh Bolski has been consumed. I'm feeling ready to take on the remainder of the night. So, boys, dynamic gridding today. Overall, I have no fucking idea what their thoughts on things are, but I would say an overwhelming success.
Abs is absolutely S tier.
Imagine not saying hi. I literally yelled in hi, but you looked extremely busy. And I also had to run back in because reasons. I had to escape. Yo, Laxist. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Nightbot is shy around new people sometimes. Link should come up in a second. But exclamation giveaway. Oh, you put it on extra W in. Exclamation giveaway will get you a link to the Ashes of Creation website.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao,
Yo,
ni hao.
ni hao, effusive. How you doing, my boy? And then from there, you can get entered into the giveaway. Intrepid is giving away 100 copies of Ashes of Creation Access. So make sure you get involved in that before the 24th. The drawing is on the 25th of July, and it'll get you in before our Phase 3 launch on August 4th. How long are you streaming tonight? So I was going to stream later tonight because the access was wacky today in terms of like the PTR. So I wanted to like do like a later stream, but unfortunately there's not a whole lot to do. So I was gonna hang out and yap for a little bit, and then I was actually thinking about having a fire because I haven't we sad now. It's okay. That means long undisturbed uptime tomorrow, starting directly at 1 p.m. EST, and we do a 1-to-1. We do a 12-hour stream tomorrow. We do 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. That's what I'm feeling. That's what the vibe is, boys. 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. tomorrow. I'm gonna need some good food for this. We gotta get everything ready. And I gotta fold laundry. We can log into live and see if that war's still rolling. Live's down, it's Tuesday. Yeah, we can't fucking log into live. Ashes doesn't exist right now, dude. Yeah, Carla said the same thing. She was like, aren't you gonna get on stream? And I was like, no, server's down until like fucking 4:30. And she's like, just log on to live. And I'm like, I can't. It's Tuesday. It's not August 4th yet. Shit went poof. Yes. Like shit, like effectively and quite literally today went poof. Yes. Yes, indeedly. It doesn't exist anymore. Well, it does exist, but just not for right now. It'll exist more again in the future. But honestly, are we going to play live if the PTR is up? Like if live is up and PTR are up at the same time. Would anyone here play live over PTR? Me personally, not a fucking chance. Not a singular actual chance in fuck. Not really. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I would not. I think that too much is changing. It's too behind now? Yeah, I mean, and not necessarily in like a bad way, right? Because the PTR will always be ahead of live. And there will always be gearing reworks that hit PTR first. Like, there will be changes that hit PTR first. And I'm not even doing it in the sense of a like, oh, well, like, I know what's coming in the future, so everything else is ruined type shit, right? I'm more thinking, gotta actually gather mats and get a legendary bow. Yeah, but I'll do that next phase. Like, so from my standpoint, I'm like, I have just over 2 weeks left of this phase. What do I want to do in that time? Prep for next phase as much as I can. Oh, on PTR. Oh. Also, hear me out. What if we do a day of PTR where we go around as a raid and kill a bunch of name mobs and like source loot tables? Like Codex is gonna have it, but what if we get it before Codex? I didn't check if craft stations were active. I believe each town has some. I don't know what the node planner was looking like for the PTR. The devs didn't send it to me, but they said it was internal property. Some nerdy shit like that. Yeah. Yeah. So, Kin, I don't remember if I hydrated for you or not, but I'm going to hydrate again for you. Appreciate you. Thank you for providing me my lifeblood, aka Arnold Palmer half and half. It's a beautiful time to be alive. So, what do we think tomorrow's PTR test is? If they're pulling down servers in the way that they are right now. Like, do we think they just full deep dick us? On PTR gears full Lego gear? No! No. A lot of what I'm wearing, I do have a couple pieces of heroic gear, but it depends on the crate that you get. I would say average is like blue. Excuse me. I need a driver tomorrow in chat. Ayo. What you mean? What can I do you for? Or do you need my help with a different part of it? Like, are you driving something and like I would be escorting something, or do we need somebody driving while we escort? What? Yeah, I would definitely say rare for the most part, Kin. But keep in mind, they do have different gear vendors that they can set up. Guy Gearetti being one of them. He provides us with a lot of our like leveling stuff, so you can level to 25 instantly, 20, level 15. You can get trade skill books to level him, or to level from him. You can get your gear crates, you can get specific pieces. So with that being said, they do also have other gear vendors that they can spawn in or out at their will, and they have taken them out before. But most of the time that the PTR is up, those gear vendors are available, so people can just like test how they want to, which is part of the reason why I am a massive advocate for, if people do want to get in on August 4th, just get in now instead. The giveaway, you know, going until the 25th for the drawing is definitely a large thing. That, you know, I'd say wait for that if you're worried about the $100. See if you can get it for free first. But like, if you're not worried about the $100 and you just want to hop in and have like the most knowledge possible, get the most experience possible before it goes live, like, it's going to be over here. It's going to be over here. You can level your archetype. You can get gear. You can source as much gear as you can possibly find. You can PvP as much as you want to on the new movement system, the new gearing system, everything. So it's a huge batch of information to be gained. Lower Michigan. What do you need a driver for? Are you not able to drive? The pay is shit, the work is hard, and you can't do drugs. Sounds like most jobs. Sounds like a lot of jobs. Don't you just play golf? Do you need like an actual driver? Because like I have a Callaway. To Big Bertha. If you'd like to take her for a spin. It's like an 8-hour drive for me to get to you. Everyone could just drive up to Maine instead. That'd be cool. Little like, you know, chat out to lunch day. That'd be kind of lit, kind of fi, kind of swag. I don't really think that'd be a bad idea at all, actually. I manage a fleet of non-Amazon, non-UPS delivery vehicles as my real job. Oh, that makes sense. So someone called out, or someone died. Wait, so are you gonna have to drive if you can't find another driver? Both. Someone called out and died in this economy? Bro, what the fuck do you mean? Why are you allowing your employees to die, like, when you need them for shifts? I'm currently having to drive 2 routes tomorrow already. So hear me out. Hear me out. You look at all the packages, right? And you go on Facebook and you source who the owner of the package is. And you're like, hey, vehicles are down today. Pick up at this location. Come through and just pick it up. We have it here. You message every single person that has a package. Now you do 0 routes and you play Ashes of Creation instead while you have somebody sit and distribute the packages. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Maine's pretty cool. Maine's beautiful. Oh, Leo, you've been gone for a while. On top of Ashes, like all Ashes all the time and the Ashes hype, I did go to Vegas for a weekend. Carla and I went to the Kendrick concert that was out there. Kendrick and SZA. And it was amazing. Vegas was so fucking fun. And then we came back for 10 days and then did 2 weeks in Iceland. So Iceland, we did 1 to 2 hour IRL streams most of the days that we were out there. No, I'll let him get out of the ad. The ads giveth and the ads taketh away. Brother was just doing 70-hour work weeks and doesn't even have a primer. My God, get him on that Amazon Prime chat. Holy shit. I love you, Leo. You can hear me at some point. I'll throw up a finger heart so he knows that we love him. Brothers. We gotta save our homie. Maine's about the same distance from me as South Michigan. Like 8 hours? I mean, Maine's worth a drive. I feel like there's a lot that you can do in Maine. I will say. I feel like... I I don't want to say like a lot, but like if you like the outdoors and you don't mind picking ticks off of you, then great. I've heard ticks are really bad if you go out in the woods this year. So I don't really fuck with ticks that much. So I don't really go out in the woods much. But like there's plenty of outdoors that you can do that's not out in the middle of the fucking woods, getting all ticked up. So, no, it is what it is. You're slightly further. Interesting. Maybe it's slightly more worth it. Mayhaps. Iceland was dope though. Cause like Iceland, there were no ticks. There were no mosquitoes that were native to Iceland. Like, there wasn't a chance of getting that gross shit on you. It just rained a lot. Oh yeah, Leo. So I was telling you, in addition to all the Ashes hype, right? So I've just been hanging out over here playing Ashes. Right now it's a little bit of a lull in time for Ashes just because people are waiting for the phase 3 hype. But the last couple of days of like uptime, right? So to say, when servers were up, viewership was great. People were coming in like crazy. So I do think like there are a lot of eyes on Ashes. There are a lot of people that do want to get involved. But past that, I went out to Vegas for a weekend with Carlo. We went out for the Kendrick and SZA concert out at Allegiant. That was a fucking blast. And then we came home for 10 days. And then after being home for 10 days, I went to Iceland. So that was my first time flying internationally. 3rd flight ever. We're a seasoned traveler now. 4th flight's going to be TwitchCon. So I can't fucking wait. But with that being said, did 2 weeks in Iceland. Did like 1 to 2 hour IRL streams while we were out there. So the VODs should still be active for a bit, but it was fucking beautiful out there, man. Like absolutely surreal. Absolutely surreal. I legitimately loved my time out there. I think like it is a fucking fairy tale of a country. With that being said, incredibly happy to be back home, playing Ashes again, building again, and just really getting ready for the P3 hype. A lot of people are going to come in for P3 and it's going to fucking explode. And I'm very, very ready for that. Been committed the entire time, been grinding the whole time. So I'm really excited, man. Happy people are trickling back in too. Yo, Bluefire, how are you, my friend? Do you have a tank guide for Ashes? I will. So we're going to source as much information as we can from the private test realm. And then over on my YouTube, I multi-stream over there as well, but I do have a few videos over there. I don't post on YouTube much because I hate recording videos, haha. I should post it over there more, I know. But I will be making a tank guide based off information that we get from the private test realm, and things that we have over on live that aren't changing, like all of the cumulative information going into phase 3. So there's at least a little bit of a, you know, here's what to look for going into P3 as a tank. Here's a good like baseline starter set. Here are some ways that you could change it. Here are some of your abilities, some combos, stuff like that. So it'll be a very, very like new player introduction, but we'll have some good clips in there to help explain stuff. I made a lot of build guides for New World, the game that I played before Ashes, and those were very successful. So very much enjoy doing that type of content. There are just a lot of changes that are in right now that are over on the private test realm that haven't been fully deployed yet. So a lot of information will be changing. Yo, Lucky, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. But Blue, in the meantime, before the video comes out, if you do have any questions about tank, like what I run, why I run it, more than happy to explain. Also, welcome in. Key, yo, Jose, over on YouTube. How you doing, my friend? So if you go to the Ashes of Creation website, or you come over to my Twitch chat and do exclamation giveaway in the chat. I do multi-stream on Twitch as well, as I was saying earlier. You can do exclamation giveaway, and then that'll take you to the Ashes website. Either way, it's under their news. It is their phase 3 Gleam giveaway. So basically, that is just a free entry giveaway. You can pop over there, get all set up, make your account using the exclamation Ashes link in my Twitch chat as well, if you do want to show some love to stream and tell them where you came from. And they're giving away 100 copies of Ashes of Creation. Well, not copies of Ashes, but keys to the playtest. I don't want to say copies because that makes it sound like box cost. Either way, Intrep is giving away 100 keys for the Phase 3 access. The drawing is being done on the 25th, so 10 days from now, you've got 9 days left to enter. The entry closes 1 day before the drawing, so they can keep it all organized. So, this is, I think, the largest giveaway they've done. I don't want to say certainly, but it's the largest giveaway that I've seen them do. I don't know what their last set of giveaways was, if it was also 100 keys or if it was more, but are you done with New World or just break? Oh yeah, I haven't played New World in like 7 months. Well, I would say like 6.5-ish. No, I played New World probably like 5 months ago because I was warlogging for cats to just like transition out of cats. But New World's full cooked, man. I don't know how long you've been gone, but New World is absolutely assed out. They have done absolutely nothing for their like actual gameplay loop and the things that were, you know, fucking it up. And they just tried to make a bunch of superficial changes and add more like shit on top of the pile of shit that they already had. So they're like, oh, here's capture the flag, here's a new map, here's a new this, here's a new that. But they aren't able to actually like fix any of their core gameplay loops whatsoever. And at this point, it's been too long and they've lost so much of the faith of the MMO community, the people who originally had, you know, an interest in checking it out. My latest information that I heard is that they're going free to play on PS5. So it's bad over there. I think New World is cooked and it's going to continue to be cooked. I will not be going back to New World. I'll be on Ashes every single day until Ashes launches and beyond that. As you guys know, if you're new here, you may not know, I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I've streamed 748 days in a row now without missing a single day. So for me, it's all Ashes all the time since coming over from New World. I played New World for 3 years, over 7,000 hours. And in Ashes already, I'm quickly approaching the 2,000 hour mark. So it's a beautiful time to be over here, man. If you guys have any questions about Ashes whatsoever, let me know. But yeah, I don't plan to go anywhere other than Ashes. New World is something where 3 years plus post-launch, they're still fighting for the very, 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 very basics of trying to figure out their gameplay loop, right? So I was always rooting for them silently. Like, not even silently. I don't really pray for the downfall of any game. Like, I have friends that were full-time New World content creators that are like fucking down horrendous. Never even heard of Ashes. Oh shit, you've been gone that long, Leo? Oh my god, so you didn't even know about Ashes. Oh fuck, I didn't even give you the proper intro. I'm so sorry. You're probably like, Dusty, what the fuck is all this? What are you even doing? Okay, hold on. I'll catch you up. I'll catch you up. So essentially, also, in your face, hope you're having a good day. So basically, Ashes of Creation is an MMO that is in alpha. So let me see if I can get... Does this have scrims at the end? Yes. So I'll bring up some of the scrims that we were doing towards the end of the day. But Ashes of Creation, keep in mind, this is a full alpha. They are not trying to pretend that this is something that is fully developed, fully implemented, fully anything like that. Leon, I'm so sorry. So with that being said, everything is in development. Everything is going to continue to change. But Ashes is taking all of the systems that New World wanted to have and extrapolating on those like crazy. Much more depth, a fully intertwined gameplay loop. There are going to be 64 different classes, right? So you can do exclamation classes to look at that. Basically, it's a primary archetype that becomes augmented by a secondary archetype, any one of the 8 archetypes again. And that essentially gives you your total class output. So basically, everything in Ashes is player to player. It is a social-based MMO. You have guilds, and then you have nodes. Nodes are your towns. There will be approximately 80 nodes on the full map or player-owned towns. So those towns can be determined who the mayor is once a month through 4 different election systems. The scientific election system, which is the popular election, that's your like mayoral vote. You have the economic system, which is an auction. Then you have your religious system, which is completing the most like religious quests for the node during the election process. And then you have your military system, which is a battleground state for the node itself in hour-long periods throughout the election process. And you get points for both player kills as well as holding objectives down. That was a nice kill. And then from there, you have to get reelected once a month. And if you fail to get reelected, then someone else takes over your node. So there are systems within guild versus guild stuff and node versus node stuff that also impact like the guilds and the nodes. So outside of the nodes, there will be 5 guild castles, which guilds can strive to own, so only 5 throughout the entire map. And monthly, your guild castle will go through a siege. So if you do own a guild castle, you will be waiting for that siege, prepping for that siege once a month because you know that it's always going to be coming and that you're going to have to, you know, deal with that, prep for that. And essentially, if you defend the siege, then you are able to keep your castle. If you lose a siege, then your castle goes bye-bye. I was on Toast ass like crazy here, but he somehow lived. I switched to Stregma. So with that being said, you have node versus node wars and guild versus guild wars. Ashes is entirely open world. There is no fast travel. And just for a bit of perspective, this is the map as it will be on launch. We have the Riverlands, the desert, the Goondark, the tropics, and then we have the anvils coming next, okay? The entire New World map is the size of the Riverlands, roughly. Just for perspective. New World has more fast travels than Starbucks in a city. Ashes has no fast travels. You want to go somewhere, you're mounting up for that shit. So, just keep that in mind. Ashes is a game where you are intended to feel like... That was actually... I've played this fight really fucking well. What the hell? I want to look at this fight. I was kind of cooking people. Jesus Christ. Ashes is a game where every decision that you make impacts a lot. Like, a whole lot. The simplest thing as, you know, travel distance to what you want to farm can be multiple hours. It's a game where you are meant to feel like a citizen of a region of the world instead of a citizen of the entire world. You're going to have a reason to stay in your node, like build up your node, your town, because unlike New World, everything, Ashes is what New World wanted to be. Yes, the only thing is, as you'll notice, Ashes is a tab target base, right? So instead of being full action combat, it's got a tab target base. It's got a lot more than 3 abilities, and it's class based. So it's not going to be that brain dead, like, you know, anybody can play at combat that New World was. It'll have accessibility, but it's also on the high end going to have a ton of different little skill ceilings that you can try to master. Whereas New World, you had 3 buttons. It was learn a combo, get mechanically good, learn macro. Ashes takes all of that, except you're learning a fuckload of different combos, applying them to a... Do you want to claim lumber milling for next phase? Yes, lumber milling, please. Yeah, I will absolutely fuck up lumber milling. Absolutely. Yeah, I got you. So, like, will you also take carpentry? If people are willing to help me, I don't know the min-maxy way to level, but if people are willing to help me, I would have no objection to it. I would just need help. There'll be help? Okay, yeah. If people are willing to help me, then I'll absolutely do it. I have the time to do everything. I just don't, like, you know me, I've never really crafted before. So, like, all of the shit that goes into it, making it efficient is a little daunting. But yeah, if there's help with, like, okay, this is what we're crafting to level, and shit like that, then that'll be great. Try to get names? Yeah, I can just do the whole wood loop. I can do lumberjacking, lumber milling, carpentry if we're trying to get it all organized. Just a little bit of guidance on the carpentry side and we'll be good to go, because I haven't done that before. But yeah, I think that'd be cool, being able to make like bows and shit for people. That'd be fire. Yeah, it gives me something else to learn as well. Will be up tremendous. Okay, so biggest difference from New World is a tab target, but you'll notice I have health, mana, stamina, and then I also have an iframe. I have a roll that gives me half a second of 100% evasion rating that I just rolled backwards to there, and I tried to grapple Vathon in. So my shift T, I tried to just use my grapple, which would pull that mage to me, but the mage got out too quickly, so we couldn't get to them. Now here, I use that same iframe in like a very aggressive way to get up further, and then I get close enough to Toasty when he's weak. I see him weak, I iframe up, I hit a combo on him, I shield assault, and then I ground pound, and I do a lot of damage, and then we secure a kill on one of their mages because of the movement system that Ashes provides that most tab targets don't have. So in the last 5 seconds, I went from my backline trying to grapple somebody in and kill them all the way up to their backline and securing a kill on a different target because Ash's movement is crazy. Now, this exact movement system will be changed a little bit to stop a lot of the bouncy, b-hoppy stuff like that. But the same fact of the matter is there. You can make a lot of positioning plays very, very, very quickly. In a group stuff, it's massive to coordinate on the same targets, coordinate cooldowns, find targets that are out of position. So same thing there. I try to go on the grapple for loop. And I didn't get them because they went out too far. So I go in, I hit a little trip to buy time, and I've got to get back here. So my team was going on Blotto there, and I held their entire team back while my team went on Blotto, tried to secure the kill, and now I'm back to frontlining. So we're looking at Streg, who's a ranger here. Rangers are notoriously squishy. We get a big trip on him because he went a little bit too far forward, and he got just enough healing to survive, but now we go back over to Toast. Toast just got res, that same mage from earlier. Go to Grapple again. Grapple doesn't connect because the movement's so nuts, but we switch back to Streg. Streg dies. Now we're on to Zarok, who's another mage. We're going to try to get pressure onto him and get this little flank around. So I've got a really good spot right now because I can play behind them. I can get a lot of stuns. I can split their backline up, and I can make sure my group's getting in. So right now we're trying to find their bards, trying to find their supports. And there's a grapple that actually works. What day is it from? This is 2 days ago. This is 475. No, 3 days ago, because today's 745. Because today's 748. So this is 745. But yeah, so here, same thing with the grapple and the positioning. But I roll here. We're looking at supports. So I'm going through trying to find bards, trying to find clerics. We get a half HP bard, which is one of their support classes. I roll into my backline and basically bring that person deeper in to my backline with the grapple. They end up dying. So I play tank. So basically what we're trying to do is create space, hold the front line, make a lot of pressure and like spacing happen. So like right now, I'm just sticking on one of their clerics, hoping that it'll pull them into the backline to help the cleric and give my front line a little bit of space. So from there, I'm right now just kind of like monitoring how things are going, playing kind of top down, I call it, where you're on top of the fight looking back at what's going on behind you. And we're just trying to kind of like create space, give my team a little bit of room to reset, look at support. So Glimmer is one of their clerics, that's one of their healers. So right now I'm CC'd forever. I'm out of the CC in 1 second. We go over and instantly dropping a wall there. So that wall that just came up is mine. So drop the wall there to try to block the LOS of like half of their raid from seeing each other. And then try to keep targets on the other side of my wall while my group is on the safe side of my wall and my group is trying to get targets all isolated. So because of my wall, my group is now able to hit targets like that are in our clump without all the support going through, because that also blocks line of sight. So Glimmer can't cast on people. I pulled Explicit back so he wasn't able to actually like help people up in that clump. And as a result, they had to kind of like get back. They had to drop back, regroup in a stance. But at this point, we have a lot of people, so we regroup and then go back in. So this is, keep in mind, just like 16v16-ish. Things in Ashes are mass scale. You were meant to long-term have hundreds of people in the like largest of the large mass scale PvP. So you have things that are, you know, your node versus node wars and your guild versus guild wars. So think of nodes and guilds as parallels. So it takes multiple guilds to make a node successful, and guilds and nodes both have their own gameplay loops. So basically you'll have to do stuff for your guild, you'll have to do stuff for your node. It'll take multiple guilds to make a node work, and you'll have to work with other guilds within your node as well. So with that being said, wars. Unlike New World, where wars are like, oh, I love when grapple works. Poor Zarok. Really good heals there, though. Unlike New World wars, when a war is declared, because everything is in the open world, a guild versus guild war allows members of those guilds to attack each other anywhere in the world, regardless of PvP status, and not suffer like penalties for killing someone else. So normally, in the open world, if I flag up for PvP and you hit me and flag up for PvP, then we can fight. If I flag up for PvP and hit you, and you do not hit me, and you remain unflagged, and I kill you, that is possible, but I would then go red instead of purple, the flagged color, and I would then corrupt, it's called. When you corrupt, that is the only time that you will ever drop pieces of your equipped gear, and corruption is not meant to be common. It's not something that's supposed to happen a lot, and it's something that if you do it, you're probably doing it for a very, very, very decisive reason, right? Sorry, Toast. So like, corruption is extremely rare in my opinion. But with that being said, it is a way to fight each other without having to worry about corrupting. A node versus node war. If you are, you know, the owner of a node, you're the mayor of a node, and my node is really rubbing you the wrong way, you can declare a node versus node war on my node, and when you declare that war, whenever people that are citizens of our nodes are in either of the two nodes, they will be able to fight each other. Out in like the regular open world, you just stay neutral with each other, but like in the area of those like two nodes, it's open season on citizens. So those are your wars. It's basically just ways for people to fight in the open world against each other without getting punished for PvPing. Those can happen at any point as well. It's not like this happens at this time. I keep a scroll in my inventory. I type in your guild's name, and then boom, you have a guild war pop up, and we just start killing you without you knowing it, and you have to respond to that. So with that being said, sieges. Sieges are the highest risk, highest reward gameplay loop in Ashes of Creation, in terms of a node versus node standpoint or guild versus guild standpoint. On the node side of things, the town side of things, sieges will be a very, very, very expensive cost to declare. And with that, I can actually pull up the wiki. I got you. Ashes, wiki, sieges. I'm excited. I like teaching people about Ashes because one single system in Ashes has more depth than fucking anything in New World. Like one singular wiki page. Alrighty, here we go. Node sieges. Node sieges are sanctioned PvP events that enable players to destroy nodes starting at stage 3. So essentially, during a siege, or actually before the siege, say you want to absolutely lay waste to my node. Do you have to be a guild leader to use the guild war scroll? Guild leaders can set permissions for different ranks. So for instance, in CATS, the guild leader and the consuls can also use scrolls. But like if you're not one of those top 2 roles, then you can't use scrolls. So yeah, it's also not tradable once it's crafted. So if you do make one, you can't trade it to me and have me use it or anything like that. But I could always promote you. If you had one, you can use it, then I can demote you. So, node sieges. There will be an incredibly large cost to declaring a node siege. Node sieges are already tested within the playtesting environment. They're very fun. I've been a part of multiple. So, with that, there's a very large cost, equivalent to roughly the cost of leveling a node to that level. So, if you want to siege a village, it's like the cost of a village essentially to declare that siege. Once the declaration happens, the siege is scheduled a number of days out equal to the node level. Tier 3 node, 3 days out. So with that, you have 72 hours to recruit as many people to attack or defend as you can. Once the siege starts, it is very similar to a New World War, where instead of attacking the actual, like, where instead of attacking like
Federation are pushing
like a fort, you're attacking the actual town. And essentially you have to get into the town. There are respawn points outside that the attackers or the defenders can hold. The defenders can recap them after. Steven, stop talking over me. So basically the attackers can capture different respawns outside of the town. The gates go up in the town, and it's wave-based respawns. You have to make it as the attacker into the market area and channel this flag without your channeler dying. If you successfully complete the channel, the attacker wins. If the defender holds without the channel going for an hour, then the defender wins. With that being said, if your node loses and you are the defender, so I attack you, I win. Eventually, it will de-level your entire node. So I mentioned, like New World, or sorry, unlike New World, if a town is a baby town, is it PC only? Yes, it is PC only. Yes, PC only MMO, no console like New World. Exclamation ashes. But unlike New World, where every town starts out with tier 1 everything in it, and then you can upgrade all of it to tier 5, a town in Ashes of Creation starts out at tier 0. It has to be leveled up through player actions, killing mobs, hitting trees, hitting rocks, whatever it may be, fishing, leveling that node up to tier 3. At tier 3, it has its election. So when it hits tier 3, it gets empty plots, where nodes have to determine which buildings they want to place in those plots. Every node cannot have everything in it. So with that being said, there are different tiers to the crafting. So there's like novice, apprentice, journeyman. These will be getting renamed soon. So think of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. You can do tier 1 everywhere around the map. And this is actually kind of a good way to summarize it. Hold on. Exclamation crafting. You're getting a good walkthrough today, baby. I got the time. You're gonna be feeling good that they took the servers down. Let's see. Here we go. So with that being said, there are 22 professions in Ashes of Creation. All of them start as novice. 5 novice can become apprentice. So novice crafting is available in every town for every profession by default. You do not have to build anything to have novice crafting in towns. You have to put up buildings to have apprentice. If I want to put up a wood shop, that allows us to have apprentice level lumberjacking to get the tier 2 trees, lumber milling to process said trees, and carpentry to make said wood into things. Caravans, which we were doing in the VOD, where we were driving the thing from place to place. You put things on your caravan, and driving it place to place gives you a multiplicative reward if you make it safely. But if you get attacked, then you can die, lose your caravan. It's a PvP event. So people will hit caravans and stop them from getting there. So basically, a wood shop covers lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry for tier 2. If I want to bring it to tier 3, which is journeyman, then I would have to specialize my wood shop in one of those 3 between lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry. So say my node has the lumberjacking wood shop. That means people would come to me and make their axes at my wood shop, and then they would use those axes to go hit the trees, because you have to be the appropriate level for the trees and have the appropriate tier axe. An apprentice axe cannot hit journeyman trees. So basically, I have to specialize my node in certain things. I could be the gathering tool node. I could be wood shop, and just have all of the wood goods in my node directly. But essentially, there are support buildings in addition to your active buildings, which give your skills, and you have to manage your expansion points. You have to raise node resources. So as a normal player or a member of the community, you would gather things up like gatherables, trees, rocks, and you would complete buy orders within the node. Those are resources that you turn in to give the node materials. The node also sets their taxes. So essentially with like the taxes, that's how the node makes money. So node needs money, node needs resources to make buildings. Players complete buy orders to give the node resources. Players sell goods and buy goods to raise taxes and just like refine things, shit like that. With that being said, you also have, oh fuck, where was I just going with this? I just had such a good point, and then I was reading about the controller support, and I was like, wait a fucking second. Oh, mayoral commissions. Sorry. Mayoral commissions, you can complete those commissions, which are essentially town boards. But once a town board is completed a set number of times, it activates a buff for people that are in that node area, or zone of influence, we call it. So basically, I could have a node that is in a very dense forest area, and I could have lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry there, specialize in all the wood stuff, and then I could have a bunch of gathering and refining buffs to incentivize people to come out here and chop a fuckload of wood. Now, that probably wouldn't be the most efficient because you may want a little bit of diversification, but there are a lot of different ways that you could actually progress your node and level your node. So with that being said, multiple nodes have to work together. There will be economic regions. Nodes that are high level will get sieged, and they may have a node death where they get completely de-leveled. If you're a citizen of a node that loses a siege and you have a house, and that house has a storage in it with things in the storage, once that siege is lost, your node gets wiped out. It becomes a lawless force flag PvP zone, and everything that was in storages becomes lootable for a set amount of time. So it's crazy the implications that it has. Then there will be 5 different guild castles throughout this entire map. Each one will oversee 1/5 of the total map area. With that being said, once a week, Ayo Leon, the 6 months, my boy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Blue Nana.
Congrats on the Blue Nana. Happy 6 months. My goat. So with that being said, there are 5 guild castles, each of which, well, there will be, each of which oversees 1/5 of the world. Once a week, there will be automated caravans that go out to the guild castles themselves, and those have taxes from the nodes in the purview. So you'll have node tax, and then guild castles will tax the nodes. So essentially, node taxes go out on these automated caravans that you have to escort or can attack to try to take the taxes from the caravans. If it makes it out to the guild castle, that guild castle gets money that it can use to upgrade its defenses, hire mercenary NPCs, and things like that for its monthly castle siege. During that once monthly castle siege, other guilds will try to siege the castle, and if a guild is able to claim the throne in the castle, then they will, own the castle now. Sieges happen every month, and there'll be a lot of benefits to owning the castle. That'll probably be the biggest incentivized form of ownership content in my opinion, because instead of like, oh, we got elected for this, it is, oh, nobody can beat us. The top 5 guilds will have guild castles, and each guild castle has 3 smaller guild castle nodes on the outside of it. So 3 small towns protecting the castle. So you'll essentially have your 5 most powerful guilds, probably their smaller shell guilds, and essentially, like, from there, you'll have a full system in that. Yo, Bliss, hope you're having a beautiful day. How's dynamic gridding testing? Dynamic gridding testing was fucking phenomenal. It went very, very, very well. I did not crash, have lag whatsoever. They did take the PTR down for the remainder of the day today, so they could work on some, quote, big things. It'll come back up around 1 p.m. EST tomorrow, so that's when I'm going to start stream, a little bit earlier start. I might try to sneak out a 12-hour stream tomorrow. Just low-key 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. type shit. Feeling kind of froggy since I got on late today, expecting it to be a late stream, and then our server accessibility went bye-bye. So, it is what it is. Where did this info come from? Haven't heard any of this. So if you haven't had a chance to explore Ashes of Creation wiki, so I have played at this point about 2,000 hours of Ashes, roughly a little bit under that, since December. I stream typically 8 to 12 hours of Ashes a day, so I do have a lot of time to learn. Fortunately, I've been following for a few years now. Had my access since January 2024. Started playing in December after 11 plus months of not, acting on my access because I wanted to see more with development and just kind of like sat back. But I stream Ashes full time. Very much love the game and have a good community that also loves the game. But Ashes of Creation wiki is absolutely massive as a resource for systems. It has a bunch of write-ups, a bunch of quotes about all of the depth and complexity of all of the systems. And it also cites every single source with direct links to the live stream that it came from. So this is the node siege page where it talks about an overview, siege defenses, siege balance, declaring a node siege, all of the steps here, all of the implications, the server prime time, siege alliances, siege participation, siege mechanics, siege PvP, NPCs, completing a siege, which, by the way, there will also be siege weapons and siege vehicles. There will also be siege summons where multiple summoners can summon a siege summon together. So there will be like class interactions on things. Let's see, completing a siege, node destruction, Jinx Donut, node building destruction, impact on player housing, apartments, node redevelopment politics, Zergs and anti-Zerg mechanics, and basically how they're monitoring Zergs, and then a bunch of things that are related to that. So like, if you're ever bored, you can always just deep dive the shit out of this, or you can always ask any questions in stream. I fortunately spend so much time deep diving this and compiling like all of the resources like this, all of the like exclamation classes resources that brings up the full grid of classes, just really everything that I can do as a full-time Ashes content creator to help people understand it a little bit more thoroughly and a little bit more easily, because there's a lot of information out there to parse, and I try to explain it so my dumbass could understand it, and if I can understand it, then anybody can understand it. But yeah, those are it's just like a rundown on some of the base PvP modes, and then keep in mind it's also full open world. So there will also be announced last dev stream open world dynamic PvP battlegrounds that are coming through soon, TM. And basically those will take different areas throughout the world and turn it into a force flag PvP state, but it will have different forms of incentivization to draw people out to that area and actually reward them for participating in that riskier form of gameplay, so to say. So we don't know all the details of that, but those will be rotating through the world. With military nodes, you'll get arenas tied with those, 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s, and possibly a larger team mode, possibly even some cross-server capability for that, possibly. With that being said, we don't know how the full arena structure will be. I don't expect it to just be go into an arena UI, queue an arena, and then get teleported. I'm thinking you run to an arena. Different nodes will have different size arenas that can probably have, a selection process within the node or something like that. And then you'll figure out which node is the size of arena that you want. You'll run over to that arena and you'll try to see if other people on your server are also queuing in arenas, and kind of like going from there. So I very much do look forward to that. I think arenas are something that can provide so much replayable content for the player base as a whole. And depending on like the route they decide to go with it, could be such a good form of getting like combat and data testing too. So arenas will be in traditional sense there. There will be seasons where you can get titles as rewards, among other things. Titles and Ashes aren't just going to be like a visual aesthetic title. They'll actually have some functionality and potentially some abilities that come with certain titles. So grinding for a title or something like that will be, you know, worthwhile. There will be a religion system. There will be a family system. There's a full housing system where there are like non-instanced housing units that are first come, first serve. The housing system will be an entire real estate system where you can buy deeds via auction for houses and you can resell. You can share basically like permissions with your house. You can like share all of your perms and have somebody else essentially living with you and splitting your taxes and your property taxes and stuff each week. So like there is a lot of fucking depth. If you can think of a system, it's probably in Ashes. Now, MMO-wise, they take a lot of inspiration from a lot of different titles. But genuinely, their entire PvX gameplay loop is so well intertwined that every aspect also impacts other aspects of the game. You benefit from having a community filled with a lot of people who are very committed to their role. If you have a community that is all just a bunch of people and you're not organized, then it's going to be tough. But if you have good players, organized in the best spots, the most optimal roles, you're up tremendous. Whenever I'm moving at my PC setup, I'm going to get this game. Seems fun. Is it easy to just play casually? Probably won't be able to play a lot. It is hard to play casually if your expectation is to be the best player in the world. But I do think if you want to play casually and just be involved in the world, like I mentioned, being like a citizen of the node that the community's in and hopping on and gathering some mats and completing buy orders and helping the node put buildings up is a massive thing. So say you want to play casually and just pick away at a couple levels and hit a couple trees here and there, you will probably have more content than you know what to do with. Leveling 1 to 25 right now for most new players is like 100 plus hours for a lot of players. And the level cap is going to be 50. 50 is supposed to be like 300 to upwards of 500 has been the rumor. But 300 plus hours of game time for most players to level to 50 on launch. That's like a full month of grinding all day, every day. And it's meant to be long term for everything. Keep in mind there are also trade skills like crazy. So your trade skills shown off here. So it goes deep, man. There are a lot of fucking levels to legitimately everything in Ashes. Every system, just when you think it's done, there's another layer to it. It's wild. Favorite thing is to run around and whack nodes and trees to level up my gathering and skinning. Yep. You'll have so much to do then. Keep in mind, if that's your goal as well, crafting and gathering and refining is the best way to get best in slot gear for your PvPers. So even if you are a part of Cats, which we have people like me who want to be very good PvPers and get as many PvP reps as we can, we need gatherers, refiners, and crafters to help with the supply chain to get the best gear out to our best players, so that way we can secure better mob grinds, better recipes, better crafting mats, better named mob areas, better dungeon areas, better gathering areas, more of those PvP battlegrounds, everything. So you need gatherers, refiners, crafters in your community. We're setting up, like, among our core players, our grinders, like, who's doing what crafting, so we can optimize and funnel them mats so they can be ahead of the curve. Like, it's insane. Also, you can earn character XP just from going around and hitting trees and stuff. It's not the most, but you can. It's massive. I didn't see any castle stuff. Oh, the castle stuff is not in yet. That's not in on PTR or anything, Mike Tech. But with that being said, once castle sieges are in, those are gonna be fucking massive. Massive. There has also been talk of potentially, if castles do get their 3 castle nodes fully upgraded, they actually have a diagram over on the castle siege side of things. Let me see. Because it should also have the castle siege link down here. Castle sieges. So essentially with a guild castle node, this is what the structure of it will be like. So you'll have your guild castle and then castle node, castle node, castle node. And these 3 nodes will help aid in the siege. And there's been talk of potentially, if all of these are upgraded to tier 3, which would be the highest tier that they could go to, before the siege, that the owner of the guild castle would be able to, like, elect lieutenants that would also have temporary flyers for the siege itself. So maybe some reward for like actually investing in the leveling process of it. So just some cool like maybe what ifs, but this is not fully in yet. This is not even in yet. Now node sieges are in, but castle sieges are not. But yes, I think if you just want to run around, whack shit, you just want to enjoy your time, brother, you will have a fucking plethora of content. Would also make it a choice for the attackers to siege the smaller nodes first instead of just going for the snake's head. Yeah, it kind of like just trying to take out the other shit, but that island will be solo contested? You mean this island?
Caravan abs is absolutely
Oh,
S
so
tier.
contested? Oh yeah, this is gonna be lit as fuck. Yo, Fropey, thank you for the follow, appreciate you. Now keep in mind, the automated caravans will probably be fucking rafts as well when they come out. Because once a week, you're gonna have your automated tax caravans that come out, and this shit's gonna be lit. So keep in mind, 5 guild castles, each overseeing 1/5 of the map. If you think about it like a 5 on a dice, or a die, I guess, 1 in the middle, 1 in the crucible is my theory. Then you've got maybe 1 in Pelagora or 1 over here, maybe 1 up here, and then 1 over here is my guess. Is tanking good at this game or not? I mean, I play a tank, and tanks, in my opinion, are incredibly impactful in pretty much everything. I can let a fight play out real quick, and you can see kind of like what tank does to set these things up. Oh wait, is this when we were getting griefed? Gross. That was lame. But yeah, tanks do a fucking lot. I think this was when it broke down and the grief started to happen. Okay, we'll go back here. So basically, in Ashes, every archetype or every class has both a melee and a ranged weapon equipped at all times. So you'll notice a lot of the time that people will have their like bows out, their ranged weapons out, trying to get the initial trades. You'll call out a target, and I'll even let the comms play on this one so you can kind of like hear what things are looking like. It's all how people want to approach it.
Stacks up. Thundering as well. Just get wound stacks up on these people. Don't let them commit.
So our caller is essentially just calling out where we're going. I'm simultaneously looking for targets because tank plays very initiaty. So right now, I'm looking for just like status effects and poke damage out on their casters, and we're just kind of going target to target, see if anybody is going to like be fishable, right? So
Another pull on it. Can die right there.
he gets a good initiate. We get good follow up on it from the group that was over there, and we catch one out. So essentially, right now, I'm gonna go in as a tank, and then we're trying to stop them from rezzing the person that just died. So we're just trying to take space. So I move up here as a tank, and even though this isn't like even going for a kill, we move up here and we just try to like take the ground. And so when I drop this wall, it's gonna force them all back and essentially just push them back and keep them on their back foot. So now I'm trying to find squishy targets. Yet again, they got the res off. They're trying to regroup. We're trying to like not let our trades go south. So I'm poking right now. You'll notice that we go fishing with grapples a lot. Grapple, very good ability. Single target, 25-meter range.
Pull on this, pulling now. Strike, tripping, Zerg, tripped. Yeah, kill Zerg,
So if you are able to get grapples and trips, it can pull people in very, very, very far, very, very, very quickly. But they got a huge focus there because this is, you know, large team versus large team scrims. So we're looking for these squishy targets. We're trying to find people that are out of position.
Pulled, tripped. I got the chain pull, yeah.
And so there, we hit a double pull. We have 2 tanks in this group. So I pull, and then once they're in melee range, I use tremoring strikes to trip them.
I got the chain pull.
And then we get another pull.
I have no wall for it.
And then I didn't have my wall, so the other tank walled.
Nice. Oh, the wall is beautiful. Oh my god, that was the craziest swings I've ever seen.
And then they get out because they have really good escape abilities. We end up getting the kill though. Like the group ended up chasing them down and we're good. So now they're down one of their healers. They're getting a res on Streg right now up on the front right, but
Pulling.
so right there, that's the synergy between 2 tanks as well. So you'll notice he walled the last one on the right hand side, and he calls out Bun. So
I'm actually stunned by that. Bun up front.
So he calls out Bun. I switch to Bun at 3/4 health. I don't have my grapple for 2 seconds. I put a wall behind Bun, and he goes to use his movement to get out,
Pulling.
but gets stuck on my wall long enough for my pull to come up. I pull him into our back line, and then he dies in our back line. So tanks are legitimately able to control the entire pacing of fights. You are able to pull people into a literal fucking death sentence. You have good CCs, you have good damage, good mitigation. You've got team capability as well, so a lot of the time, I haven't had to do it as much in this fight quite yet, but I will use a lot of, I'll use a lot of kind of like space creators. I stick healers, I stick supports. I have good pressure on the front liney, so I have...
Need to spell on it, need bars to spell. Tripping.
It's a tanky ass cleric.
We're too committed, too much damage.
So if we, so right there. Small thing that tank has as well. Buns a she, by the way. Okay, so he was caught on my wall. But basically my 6th ability, the little green hand, is intercept. So you have raid frame hover casting. So I can basically hover over a raid frame and cast on somebody. So I'm up here and I'm CC'd forever because I'm in an incapacitate. We have a lot of people that are taking damage, but I look over on my raid frames and over here in the mid left, boom, one of our rangers, Squishy class, is getting focused and he's really weak. So I'm going to pop my Indomitable Spirit, which gives me 20% more HP and 20% more healing received for 15 seconds because my 6 and my shift 6 are shields based on my maximum HP. So I pop that to give myself 20% more HP. Then I hover over boom and I use intercept on him. When I use intercept, I also use protect. So intercept gives him a 10% of my current HP shield. Protect transfers 30% of the damage that the target takes to me. So I intercept to people to get within range, and then I protect. Protect will break if you are 15 meters or more away from your target for 5 or more seconds. So if a target's getting focused, I intercept to them, I protect to them. I also have my 5, which is Aegis. So if I really need to, I can drop Aegis on them, which is an AoE transfer of 20% damage to me from all targets in the AoE. So you're kind of getting the vibe here. Very in out, ebb and flow, peeling targets, CCing targets, initiating, like.
Look at Blotto, he's overextended.
So Blotto right there, he's another tank. I walk up, I see him overextended, and I just go, oh shit, and I tie his shoelaces together. Like, ready? Very simple. The most complicated things, but also the most simple things. Ready?
We're too committed, too much damage.
Caller calls us back, we get back.
So for max range, dead. Yep, dead.
And then Blotto's up.
Look at Blotto, he's
Tripped him. Big
Stop
burst. And then he dies.
We got one of their tanks.
And then he dies.
Look at Tim Green Cross.
So now we're looking at a mage.
Look at Blotto.
And keep in mind the pacing on these abilities is phenomenal. The pacing on this fight is great. So just in the last like 20 fucking seconds, right? Not even 20 seconds, the last 10 seconds. We go all in. We end up getting the glimmer kill on that cleric. We walk up, trip Blotto, burst on him, make sure he dies, and then we target a mage who's very squishy, call him out, pull him into our back line. He gets out because he makes an insane movement play. And then we have to protect, intercept, protect another target because they're weak. So I peel the back line. I'm trying to keep the team alive. We CC Tim. We're following Tim now because he's super weak, but he's getting peels. I got to get back because I can't over pursue like that. So as much as that may be like entertaining, I got to try to find all of these people. There, we drop a big wall. So a lot of them are just stuck on the wall. It's breaking LOS. It's catching them on the corners, and they can't get any momentum because they've all got to like play around that wall. So we've got them split, and we're just kind of pushing them out. So these are scrims, so we're not just like murdering all of them, but they're pushed back here. They're S-keying like crazy, and we're just starting to get picks here. So again, we pull in another support dies. So if you were a tank and you were making sure that you are... That was an assy play as well. Not to self-place, but like pull here, and then this is another cool interaction with our abilities. So he calls out Belligerent. Calamity, the tank right next to me, is our other caller. He calls out Belligerent. He pulls Belligerent, and when he's pulling Belligerent, I'm going to throw my Tomahawk. So with Tomahawk, it's your throwing axe basically. If you hit a target in the back, it does 50% more damage and trips the target. So he throws his grip on Belligerent. Once Belligerent is in range, I throw my Tomahawk, and my Tomahawk hits Belligerent in the back when he tries to escape and trips him. And then he dies because of that small interaction, that one tomahawk going out that didn't even need to go out. Like, didn't even need to go out and probably would have gone out in most scenarios, secured that kill. And this is only 25 PvP. Yes, this is only level 25 PvP. This is with only primary archetypes and not secondary archetypes. It only gets better from here. This is the worst that you're going to see Ash's PvP. Keep in mind, a lot of the movement is different on the private test realm than it is here. So in terms of the private test realm, it's less like B-hoppy. They added friction in the air, so you can't just like infinitely B-hop, and like a lot of the big poles and walls that I would have got were, you know, securing kills, right? With the new movement system. There's also a new gearing system that makes tanks way less beefy. We can still beef up and be way tankier than other things, but like we're not egregiously tanky at like fucking 8k max HP. Good communication, people have been, yeah, absolutely. In terms of communication, people knowing the class, all balance in Ashes of Creation is based around 8v8. And, you know, you play a lot of larger scale as well. 1v1s don't matter, 3s don't matter, 5s don't matter. Their balance point is 8v8s. Team-based combat where teams complement each other, comps like matter from primary and secondary combinations. Eventually you'll be able to combine any two classes, and you can also double down. So I play a tank, I could go tank, I could go tank cleric, but essentially your primary determines your abilities. If I go tank anything, I'll have the same tank tree. My anything, that X, that secondary, will augment my tank abilities with parts of that second class. So say I'm tank cleric. My tank abilities will still be my tank abilities, but you will have like augments to your tank abilities that come in from that secondary class itself that kind of like make it feel a little bit more unique and can complement some of the weaknesses or anything like that from it. So endgame PvP looks like it'll be good, crazy good. Oh, it's already amazing. I will say, like, especially group stuff, it's so fucking fun. Like, will the AoE taunt also ball ceiling? Yeah, so that's kind of what I use as my, like, this is what I think will happen. Is like, if I'm tank cleric and I pop my Intim Aura, which pulses in an AoE once a second, then that could also pulse out some healing with some damage, right? Things like that. My Indomitable Spirit. It's 20% HP, 20% max healing, 20% max HP, 20% healing received for 15 seconds. Maybe it also puts on a, you know, 20% of my life healed each, like, fucking, I don't know, 5 seconds for the next 15 seconds. So I essentially get 60% max HP back as a heal. That would be really strong, but also would be a really impactful cooldown. But just kind of like things like that, right? So that's the goal. Every fight against the same archetype will feel different based on the secondary, based on the player playstyle. The ability tree will also, they're currently reworking all ability trees to include ranks instead of just I select this ability and use this. It's going to be much more of a like, oh, I want to use all of my points in grapple, so I have a longer range, more effective grapple. I want to use all my points in banner, so I can put out more shields, and intercept and protect, so I can peel the back line in this T of abilities here. I want to use it on shield assault and ground pound, so I have a better AoE initiate. Like, I want to use it on wall, so I have a larger wall. Like, you'll be able to invest points and higher ranks in your abilities as you want to. So there will be a lot of variance. There won't really be like one set meta or anything like that. Let me put all my points in grapple and change it to an AoE. I've been talking about this for months now. One of the first things that I mentioned about the tank tree, and one of the things that I will die on the hill of until they fucking add the Dusty grapple, is I want to take grapple, because grapple is a 25-meter range on a 20-second cooldown. I want to play off the current numbers. 25-meter total range. That's all I need. You give me 5 5-meter grapples that are, instead of targeted, an AoE, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 behind me, 3 in front of me, that can pull up to 5 targets in front of me in a frontal cone, so I can then initiate on those targets. That is what I would want to see. Personally, that's what I'd love to see with grapple. It's got to be a shorter range. It'd probably have to be a longer cooldown, so you can't just perma-fish with it. But, like, it's impactful. Yo, M1 over on YouTube. How do we get a key? So, over on the Ashes of Creation website, they always sell them over there, but the giveaway is running now through the 24th. You can sign up, and then they drop the winners on the 25th. There will be 100 winners of access for free. So you can always go over to the Ashes of Creation website, or if you're on the Twitch side of things, you can come over to my Twitch channel where I do multi-stream. You can do exclamation giveaway in there, get all signed up. Exclamation Ashes if you are going through the giveaway as well. That'll show them where you came from. It's a little referral link for your account. Let them know you came from the stream and help support the stream as well. So, are you starting Lionhold or the Anvils? To be determined, MechTech, but we're really thinking Anvils. I just think Anvils, like, through opportunity cost and everything, will be fucking massive. Probably just that point of, like, efficiency meets, you know, everything else that you need. Opportunity cost is a massive thing, too, so even if the Riverlands is, like, more efficient, the Anvils may present fewer players, better spread of whatever. It all depends on the parsing that we do. Like, there's so much information to try to, like, parse and pick through that it is daunting, to say the least. Daunting, to say the least. So that's always something to consider, but it'll surely change as things go throughout the community. We'll have people both in the Riverlands and in the Anvils. It all just breaks down to where my group ends up being assigned. But boyos, the yaps have been amazing, absolutely amazing. Cat Torum or death? Cat Torum, yes, it's happening. I am going to go chill with Carla. If she wants to go outside for a little bit, may even have a little fire, but we may just watch some TV, get some food, and chill for the night. Goal is 1 p.m. EST. We're live tomorrow. That's the goal. Will it happen? I don't fucking know. But you know the goal, boys. If it's your first day here, thank you guys for coming through. My name's Dusty. I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I'm a full-time Ashes content creator, so if you guys are ever wondering about anything Ashes, please feel free to drop the questions. Let me know. I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. Boys, I have streamed 748 days in a row now. And again, if it's your first day here, I hope you're back for many more in the near future. You guys show up around 2 p.m. EST and expect me here every day tomorrow. I will try to be on around 1 p.m. EST to be up with the launch of the PTR tomorrow. See what those new changes in that new testing is. John G, they don't want you to be healthy. Be healthy, John G. Be healthy. You got to be healthy. Boys, thank you guys so much for 1:34 p.m. EST. Or listen. I might be slightly earlier. We'll see. Boys, thank you guys so much for allowing me to do what I do every single day for y'all. Making it a dream come true to go full time and all that shit. You guys keep me here. You guys are the reason why I'm able to do this. So I greatly appreciate it every single day. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for another banger stream. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Alternate ending. Chad, if I farted right now, do you think you guys would be able to, like, hear it? Good night.